thank you for, again, coming to Future of Food at South by Southwest. We're so happy you're here, and I'm so delighted to be able to moderate this panel. It's about the rise in women in food. And trust me, each one of these panelists are people that will inspire you and tell you about what their experience has been like building, tinkering, pioneering, and being passionate about. So just to let them introduce themselves, just name and who you're with. I'll start with you.
Rihanna Lynn, founder of Journey Foods, also sort of supporter and an angel investor here in the space. I am actually, and we are based in Austin, Texas. I just came off of moderating a panel, so I'm going to keep it low on the remarks here. But I do want to say that I'm thrilled to be in another all-woman panel, as I absolutely would not be here today without the support of women in my circle. So thank you for the opportunity.
I'm Kylan Aiken-Zerby. I'm the head of growth at Planet Forward, and we're tackling climate change by helping companies with global supply chains to decarbonize their products and businesses. And I'm also ecstatic to be amongst women. Every single day is International Women's Day, but being on a panel amongst just true friends and collaborators is incredible.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Stojkovic. I am the founder of a media platform called Vegan Women's Summit. We're 60,000 women in the future of food all around the world. I'm also the author of The Future of Food is Female, the first book about women reinventing the food system. And I will be announcing my VC fund debuting in a couple months. We've raised $23 million for the future of food, focused on women.
That's just incredible. Hi guys, I'm Les. I am one of the co-founders, co-CEO of Midday Squares. We make functional chocolate bars. I'm actually coming all the way down to Austin from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and I'm really fired up to be here today, so thank you for having me. What? That's your favorite
They
city?
were excited.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
Canada!
Anybody
Team
been to
Canada!
Montreal here?
Come
Yes,
on.
yes. I love it. So thank you for having me, Q. Thank you for having me. I'm fired up to be here.
Absolutely. So yeah, we wanted to start this panel by just informing and educating. So if you didn't know, women make up 42% of all small businesses in the US, but only 3% of them get that support that they need when it comes to capitalization. So my first question to the panel is that what do you think this shift in women really wanting to start businesses, but how that impacts scaling? Like what is that meant to you in your world?
I mean, I think that what I've seen in terms of growth, even though it hasn't really been that much, is that we need more LPs, more women running funds, as they look and see themselves in operators. And I'm really excited to see some investors here in the crowd. But I think that we need to trust in women to make those investment decisions. And I'm sure you all have found women investors in your two companies, and Jenny, as you sort of bridge out and build a venture fund now. But I think we need to talk about the opportunities as women that are investing and not just the ones that are seeking investment.
Yeah, I mean, I think as it relates to like why are we seeing more women getting into business, starting scalable businesses, starting venture backable businesses, I think that it comes down to the fact that we're seeing more representation. I remember when I was in college, I was like one of the only black women in a predominantly white institution, and they brought in, we had these things called World Changer Talks, which were every single Monday they would bring in a different entrepreneur. There was only one woman of color that came in. It was Atasha Cave of 12, and I remember just being mind blown. I was like, oh my God, this is doable. She looks like me, she feels like me, and that's been like my journey, is following other women who look like me and feel like me, doing the things that I want to do. That's how I ended up with Planet Forward, building alongside Julia Collins, who's the first black woman to ever found a unicorn. And that matters, like that representation matters. And then as Rihanna said, like as you start to enter into investor rooms and also see women that look like you, and enter into boardrooms and also see women that look like you, like that confidence builds, and then we take each other with us every single time. And so I think that's only gonna continue to snowball, and we'll talk about all the things that we need to do to make that happen, but I think the first thing starts with like getting us in the room.
Yeah. And you're actively building a fund, Jenny, so what has that been like for you?
I hang out with a lot of dudes. Like, that's the reality, you know. So prior to starting Raising Joyful, I actually created a pitch competition for women in the food space, which, you know, Rihanna has been one of our founders that spoke at that. And we've had over 1,300 women apply from 31 countries.
Wow.
So when they say there's no women founders, that's bullshit. There's women founders. There's tons and tons of women founders, but they're not getting the networking and the access to that capital, right? And so that's what I've really focused on, is what does it take to build that pipeline? And I can tell you, it's a long way to go. 5% of VCs, fund managers in the country are women currently. And then when you get down to women of color fund managers, it's like, I don't even think a full percentage right now. So we really have to put concerted efforts into bridging the gap to these communities of founders. It's not enough to just say, we want to fund women. You actually have to go find these women founders and be in places like this.
Correct. Yes, you need to be in places like this. Plug. Leslie, so you have Midday Squares. What has that been like for you, being one of the co-founders of such an illustrious brand that's really, you know, y'all, there's samples, by the way. She brought samples, but what has that been like for you?
So I actually have two co-founders. Well, we're three of us, so we're three co-founders at Midday Squares, which my first partner is my husband, Nick, and my second partner is my brother, Jake. So I'm a woman in between two men, and it's been a really interesting journey. I think, you know, as we start at Midday Squares, I have two partners that are very supportive and they don't reference my gender when we're working. We work together, we use each other's strengths, we each own different components of the business, and that's been really successful for us. But when it comes to raising money and building this company, there has been instances where it has been challenging. You know, I've been in a room with investors where they'll speak directly to Jake and Nick, and then they'll make comments, right, to make me feel like I'm in the room, and I think it's really about educating. That's been my experience. Instead of, you know, getting offended by it, is more of how do we educate, how do we change, and, you know, once they're in the room with me long enough, they realize very quickly the value that I bring, the importance that I am in the business, and gender quickly disappears. But we have experienced a lot of instances, you know, at Midday Squares, so I'm the co-CEO, but I lead manufacturing. So we built out a manufacturing plant in Montreal where we make right now 45,000 squares a day. And as I was building that plant, you know, the investors would call up my husband, Nick, and say, what's going on with the manufacturing plant? And he'd be like, why are you calling me? Like, I don't operate the manufacturing plant. That's Leslie, right? So it took some time. It took some education. It took a switch in mindset for sure. And you see it and you feel it. But I think, for me, my perspective on the whole thing is we need to support each other as humans, right? And I think we as humans, I mean, it's a bit of a controversial perspective. We put the tag of male, female, right? And I've been in a lot of instances where it's like, oh, I'll call you up. I'm having a women's conference. I want you to speak. But they don't call Nick up and say, we're having a man's conference. I want you to speak. They just have him speak, right? Because he adds value.
Yeah.
And I add value. And that's where, you know, I feel we need to go is finding people for the value that they bring and giving them that platform to you know.
If you can't tell, these women are very passionate because they're bringing something to the table. And what I love that each of you said that's a connector is, I was picking up on access, right? So I would love for any one of you to give like an example of what it's been like being in the room and knowing that you need to bring someone else with you to give them access. And I know each of you can speak of this, but I would love for one or two of you to take that question up.
I mean, I think that's interesting for me. I mean, we're all in food. A lot of us are in sort of VC-backed food. And, you know, food, tech, energy, climate now, like these are the biggest industries in the world. And oftentimes, especially me being someone that started as an entrepreneur when I was 24 and sort of a serial entrepreneur, as you could say it, in my career, I was always the only sort of young black woman in these rooms, and even more so being in supply chain and manufacturing. I mean, that's the ugly, unsexy part of food. And so it's crazy to me to still be the only person mentioned in supply chain lists and in other areas of an industry that really relies on women to make decisions every single day, you know, when it comes to consumer decisions. And so I think earlier in my career, I oftentimes, and it wasn't the best decision, would find like a really close friend that knew a little bit about tech to be like my co-founder and come in, or name them the co-founder, and they would come in like a year after I had already like started scaling the business and creating the product. And I've sort of let go of holding on to the need to like bring that person in, especially as I've gotten older and just more people know me in the industry. But I was really tied to the need to bring in a white male or a white male coder or a white partner into the room so that the manufacturers and the supply chain logistics folks or the VCs would feel more comfortable.
What about you, Jenny? Or go ahead. Kai. What about you? Like, I'd love to hear any anecdotes y'all have of bringing someone else in with you.
So my entry into the food space, so my background is in Silicon Valley. I worked for a man called Ron Conway. If anyone's familiar with SV Angel, he's considered the godfather of Silicon Valley. So I worked for him for 6 years and cut my teeth in tech. And so when I came into the food space, I really came to it from how can we take what I believe is the next big transformative industry, certainly from a climate perspective, it's the one that we do need to transform, and make it cool and sexy and accessible. And my entire career in tech, I was like pretty much the only woman at the table most of the time, because I not only was, in VC post-2008 tech, but also was in political aspect of it. So it was like male on male on male. So that's actually where the idea of Vegan Women's Summit came from. And it's funny your point about a women's conference, because we do a conference of about 1,000 future of food leaders each year and has the word women in it, but about 25% of our attendees are men.
I love that. I love to hear that.
And 50% of our attendees aren't vegan.
Yep.
A lot of people are just coming to get a 360-degree experience around like what are vegan products, like vegan boots, vegan food, Midday Squares, vegan company, right? Like that is how we're bringing people into the room, because we are quite literally creating the room. 3 years ago, it was 250 women in San Francisco. This year in New York City, we're about to sell out. We're partnered with Mayor Eric Adams, the second most powerful politician in the United States of America. We're gonna have 1,000 people in New York. So the room's getting friggin' big.
Yeah.
Jenny, I want to add to that just real quick I think that's the thing is today, I hate public speaking. I don't like putting myself out there like this. And I think that's showing up, right? Even if you're uncomfortable, get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and sharing your story with different people, different areas in the world is important, right? We need to share our stories. We need to get out there more, even if it's uncomfortable. That's how we're also going to create awareness, right?
Right, and give access, right?
Totally.
So one of the things that I love is that I believe in the whole term of own it, right? Like own your space, own your thing. And so when I think of that, I think that there's a lot of areas in the food ecosystem that I really believe women are positioned to be the best solvers of, if you will. So how do you think, being a woman and owning it, how you're seeing women make an impact in the food ecosystem?
I'll start 100%. So I think one of the things that's just important and unique about women is we understand intersectionality. Like we understand that issues are extremely complex, and we also understand the importance of solving like things from the root, like systemic solving. So in the climate space, for example, startups have exploded. It's a super saturated space now. Whenever you think carbon accounting software, there's tons of them out there. But so many of them have solved for like a reporting use case or a compliance use case. It's like, that's not why we started climate tech. Like the purpose of climate tech is supposed to be to solve for climate action, like changing climate change.
Actually do it.
Yeah, like can we actually fix the problem, right? And so that's one of the places that we, for example, have innovated in a unique way and kind of ahead of the curve. And I think that's because we're women who saw the actual need. Like we started our company to save the next generation. Like that's always been the core. Our mission statement is to create a regenerative future for the future of all beings, and we like hold ourselves accountable to that. And how that's played out in terms of creating an actual scalable, venture-backable, successful business that's, you know, surviving in the market downturn and all of these things is that the market has evolved. We've gotten to a place where we need companies to actually reduce emissions and think critically about their supply chains. Like, we will not have a food system if we don't solve for climate change. And so we've now started to, you know, get the customers and get the investors from companies that had originally started just solving the downstream issues. But we saw ahead of that, and I think that that's something that's unique to women because we have to.
Yeah, I love that intersectionality. Go ahead, Jenny.
So I wrote a book on this, The Future of Food is Female, available on Amazon worldwide. But, you know, to the point of why women in particular, 93% of consumer food purchases are made by women. We control the grocery carts of the world, right? And so all of the conversations you're hearing today, you know, there's folks that are talking about kelp, there's folks that are talking about crickets, there's folks that are going to be talking about alternative proteins, which is, you know, my specialty, plant-based, lab-grown meats, things like that. These are all very new foods for a lot of people. And if we know for a fact that the main consumer that is going to be making these household purchase decisions is a woman, they're the people we need to be talking to and working with to create these products that will resonate with the consumer. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have in alternative protein is that we have led with a very masculine, very tech-focused approach to food. And that doesn't necessarily work for a mom that is picking up, you know, some food on her way home for her 3 kids. Like, that is why we must lead with women in mind when it comes to that transformational moment with the consumer.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's a very interesting way to look at things because we are the decision makers. I mean, the stats say so. But I would say, from my perspective, right, being in a partnership with 2 men, I deal with 98% of the human resource problems at Midday Squares.
Lovely.
So I am, you know, when it comes to emotional, you know, intelligence and being able to understand people and being able to sit back and listen, Jake and Nick have 0 capacity. It's this small. The minute it gets out of this, I have to go home for a nap. And it's okay, right? Because that's where we have different superpowers, and that's okay. And my superpower is to be able to sit back and to, you know, not react from ego, or it's really listening, understanding the situation, and being able to come at it from a very different perspective. And I think that's really powerful. And a superpower that we do have, right, is the emotional intelligence. It's been very important to the infrastructure at Midday Squares. And so I had a therapy session before I came here. I have a business coach that I meet with twice a week. The first session is with Jake, Nick, and I. And the second session is me alone. And that was the session this morning. Oh, yeah. And we've been doing that for 4.5 years. That's the one thing that's kept our relationship strong, is being able to learn how to have really hard, open conversations. But in this morning, you know, our HR director actually left Midday Squares 2 weeks ago. And so I've been putting on my HR hat, and we were just talking about that this morning, and I was talking about this panel, and my therapist was saying, that is the difference between fundamentally men and women, and why we need more women in the workforce, you know, and these specific roles. And at Midday Squares, I don't know, we're like 75% women in our team. So yeah, the emotional intelligence is key.
That's awesome. So we've heard a little bit about your stories and your passion, and one of the key words of this panel to me is the rise of women in food. So let's look forward for a minute. And like, what are you seeing in the food ecosystem that is exciting you right now? Whether it's you're involved or not is irregardless, but what are you seeing that you can help inform the audience on, that's something that's developing or being crafted that is a showcase of how the rise of women in food is taking shape? I know that's a tough one a little bit. But
I'll be honest, I am I am stuck in a manufacturing plant 5 days a week. Being in a startup, guys, I don't, it's 16-hour days, 6 days a week. I haven't had much time to be out there and see what's going on. So being here today and even listening to some of your stories and some of the insights, it's just incredible. So for me, I'm heads down in the weeds right now. And so I'm not aware of what per se is happening. So I'm excited to hear what you guys are thinking.
Let me speak to that before y'all answer that. So full disclosure, I like telling people the anecdotes and behind the scenes. So with Leslie's company, Midday Squares, her brother is this most dynamic personality, y'all. You see him all over social media. And we literally said to her, we want you, because we need to hear your part of the story, right? And that to me is an example of like what she said is her reality. She's stuck, like, you know, she's a builder and doing just the same. And she was shy. She was shy about it. She's like, well, you know, my brother is the one that, okay, we hear you, but we want you. And I think that's where you can make impact without it being a heavy lift or fancy or sexy. Her story is just as impactful when she says, oh, I got to wear HR hat because I have the highest emotional intelligence of all the other co-founders on my team. That's really important, like, right? So anyway, just wanted to give that anecdote. Sorry, I hope y'all remember the question. Go ahead.
No, but I think I'm glad that was highlighted, because I think the rise of the women in food also means that we're diversifying and representing different parts of the value chain, right? We need to tell more stories of women that are farmers, of women that, like for me, have an AI patent. You know, our coders and software are running manufacturing floors, are coming up with strategy for the future of supply chains, and are also authors, and you're telling those stories, or you know, the stories of Pinky Cole that are operating, you know, chains of restaurants and becoming hospitality leaders. We definitely need to highlight women being more than just the influencer personalities or the marketers, and sort of packaging the supplier, you know, this like supplier toolkit that a lot of CPG companies have.
You know what is so wild? So I speak a lot on the future of food, alternative protein, like that's my expertise. Like, and I go all around the world. I do a lot of business conferences on this, similar, Rihanna, you do as well. And I cannot tell you how many times when we get to the Q&A after I've explained this like super in-depth conversation of like, here's this $1.4 trillion, blah, 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 here's what we're gonna do, market share, manufacturing capacity, blah, 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 blah. And someone puts up their hand and they're like, can you recommend a blog or cookbook? And it just like blows my mind, honestly. And I never see any of the counterparts up there get asked about some of those questions. So to your point about women being represented beyond just as the influencer, particularly in the plant-based space, like we really need to move to like women as executives, women as manufacturers, women as operators, because I experience that all the time.
And I kind of want to expand it beyond just like women in food, but also things that are potentially like more feminine characteristics of how we do business. I think what I'm super excited about is genuinely shifting business models and shifting the way that we think about capitalism. Like within the food system, the way that we've done things to date just hasn't worked well for us. And one thing that I'm extremely excited about is the fact that people are actually willing and open to collaborate these days. So I've always worked on business transformation, so to speak. I previously worked in the private equity space and led kind of the rise of ESG investing across private equity, helping companies become more profitable in a world that increasingly values sustainability and business ethics and transparency and all of these things. But profitability is like ultimately what's always been top of mind, and traditionally in capitalism, competition is what drives profitability, and in food in particular. And so one thing I've been like extremely enthusiastic about lately, like my job is to go out there and talk to the Nestle's of the world and the Unilevers and the Walmarts and figure out how we're gonna tackle climate change and give them the tools to do it, do the strategy to figure it out. And I was in Davos this year, and Nestle's on stage, Unilever's on stage, and you would expect them to be, you know, competitors fiercely. And one thing they could potentially compete on is how fast are we moving on our sustainability goals. But instead, they've decided to come together and recognize together we have way more purchasing power to change the way that our supply chains are going to be operating and, actually reward farmers for implementing regenerative ag practices. AB InBev started the Next 1000 accelerator to scale up climate solutions that can help all of the large food companies to achieve their goals. And so that's something I didn't expect, honestly. Like, I've walked into a lot of these conversations like, uh-oh, who are you working with? Who's your competitor? Like, let me navigate through this real smooth. And so the fact that I've realized people are actually willing to come together and are recognizing that collectively we can move way faster and that climate change and transforming our food system is one of the places we cannot afford to compete is really, really exciting to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Nestle's got a massive plant-based incubator now. Like some of these companies, I just actually found out that, Upside Foods, the biggest cultivated meat company in the United States, is 7% owned by one of the biggest meat companies. It's a little known fact there. So they're invested in this, whether it's external or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to add something on that. I think the piece that we need more education about and more support is the smaller companies, right? We talk about the big companies, but when we talk about sustainability, right, my packaging right now is not recyclable, right? And the biggest, the piece, not that I don't want to make it recyclable, that is top of mind, but the problem is the consumers don't want to pay for it. And as a smaller company, we can't afford to sustain, right? We're not profitable yet. I haven't made $1. And I just to tell you my team how pumped I am to make $1. But the reality is we're working towards growing our gross margins and all these things. And particularly at Midday Square, we don't put any preservatives in our product, okay? So it's a really clean, better for you chocolate bar. And the preservative is our packaging and our fridge. But the thing is with the packaging is we need a metallized layer. And to get a package that can preserve the product that's not metallized layer is very expensive. And so it's like, how do we figure out how to support the smaller companies in becoming sustainable? And how do we, because the consumers at the end of the day are going to say they want one thing, but when they get to the store and they have $200 worth of products in their cart, and you're talking about supporting a family, and then you see a chocolate bar that's $2.50, or you see an X, Y, and Z big company, $1.99, what are you going to buy, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because when you think about the stats, like women are actually the ones that are the decision makers at the smaller companies, right? As women hold up half the sky, but we own about 10% of the land globally, and so that means that the decisions to impact a lot of this space, to compete in this space, will come down to like supporting the smaller businesses, especially as the proliferation of ownership and sort of women entrepreneurs has really taken off in the past decade, especially in the VC-backed and in the CPG space. And so I definitely agree and support in that collaboration, but definitely through every size of business. And there are a lot of large companies that feel very threatened by smaller companies right now, especially with the virality of social and the easier opportunities in DTC. And so if we can find collaboration through multiple parts of sort of business economics, I think there can be even faster growth and change in consumer opportunities and access.
I just want to quickly layer on that because on this idea that like maybe we're moving towards different forms of value, I think we saw that play out this week for us in a really real way. Yeah. So we started Moonshot Snacks as the first ever climate-friendly snack brand. We started it to basically create a case study for our software as to what we can create for other businesses. Fully regenerative supply chains, fully recycled packaging, carbon neutral operations. Like, we really stuck to all of our principles, as I talked about earlier, back to our mission statement. And there were some trade-offs that came into that in terms of like, margins and all of that. But we told our story well. And we told our story to people who wanted to hear it. We found out that 50% of our consumers learned about regenerative agriculture through interacting with our brand, which was incredible. Awesome. Learning to actually value that. We built out a proof point that consumers today are, in terms of who cares about sustainability, is not just hikers and people in the mountains. Like, it's people that look like us. And this week, Patagonia acquired Moonshot. They hadn't made an acquisition in over 20 years. That's cool. But they did that because they wanted to learn from us. They're like, we don't know how to, the investments you've made in your supply chain, the investments you've made in your storytelling are valuable for us to be able to do that across the rest of the business. And so it's hard, and you're not sure that it'll play out. But I do
Totally.
think that we're starting to see more and more proof that it can work.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
speak
great.
to that real quick, because one of the things that we always try to make sure we're capturing in any audience way in what you're hearing is that when we first started Future of Food at South by Southwest, it was 2021, and a lot of people didn't understand why we had so many thought leadership coming out about climate, and it was titled food. But what we found is that you really can't talk food and any type of future of food without making that connectivity. And so there was something that was said. So through our partnership with Kroger Zero Hunger, Zero Waste, Denise, she's on the sustainability side for them. Also, Dr. Shutta, who's with We Don't Have Time, climate, organization. So I would love for y'all, not in a technical way, because I know y'all can get technical all day, but I would love to hear, just for you personally, when did you make that connection between food and climate and all the other industries that are impacted? Was it something you ate? Was it something you heard? Was it something you experienced? I would love for each one of you to speak to that.
I mean, for me, it was pretty early for me. I think when I decided to go into entrepreneurship in food, it was actually around sort of when I was in college observing the impact in access to food during Hurricane Katrina. But when I started my first food company, true food company, in grad school, I was 24, we were one of the top juice bars in the country. And we were making thousands of bottles of juice per day out of Chicago and shipping them from Puerto Rico to Vancouver. And there was no logistics chain for us to be able to recycle those bottles. I was sort of looking at it through BPAs and other endocrine disruptors and sort of the nutrient focus at first, but we were essentially pushing out 2,000 to 6,000 bottles of waste every single day as one company.
Wow.
And I think packaging was really when, I think this was 2013, and really when things started to shift my focus, and where climate had to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah. What about you?
So my connection was actually kind of fascinating. I grew up in a very small town of about 2,000 people in Canada. So I was born a couple hours outside of Toronto. So I grew up around farms my entire life. And I had no idea that there was any, I had no idea I was eating meat or dairy or eggs that came from anything different than what I saw growing up. And then, of course, I learned as I got older, what industrialized animal agriculture is. 99% of all animal agriculture in North America is factory farming, is what it's called, right? And so as I started to learn more and more about what factory farming is, I learned that, about 20% of all greenhouse gas emissions globally come from meat, dairy, and eggs. And 30% of all methane emissions on the planet, which is a worse greenhouse gas than carbon, it's 27 times more heat capturing, comes directly from cattle. So as I started to make those connections, I made the choice myself. I got, that was my personal side of things. But then in the last year, as I've started to build the case around this fund, I really discovered that we're not a food fund, we're actually a climate fund that's using food as its transformation. Boston Consulting Group did a report this summer that found that investing in plant-based protein is 11 times more effective for climate than electric vehicles. It's 4 times more effective than decarbonizing cement and green buildings. It is literally the most effective climate investment, and most people have absolutely no idea.
I love that.
I want to add just on the plant-based, being a plant-based product, the cost of plant proteins is just through the roof. And that's the problem. We got to work on that, right? So right now, what will happen is Canadian companies will buy pea protein from China, because in China, they will extract the protein and they will use it for other things, right? So we'll make noodles and different
Waste
things.
stream, yeah.
That's it. And it is still cheaper to be in Canada, purchase from China, bring it all the way back to Canada, than just buying it in North America. And we need to address that. And there's a lot of great organizations that are coming together now, but the government needs to support these manufacturers, farmers, and companies to produce locally. I mean, just in Canada, faba bean and all the plant proteins we have, pea protein we have access to, but the problem is we can't manufacture it, we can't process it, and that's the biggest problem. So when you buy a protein bar and you see whey protein, you know, you're paying $5-6 a kilo. On plant protein, I'm paying $22 a kilo, right? And then again, it comes down to the consumers and the price point. And so this is where the education starts, and this is what we need to start changing. And I think ultimately, you know, the only plant protein that's really affordable is soy, and soy is not great on the stomach, right? Like, it just isn't.
Yeah.
And maybe some people like soy, but it's harder to digest. So there is still, that is, to your point, is it's a huge problem. But I think what we need to see is the cost of plant proteins come down, and how do we do that is try to produce locally.
I just noticed we have 5 minutes
Yeah.
left. We can talk all day, so just give me a
Yeah.
sec. I don't want to
Working on that.
leave this panel without giving you each an opportunity for our very last question, because each of you are inspiring in your space and just by your presence here, right? So what I would love for you to leave with the audience is, what's giving you hope for the future? Like, I know that's a broad stroke question, but when you're looking, whether it's directly food related, climate related, in your world of circle of inspiration, what is giving you that hope for the future?
I'll answer the last question and this one in one. But I got into food because of climate. I've always been an impact-oriented person. I've always looked to the future in terms of how can we create a better world for the environment. And when Julia came to me and said she was going to start a climate tech company focused on food, I was like, okay, well, I love you. Let me think about this a little bit. And started researching and realized that the food system is one of the only places that today is 30%, it's a 30% contributor to global warming. One of the only places that we have the opportunity to actually turn a system into something that can fight climate change. Like, that's crazy. It can actually be one of our tools to get to the future that we need to get to. And so that makes me so excited. And then when we start to marry the fact that we're seeing progress with also the consumer-facing positive outcomes that can exist for businesses like yours and everyone else's, that's when it starts to become a flywheel to me. So Nielsen came out with a study recently. Regenerative agriculture claims for brands have grown 130% over the last 5 years. Lower emissions claims for products have grown over 10% per year over the last 5 years across all categories. And so we're starting to see that consumers want this and are asking for it and are rewarding businesses that are doing it. Businesses that have sustainable or climate-related claims attached to their products are growing 10% more than conventional counterparts. And so we're getting to a place where the incentives are there for us to have a more climate-friendly future, and that just
Makes you
blows
happy.
my mind.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jenny.
To that point, actually, something I would caution everybody, look at where you are getting these claims from, because 3 weeks ago, JBS, which is the largest meat producer in the entire world, actually got found to be violating the Better Business Bureau's deceptive advertising clause because they were claiming to be regenerating and working towards zero emissions, which just turned out to not be true, right? So we need to make sure that when you're supporting businesses like Moonshine or like Midday Squares, you actually are looking to see that this is a genuine product that truly is building the world that you want to see.
That's a great point. Yep.
Because big businesses, it's greenwashing. They know that this works. They know saying the word regenerative. I just was at Expo West, and I saw regenerative on everything. Everything on earth was regenerative. It was like regenerative juice. There's like regenerative body lotion. I'm like, how are any of these even working? So I think that it's exciting that the consumer's interested in sustainability, and I think we need to continue to educate and build that and make it normalized. And that's what I think is most energizing.
So Rihanna, you got 30 seconds. What's making you hopeful of the future?
For me, it's always been sort of this focus on regional manufacturing. One of my favorite books was, and it is, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and I think you'll see in the coming years studies that show that we have underdeveloped North America, Mexico, US, and Canada in manufacturing. And so for the women in this room, for Leslie, who you inspire me in manufacturing, and many, and really everyone on this panel. But I want us to make manufacturing sexy so that we can continue to bring it to the U.S. and really develop and impact the future of plant-based, of farming, and of lowering the cost and accessibility to better products.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Rihanna, you nailed it. It's how do we make manufacturing sexy again? And honestly, we need more younger people and the younger generation to get fired up about manufacturing.
Yeah.
So I wholeheartedly agree. For me, it's the innovation behind developing great products. I love food. I love snacks. I think innovation is needed. We need people to be innovating in the space and trying new things. Food science is just incredible. And I think I myself am really inspired about what I can continue to innovate and bring to the market in the functional chocolate space. What would Hershey's look like if they launched in 2023? And that's what Midday Squares is doing. So
Love that.
thank you
Love
for
that.
having us today, Q.
Yeah,
This was awesome.
so you
Thank you,
guys
everyone.
inspire us, by the way, so thank you so much. And woo, give it up, give it up.
All right, all right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being with us here today at the Future of Food at South by Southwest. We really appreciate all of you being in the room. For folks that are there in the back, there are some seats up here if you want to grab them. And let's all please remember that while our speakers are up on stage, we want to make sure that we can hear them. Keep the dull roar to a minimum in the back. But thank you for being here. We are glad that you are here. My name is Robert Nathan Allen. I'm the founder of Little Herds, one of the co-organizers of the conference. And as you have heard in the discussions that we've had already this morning, there is so much room for growth. There's so much space to lift up and support and put resources behind the amazing women, the amazing ideas that they are pioneering and piloting. There is so much overlap between what they're doing with food and our health and the environment. All of these things are interconnected. None of these things is an island of its own. All of these things are interconnected. They're strands in a web. We like to talk at Little Herds because we like to talk about bugs. We like to talk about the food web. It's all of these different strands connected to each other, and anytime something is touched, everything moves like a ripple. You are part of our web now. You are part of the Little Herds and the Future of Food family. Our motto that we have is bring everyone to the table, because we know in nature, we know in the boardroom, we know in a startup, in policy making, if you have one kind of idea, it's not going to work. If you have homogenous, it's not going to work. It has to be diverse. It has to have all of these different perspectives and lived experiences and backgrounds, because then you can get all of these things that you need together and you can figure out how to put those puzzle pieces together. And that's what we're doing. We're not the experts. We're not the experts. We bring the experts up here for you so that you can learn and hear from them. We are just the conveners, and we are so thrilled that you were here with us. Thank you for coming and sitting at our table. Thank you for coming and being part of our family. You can support our work, littleherds.org. You can support the work of our nonprofit partners. You can support all the entrepreneurs that are up here by checking out their products and putting your dollar to good use, supporting brands and people and products that are actually doing what they say and making a difference. You heard up here, there are lots of companies that just want to paint a picture. They want to feed you some BS so they can take your dollar. Don't fall for that. There are people who are doing it right, and they need our support, and they need our resources, and we're thrilled to have them here. Next up, I am super excited. We've got today the one other guy besides me on stage today, because today is all about women and underrepresented genders in food. This is a man who has done a lot to help elevate and highlight women in food. And our partner, We Don't Have Time, Dr. Sheta Chakraborty, is going to be up here with them. We're very excited to hear from them. So please give a warm welcome to Andrew Zimmern and Dr. Sheta Chakraborty.
Amazing, thank you. What energy in this room. I thought they were clapping for me.
I dressed
I
for
knew
the
that was gonna
occasion.
happen.
I dressed for the occasion. You gotta, in my line of work, you gotta take advantage of all that kind of stuff.
Any chance you get to be in front of a camera, except this man's always in front of a camera. Who's
Oh no,
caught
I
him-
meant spreading the right message,
that as well,
which
of
I
course.
try to do in front of a camera, but sometimes it's easier than others.
So what would our audience have seen you on recently, celebrity chef Andrew Zimmern? You're on so many shows, I can't even keep track of them all. What are you working on right now?
I can't keep track of them all. Something happened a couple years ago called streaming television. And so things that I made 25 years ago for what became networks like Travel Channel or the early days of Food Network and stuff is now on the D+ streamer. It's crazy. I bump into young people who are like, oh my God, I saw your new show, Bizarre Foods. And I'm like, that's my old show. It's kind of a strange thing. But most recently, I do a show on the Outdoor Channel called Wild Game Cooking, because I believe we need to be doing more to teach people how to cook over open fire and cook foraged foods and found foods. And I think for those that take food from the outdoors, they're some of our best custodians of the environment.
Sure.
So I had an intentionality with doing that, and of course, Family Dinner on Magnolia and streaming on D+ and HBO Max is a great show because I believe in celebrating American families. I think we've lost the time to connect with one another, and I actually think that both those shows have something to do with our topic today. Yeah. I think we've lost some of the connective magic that would allow us to elevate, appreciate, and value other people. And if we've lost that, then what we're doing is we're othering other people, just in a general way.
Exactly. We're othering other people. We're othering nature. We have to remember we're part of nature.
Yeah.
So to connect with nature, to show where our food comes from, to engage and respect the process of getting that food item from farm to from nature to plate, farm to fork, actually. That's an incredible, experience that unfortunately there's too many haven't had yet. So thank you for bringing that.
No,
bringing that to audiences in America and around the world.
I appreciate that. I think if you have the ability to have a platform or have some say in what you do at work, most don't. That's an extremely precious commodity. There are a lot of people who are in the media business who need a platform, right? I'm lucky enough I have one. And if one show ends, someone comes to me the next year and another show begins. So I try to choose. I joke around the office. It doesn't matter if I'm showing up at a bus station to take a picture with someone or I'm making television. If I can't defend it with my conscience wheel, I can't do it. It's a no go for me.
You're fortunate that you can make those choices, that you can actually, you've gotten to this point where you can choose which platforms and which messages you push forward, and one that's really important to you, based on the shirt that you're wearing, it's so clear. You literally are a walking example of a male ally to women in the food system. So why was this particular allyship?
Well, here's the thing. You're and I get it, because that's why we're here today. Why is that allyship something worth celebrating? Because other people aren't doing it. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my life. So we are facing on planet Earth some existential crises of all kinds, and some societal crippling issues. And I don't want to doom and gloom, but we all know what they are, right? So I sort of want to stay in solution and not, get into despair situations. But anyway, why is that special? Why isn't everyone doing that? Why should one gender, however you define that, be pushed forward in front of another? Why should anyone be marginalized in any way because of the color of their skin, their language, what spirituality system they're a part of, who they choose to love? It's mind-boggling to me. It's
100%.
absolutely mind-boggling.
No, let's get up for that.
And the reason is, and I really am a pragmatist, if we want to solve the problems that are in front of us today, and there are many, and I'm sure we'll talk about several in the 24 minutes and 50 seconds that we have left, but if we're going to solve any of those problems, we need all hands on deck.
Exactly.
And so the idea that we will learn more from a white man in business X than a, let's just say, woman of color on an island halfway around the world, I have a real problem with. We actually need to hear from both. No one's opinion should be prioritized, because we've also learned that certain people just have really shitty opinions. And no sense of expertise, and no regard for truth or science, which that's a different issue. However, as a globalist and someone who has been around the world 800 times, I have seen solutions put forth by human beings that others would marginalize, that actually hold the secret to how we solve our problems today. And it was actually Bizarre Foods and being able to go to 170 countries in 14 years and make television and be with tribal peoples, First Peoples, Indigenous peoples around the world, protected tribes, and actually see the reality of what's out there, and see that in the villages in Vietnam, where they're living indistinguishably from the way they did hundreds of years ago, in rice fields and fish ponds, and in living a pastoral life, even though we think of that country as being primarily a patriarchal society, women hold an equal status in the workforce in everything that they do. There's many women working the rice fields, in the fish ponds, etc. By the way, also while holding down the home.
Right.
So, I mean, that's pretty incredible. The Himba in Namibia, it's tribal peoples. They're the ones that the women cover their bodies in ochre, a red mud, and beef tallow sort of makeup that they put all over themselves, and then bunch in their hair and bedazzle themselves with jewels. It takes about 2 hours for a Himba woman to leave the house in the morning. But everything that they put on allows them from a distance to identify how many husbands you have, how many children you have, how many goats, cows. Everything means something, if your parents are still alive, etc. And Himba women run the show, 100%. And it is still a society where the shaman and the chief of the village are only men. They make none of the decisions. It's the most magical sort of group to be a part of. And when you live with them for 2 weeks and you see the strength and the decision-making power that they give to the women, that's why I wear this t-shirt.
Nice.
Because I've seen it work better. I've seen it work better. Something happened during the election cycle a year or two ago, and then we'll get into your questions. I know you got a lot of them. But there was a lot of talk, especially in the circles that I travel with, about the power of women of color to change our society. And we saw it play out in a lot of state elections and also in a lot of volunteerism that resulted in some national election changes and things like that. And I made a statement in social media that got more positivity than I imagined, but the negativity was insane. And the statement that I made, was, I'm fine if women of color run the whole country for us.
Was this on Twitter?
It was on Twitter.
Okay.
Pre-Elon Musk, but still like a gotcha situation. I was sort of exaggerating to make a point. I wasn't trying to take away my own personal right to vote. In full transparency, I'm an old white man. just to make it very clear to you. However, when you see the power of activism and right-sized thinking that was exhibited in the last election cycle by women of color in almost every important state that you could imagine, and by women in general, I just said to my friends, I said, well, this is why the idea of stepping aside is okay. Right. It doesn't mean I'm giving up my vote. I still get to vote. One person, one vote. That's what this country is all about. I'm just talking about who works hardest, who's making the right decisions, who's most aligned with my way of thinking. I encourage everyone to make that decision for themselves. But I'm just fine with some of, with
There's room for other perspectives.
Of course there is.
There's absolutely enough room.
Of course there is.
We've got like infinite space, especially on the internet now.
That's right.
To the Twitter trolls who just heard that, feel free to dig that up. We're okay with it.
Yeah,
Everyone
it's
here is
fine.
okay with
It's
it. Go
fine.
ahead and flag it.
It's fine. I honestly think we had to take it down because on Twitter,
Unfortunate.
people will keep something alive on your feed for like months and months. And so we're trying to also tell people, tune in Saturday nights at 8 o'clock. I mean, that's how I feed my family, right? And so you can't do that when other people are, calling you names.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
Well,
anyway,
from your
enough
lips
of my socialist utopian outlook.
Well, I mean,
Carry on, doctor.
you definitely have. Thank you for that. If you're going to call me doctor, I'm going to call you chef. We've got to get to Andrew and shut that.
Okay,
And
that's fine.
I was going to say Andrew, and I was really proud of myself. Look, I made the transition. Everyone can learn. We have, millions tuning in right now from countries around the world through the We Don't Have Time platform, including Vietnam, over 160 countries. We have young people, all demographics, that are listening to you, that are trying to figure out what they can do to also become that ally. And you just shared such an incredible story of this community in Vietnam. What else have you seen? And how can you encourage those that may not have the resources or think they have the resources readily available to them to start getting engaged and getting involved? What's the best way?
If you're listening to this or seeing this, either one, that means you have a device that allows you to spread information at an astonishing rate. And I tell people all the time, some of us are in a position to write a check. Other people are in a position to say, hey, I heard a really interesting idea, and broadcast it to every single human being they know in their email list, their social list, both. I would start there. Second thing that I would do, if everyone chose one woman to mentor or elevate, one, imagine what that would do in the world right now. There are parts of my life where I believe I need to sort of stay in my own boat, right? And then there are places in my life where I believe I have to step forward and work on elevating someone who is, I believe, in the best interest of society, worth elevating. Because until we have true equality, we cannot operate as our best as a society and as a culture in anything we choose to do.
Absolutely.
Anything.
Let's
right?
give it up for that. That is so true.
So if I believe that, right, that's a very simple idea. And I know there's people in the audience saying, well, I want more granular information. And sometimes it's okay to be at 1,000 feet above sea level. because then you get the question that you ask, what can I do, right? So I'll just give a small example in my own life, and I'm not patting myself on the back. It's just a very simple idea. So I went on a television show that was called All-Star Academy, ran for a couple seasons on Food Network. It was a great show. I don't know why they canceled it. It really should be going on loud and strong. And the idea was, there were like 4 celebrity chefs and 12 amateur cooks, and we drafted, we saw videos of them, and we saw them make a dish, and then we drafted them, and we tried to mentor that team that we got, and then try to win this competition, mentoring along the way, and the skills that we were teaching our mentees were the ones that would eventually help us to win, or allow them to win, right? And I chose, this is like 8 years ago, I chose the 2 youngest women. I just thought that that's a challenge. Someone else, an unmentioned celebrity chef, chose the most skilled older people, and they wound up winning. But I personally thought I won. Not in the eyes of the judges or the scores. I'm still in touch with both of those women. I still mentor one of them, who is a young woman of color. And it's one of the things that I look at with the most amount of pride, because she tells me that it was that experience, not on set, but away from set, that we stayed in touch, that I gave her opportunity, that I brought her with me. She wants to be a chef and doesn't know quite how to figure that out while being a mom, and she's young. But by bringing her everywhere with me, where I can, where it's possible, and elevating her and putting her forward, is me just choosing that one woman of color one day, right? And so I do this multiple times, and I just saw her in Miami. She and her husband are doing great. She's had her 2nd baby. She is just the living embodiment of bliss. And when she returns to the workforce, I'm going to continue to help her, because she's someone who the world needs to hear more from. And not because I think she's smarter or better, just because as a mom who's had her life experiences, I know that she's better off being in the decision-making of power than in a male colleague. And the reason is, I find a lot of young men come at things with a more ego and want the story to be about them. When I talk to young women in culinary schools or kitchens or whatever, they don't use the word I as much. They use the word we more. And kitchens are teams. And I think that as a food person, when I look out at everything that I've seen in other countries, women are working harder because they've had the odds stacked against them for longer. And so someone in their family has leaned over, mom, a grandmother, a mentor, and said, gotta work 10% harder.
Right.
Gotta work 10% harder. And so I'd rather bet, that's why the future is female. I'm betting on women because they're working harder. Nothing against men. That's just my experience.
Yeah, can you imagine if we didn't have sexism, if we didn't have racism, if we didn't have homophobia, we wouldn't be in this crisis. We wouldn't be in this climate crisis. If we had invested the time and resources into creating that equal society and culture to begin with, there would be nowhere to actually cite a polluting factory. We would actually have those intrinsically more inclined towards caring for their communities and the planet part of the decision-making table.
Well, it all starts with access to education and opportunity. Then it becomes access to money, right? And if we don't clear away those 2 issues first and foremost, we're fucked. And we have too many problems in this case. We need all hands on deck. I do not want 65% of people under the age of 18 in America to have access to a quality education and be able to get every book and every meal while they can, right? I'm fighting very hard Minnesota just passed a law, thank you to Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and Governor Walz in our state for having the foresight to create a universal lunch program. States are doing that because the federal government won't. Stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my life. We should be feeding kids. We have an outlet. They're called schools. They can get meals. They can get 3 a day. Why would we ever want, is anyone out there for hungry children? Anyone for it? Raise their hand. Yeah, right. Please disregard, that was an accidental hand raise from a very nice lady in the 4th row. You know, and I sit there when I'm testifying at state houses and in Washington, D.C., and I ask decision makers, are you for hungry children? Because otherwise, let's just feed everyone in school. By law, by the power of law, if someone can't afford a school book, they get the school book, okay? That's what the law says. So we're good at that. 100% of the kids that need it get the books. Why don't they get the food? Because the books are useless if you're hungry. You won't remember what's in the book. It drives me nuts. So let's start with education and then get in, to the dollars, but it all, I guess, kind of starts with making sure we have the laws. We have to give the laws teeth to be able to be enforced so that nobody is marginalized that way. Now, that's very tough when we have a large percentage of Americans who believe that certain people don't have the same right to vote, despite all you have to do is be 18 and a citizen. That's it, full stop.
Right.
18 and a citizen, you get to vote. But there are people who believe in voter suppression because they're scared that we're going to become a majority-minority country. I think if we were a majority-minority country, the benefits are phenomenal. And so I see the positive in that. There's a long list of positive. There's a very small piece of negative. And sadly, there are people who are making fear-based solutions, who are interfering with true equality happening across the board for everyone. And it starts with young people.
And are these people pro-hungry children? These sound like... They just don't get it. They don't get the connection.
No, they do. They do get the connection. But
So
what
they
they're
are the
doing is
devil.
they're prioritizing self over others. And I think the late Senator Paul Wellstone, who was my political mentor, had a very famous phrase: "We all win when we all win." And it's a very, very simple piece of garage logic, right? I mean, you don't have to be a Harvard MBA to understand the concept that we're all better off when everyone is better off. And I am, by the way, I am a capitalist. I'm not talking about other types of systems. I mean, was it Churchill who said democracy is one of the worst political systems in the world until you can show me a better one?
Somebody Google that real quick.
Something like that.
Sure.
But the idea that we all win when we all win should just be a very basic and fundamental piece of how we think. Now, how we put that in place has to be done one block at a time, and we have to start. I think it starts with education and access, and that starts with laws, and that starts with how we vote for people. And yes, to answer your question, there are people who are voting to make fear-based decisions. They're using their own fear about losing their piece of blank. And by the way, that is embedded in the American psyche. It goes back to the border wars that predated the Civil War, where people were worried about losing slaves. Our country was founded, sadly, on a slave agriculture system. That's how states got wealthy. That's how things began here. And so fundamentally, we have to dismantle that foundational piece that can only be done with laws.
Okay, so I hear you. We need to improve policies. We need to actually implement legislation.
Mm-hmm.
We also need a shift in cultural norms. How do we do that? Is it just about the laws? I heard you going backwards from, okay, we have to vote. We have to get the policies in place. But what about the ground up effort to really change the cultural norms throughout society?
That's where, okay, so if you want to win the vote, you have to have the majority, okay? So I think that's where we get back to your first question. That's something simple we can do today, right? And that is turn to whatever side and elevate the woman next to you. I believe very strongly that if we do that, regardless of the gerrymandering and the voter suppression that a lot of people believe is the secret to maintaining the status quo, if we're going to dismantle the status quo is not working. Anyone can see that. Pick whatever silo you want, right? We're losing the education war. We're losing the energy war. We're losing everything, right? Our country is losing status around the globe. There's so many different issues. I worry about our economy. I worry about the world that my child is inheriting. I am the biggest patriot I know. I love this country, right? And I love all the good things about it. I just want to fix the stuff that's broken and not working. So if we raise up the people who have been kept down, then I think the laws change, because we then have it's why voter suppression is such an enormous issue in this country. It's why allyship is so important. It's not good enough to just say something. We have a saying in a support group that I'm a member of that's like,
So many more questions.
You have to be a say-do person. If you say it, do it, right? We have the person who runs our businesses back in my office is a woman, right? We have a majority of women in our companies. When you count heads everywhere, we're actually doing, and we're actually not doing any sort of preferential hiring policies. All we're doing is broadening our ideas, so it's not the first white guy that walks in the door that has the resume and like, you're it. We want to look at everyone, because we believe in our businesses, the greater the number of ideas and experiences around the table produces the best product. And there are scientific studies
There's science behind that. I was just going to say that.
That back that. That's
Underline, underline.
You know, I mean, you can speak to that better than I can, but it's like, it's just a fact. So why wouldn't, if I want my businesses to thrive and I want to put food on my table, that's what I want. So it's both selfish and selfless, personally, for me to engage in that kind of activity.
So I plan to come to agriculture sooner in the conversation, but I love this conversation. I love what you are standing for, how inspiring you are to men and women, and really showcasing the science behind, it's just not a nice to have, but there's real science behind why it's important to bring different perspectives to the table. It's better for culture, it's better for your bottom line, your business bottom line ultimately. So whatever resonates with you, take that away, because there is a positive outcome in supporting women and being allies to women. So I love that we spent the time we did on this conversation. But you are a chef. You are not just any chef. You are a true household name in America, around the world. And from that vantage point, in the last few minutes that we have, I'd be curious for your perspective on, and it's a big question I know, why men dominate this field, food and agriculture, and how can we think about making it more equal?
Well, it goes to the same point. I think we're changing in the right direction. I think if you talk about, let's set aside the food system and the supply chain and farming and all that kind of stuff for a second, and just talk about the most public-facing side of things, which is probably restaurant culture, right? We had some horrific issues in that this I mean, it's not my words, but the Me Too #MeToo thing brought to light that I think the restaurant industry took advantage of and made a lot of changes that they don't get credit for. At no time in American history have we had as many females and women of color in leadership positions in kitchens. Now, is it enough? No. Are we at some sort of equal balancing act, whatever that is, however you define it? Not yet. But we've gotten there pretty darn fast. And when people look at restaurant groups that are inspiring and making changes that are creating publicly accessed blueprints for how to make that change. On the health wellness side, you have Jen Heidinger, whose organization is called Giving Kitchen, that people can go find out all about. And then you have chefs around America, everyone from one side of the country, Ashley Christensen on one side with her group out of Raleigh Durham and Dominique Crenn or Suzanne Goen out in California. Chefs who have created small empires from which they are feeding women back out into this workforce. We celebrate talent. It's a very equitable system in the restaurant world. If you can do the job better, you got the job, right? The problem was we weren't giving women the opportunity. And that comes from a 19th century mindset that says this is a tough job, men are stronger, women can't do it, right? And I think we're finally, at least I think when it comes to how we define strength, and I know this is a crazy thing to point to, but I think one of the big sea changes was watching the U.S. women's national team be so dominant starting in the 90s with that, original Brandi Chastain where she ripped off her jersey after she kicked the winning goal at the World Cup or Olympics. I'm forgetting which one. But it was a moment where men looked and said, wow, those are some really strong women, right? And now you can see in the I do a lot of work with the WNBA and specifically with the Minnesota Lynx because I live in Minneapolis, so that's nearby. Our view of women and it goes beyond someone saying, we birth children, name something harder, right? There isn't. But I think we now have put to bed that cliche, and so the opportunity has opened up. So I'm feeling really bullish about it. But I believe very firmly, because you got to grow where you're planted, right? I'm in the food space. I need to elevate women in restaurants, in our food businesses, everywhere that I can, and most of it touches food, the other stuff touches media, to raise up women in that space. I think it goes back to that same thing. One person, everyone, pick one person. We're done, game over.
This is the call to action we're going to leave you with then. Thank you so much, Andrew. It is a pleasure to speak to you every single time. Let's put our hands together for Chef Andrew Zimmern. And the call to action to those here at South by Southwest, at South by Southwest Center, to those tuning in from around the world, you heard it here on this International Women's Month. What we can do is really support and ally, help that one woman out, and see how amazing that
Can I
women's
add
are.
one thing? The other way you can do it, support women-owned businesses, the ones that are already there, which is a very, we can vote with our wallets.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right. That was an amazing discussion. It is always wonderful to get Dr. Shetta up on stage, and having Andrew join us was a great way for us to really bring a lot of these discussion points forward. And I always love hearing about their online escapades with the feedback they get. Now, I'm very pleased and honored to have one of our local nonprofit partners joining with us. We have the Central Texas Allied Health Institute, and this is Dr. Jerica Thomas-Hockaday.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon.
And this is an organization that we have worked with the last few years. It's been really great for us to partner with them in numerous ways around food. But Jerica, tell us a little bit about the organization and what y'all do, because it's not really food focused.
No, we are a healthcare training organization, nonprofit healthcare training organization. We work with students in poverty to diversify the healthcare space and help folks get out of poverty and into the middle class.
So y'all work with them. They're able to learn new skills, learn a new profession, enter that workforce. Now, one of the things that we've worked with y'all on is the food access, because a lot of the students are, like we said, they're entering into a new profession. That's a lot of work. A lot of these folks have families. How is food and food access, how have y'all seen that impact the students that y'all work with?
Well, I think that Chef took a lot of what I was going to say away. It is, everything that he said is the personification of what I have seen in our student population. Folks can't learn if they're hungry, and they're worrying about their kids being hungry. And it has been an amazing partnership because the thing that they ask for is housing first, and the second thing is food. And we have prepared meals brought to the campus 3 days a week, if I remember correctly, I'm sorry. And the students are always talking about how this is a lifesaver. It saves them time. They can concentrate on their work. They can make sure the kids are fed and bathed and ready to go to bed, and they can work and spend the time concentrating on their studies.
Yep, and that allows them to be successful. Well, so I want to make sure people know where they can go to find out more about the Central Texas Allied Health Institute. But first, y'all also have a scholarship that started last year with a very special partner. Is that right?
Yes. So we ran a COVID-19 clinic for about 3 years over in East Austin. The clinic was featured on the 6th season of Queer Eye. Thank you. After that, our partnership with Jonathan Van Ness materialized, and we now have a scholarship fund in their name.
That's amazing. All right, so where can people find out more about Central Texas Allied Health Institute?
You can go to www.ctahi.org. There's a nice big donate button up there, since we are a nonprofit organization and everything you give is tax deductible. All donations go into our scholarship fund.
And we can find y'all on Instagram as well?
Instagram is CTAHIATX.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. We love the work that you and your team do in the community, and we're thrilled to have you here and be able to share with everyone who's watching online some of the amazing groups that are changing changing the way that people live in Austin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We are so excited to be here. My name is Bené Watkins Chambers. I am the president and CEO of Crossroads Community Services out of Dallas, Texas, where we are strengthening families to build nutrition-stable communities, which is what we're going to talk about today. And I'm glad to be here with my friend and partner in this work, Whitney Strauss.
Tell us about yourself. So I am representing the Advocare Foundation. I'm the executive director. I have been with the foundation since 2015, and our focus is on eradicating childhood obesity, including helping communities have healthy eating habits, which is why I am here today to talk about that.
Absolutely. Well, you know, what's interesting about Whitney is she is soon to add a few letters to the end of her name to get your doctorate. And your dissertation is on something that I think is very interesting, food sovereignty. We're hearing a lot of new terms around the issue of food insecurity, a lot of new narratives. Talk to me a little bit about why those narratives are important and the impact that they're going to make in addressing this issue of food insecurity in our communities.
Sure. For those of y'all that may not know, food sovereignty is solution-based. So it's looking at what communities are doing to own their entire food system. So it is fairly new in the food landscape, at least the last 20 or so years. And for me, the importance of the narrative is twofold. One, it is talking about community solutions to the issue of food insecurity in the communities that are impacted the most. But in addition, it's changing the narrative to talk about food as a human right, which is fairly new. So no longer a kind of social service or talking about it as a certain condition. It's talking about it as each of us as humans, it is our human right to have access to healthy food. So that really empowers us as a community to look at those solutions to resolve that.
Absolutely. And I think as you're doing that, you've had some interesting interactions on some urban farms. Tell us a little bit about that.
So that's actually the focus of my dissertation is urban agriculture. So purposely looking at the urban farms that are owned by the communities that they are based in, which is a little challenging to find, to be honest,
Right.
because 95% of farms are run by white men, which all due respect. But looking at community-led solutions, I wanted to find the farms that are actually based in the communities that they're served and run by people in that community. So yeah, it has been interesting so far. I'm right in the middle of my research and looking at Tucson, LA, Detroit, and Atlanta as my models for what I want to base my case studies on, and really the entire system that they have built to support really eradicating food inequity in their communities. So it's exciting. More to come.
And so I know one of the things we wanted to talk about today too is really as we're entering into some of the health studies around 2030 and the social determinants of health, you know, what is happening in the space of community organizations. So community organizations like Crossroads, who are really, as you said, creating that space of human right, of the dignified experience of not just being given a box of food, but really getting the opportunity to shop for themselves, produce, healthy proteins, plant-based foods that we are able to provide to the people that we serve in the communities. But let's talk a little bit about the access to that. So one of the challenges in accessing those types of what once was maybe pantries, but now maybe considering community markets, is the fact that they are not always in the location where the people who need them the most are. So when you're looking at this, and you've been a part of Crossroads and knowing how we do this work, what are you finding is that part of what we want to do, revolutionizing that distribution of food directly to community members, that is making a difference?
I think it is that market base that you're talking about, Bené. It is being intentional about looking at food mapping and the distribution. So looking at how healthy produce and the food that's given to you by the North Texas Food Bank, how that is coming to the communities that need it the most. So it's being really intentional about that, and involving the community in that solution as well. And when you talk about the social determinants of health, it's also making sure that there's a model, which I know that you're working on that right now at Redbird, that is looking at if someone is coming to a clinic, that there is also the access to food, because one of with social determinants of health, it's looking at that upstream of healthy food is a contributor to social determinants of health in addition to the environment that you live.
Exactly,
So,
yes. And so when we talk about what that model looks like, some of you may have heard about FoodRx programs. Medicaid and Medicare is now actually reimbursing for referrals and prescriptions for produce and food. And so Crossroads is looking to launch into that work by creating a nutrition pharmacy, a place where equally people will go to get their medications. Well, we know food is medicine. This is a new term, but the reality is food has always been medicine. And so now it's those health communities actually understanding that that social determinant is about access. And so putting those nutrition pharmacies right in the same space where those folks are going to the doctor. It's similarly to our pharmacies for medication. So really, how do we create the access? It's really about proximity, right? Because proximity, if I have to go too far, I'm probably not gonna go. Yeah?
Correct. Yeah. That's been research based. That's something that I've found in my research is, yeah, if you're creating more barriers, then you're not going to be able to have that access. So part of the community getting involved in that is to make sure that you are basing those solutions where people need it the most and not creating additional barriers that they are already experiencing. So that's why I love what Crossroads is doing, because y'all are definitely the thought leaders in making sure that that's happening.
Absolutely. So one of the main barriers when I'm often asked about get people accessing food that need it is transportation. So when you create another barrier that now I've gotten my transportation to the doctor, I now have another barrier to go and get the food. And then when I need to go back to the doctor, I'm not having that consistency of accessing the food when I'm in the place where it's being determined that I need it. But you had an interesting experience in the last few months. I was very jealous, by the way. You got to go to Tanzania and really experience there what you felt like was a solution. You came back and said they figured it out there. So what did they figure out?
Which I know people are going, really? Because in the scale, there's still considerable amount of famine going on in Africa, particularly in East Africa where I was. But I was able to have just a complete experience spending time with people in Tanzania. People ask me about the animals. So I spent half a day looking at animals. It was having this really profound experience with people there. And I was able to see their food systems. And what they've built, and I've since read more about it, is food resilience. So knowing that we are dealing with climate change, knowing that they're going to be dealing with famine, knowing that there's politics, economic circumstances with this, it is how are each family making sure that they are food resilient. So everywhere you go, from villages to in the city, and I was in Arusha for part of the time too, you are seeing that each family has built a whole system with their agriculture in their yard, but then they've also looked at alternatives to market-based solutions. So there's bartering again. Or this side of the neighborhood is growing one thing, and this side of the neighborhood is growing another thing, and they're trading and bartering. And when I was asking about food in Tanzania, one of the leaders that we were with just gave me a strange look, and he said, "We take care of each other here." That's, which I think we all can learn from that. They said there's plenty to go around. We take care of each other here. And from that really changed, was part of changing my perspective on bringing that experience back to our work here in the States and looking at those, again, community-led solutions with urban agriculture and the distribution and everything else, and what could we be doing differently, or at least have a different perspective about it.
Well, and when we think about community-led solutions, we also think about the fact that that means the community has to be involved and the solution has to be consistently involving them. And so one of the things that we do at Crossroads is really work with our partner organizations. We really listen to the folks who are coming in to receive food from us. What do they like? What do they not like? I think we also have to understand that just because someone is lower income doesn't mean they don't have or want choices. Choice in my food is a human right as well, as is the ability to have culturally relevant food. So a lot of people will look at a community organization like a Crossroads or any of the others that you've seen today and say, well, why aren't you just focusing on this one thing? Because it's what that community needs. And let me tell you, I hear that frequently. And I say, really? So should I come and tell you what you need, and is that all you're going to want to eat? And so I think as we're thinking about what are the solutions, it's how are you bringing those community members in to the space? How are you asking them innovatively how they would solve the problem? So
on that note, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So you all probably, hopefully have read that the SNAP benefits have gone away. So in addition to rising food costs, I have been reading more about this is considered a hunger cliff. So we not only have those that have chronically experienced food insecurity, but now you have what I am calling the food vulnerable. So it's this whole other population of people that at any given time any change in their situation, from inflation to rising food costs to their car breaks down or whatever, will put them in a place where they will need support for finding healthy food. So I'm curious how Crossroads is looking at that and finding those solutions.
So we really are focusing on building that nutrition stable community. So it is inclusive of multiple aspects. First and foremost, the community market. That's where we're giving that dignified experience to our community members who can't afford the grocery store, the opportunity to shop in a grocery store type experience. The second is school markets. Chef said it best. If the children aren't eating, they aren't learning. But one of the challenges is they can eat at school, but when they go home, they're missing the next meals till they get back. So can we get those markets in our schools where those children are able to shop for their families even, or with their families, in a place, again, proximity, that is proximal to where they are. Then we're looking at mobile markets. You have a lot of rural areas where you don't have access, where there's still a lot of stigma around the issue of accessing food at no cost to the family. So let's take it to them. And then it's the nutrition pharmacy. So we know that so much of our health outcomes are based on the food that we are eating, again, proximal to where they're going to the doctor. So it's not just one thing. It really has to be a full circle of access to food in all the places that I'm already in and the ones that I can't get to. For whatever that reason is, you're going to actually bring it into my community. So that's the type of work that we're looking at, and that's the type of work that I think is really going to make the difference moving forward. But I want to go back to something that you talked about in the urban farms. One of the things you found in the urban farms as well was how that community was not just creating the food through the farming, but how they were creating work. And how that ultimately also leads into access to food.
Sure. So I found there are really two distinct types of models for urban farms. It is the model of wanting to provide food access for with the goal of addressing food insecurity. The other model is more of an economic empowerment. So they create jobs. They create pathways for those that are formerly incarcerated. So I have seen that as an economic model as well that has lifted up that community. I think when we're looking at urban agriculture, it's important to understand that there are lots of subjective benefits to them. And that's a huge part of my research, is looking at who is benefiting from urban farms and then how are they a part of that, into that whole system within these communities of providing healthy food access. So.
And you are in research, and Crossroads does a lot of research, but talk about why the research partnered with the community organization is changing the narrative both, but also the data. There's so much data, but what are we doing with the data that's coming out of the research, and why is it important to be partnered with these community organizations in doing that?
I think that's a great question. It is, for my chair of my dissertation committee asked me, he said, how are you proving your impact? Are you sure that you're really providing the access to food, and are you really kind of proving it? So I think that's where data really helps, is because it's not only making your case in the community or to funders or whatever, but it's actually kind of continuing to question, are we really helping those that need our help? Are we really fulfilling our mission? So that's where I think the data-driven solutions are so critical, that we can continue to question that and to really work towards making sure that these efforts are really helping those that need it the most.
So, one other question that we hadn't previously talked about, but I'm going to ask anyway, is really, Whitney, you're coming at this as a woman, I'm a woman as well, but when we're looking at this, and we've heard a lot about the importance of women in this work today, what does the future look like on the research side for women to really be digging in to the research, to be controlling and not controlling, we don't want to control the research or the data, but really be in the space of leadership is what I would say, in the research that is fueling the information for the decisions that are being made for whether it's venture capitalists, whether it's community organizations. Where do you see that? I mean, with Women's Month, so let's talk about that for a second.
I think we've heard a lot of great things so far today about the women in food and the importance of women continuing to lead in this space. For me, the largest percentage of households that are impacted by food insecurity are women. They're single moms. So for me, it makes it personal. That I, as a mom, want to seek the solution for other women that are facing this challenge and to lift them up. But I'm also finding in communities that the solutions that are coming up in urban agriculture or others are women-led. So with that lens, it's just one more piece of empowering women to be a part of this bigger solution and get into the research and get into the data to show that and then share it amongst communities too.
Great, thank you for that. So as we head to our wrap up and we think about the future of food, what for you do you see as the future of food in the space of access, particularly community access for those who need it the most?
I think we really need to look at all community-led solutions, but also be really open-minded to different solutions. So I know you've heard this a lot. If we had $1 for every time we've heard it, we'd be well off. But it's, then why don't they just put a grocery store in that neighborhood? That's, yeah. But I think those market-based solutions, that's not really going to be enough. That we need to look at alternatives to that. We need tiered grocery stores where you can either go shop for free or you shop based on your income. And how retail is involved in redistributing that produce. I know that's a big focus for Kroger, which I'm excited to hear from them today. I think you need to involve, and I've seen this, involving the community and talking about what do they need, what do they want, and looking at that resource mapping of what's already existing there, and then investing in those solutions.
Absolutely, I love that tiered approach because really, when we think about it, Crossroads does huge partnership with one of our local institutions, UT Southwestern, and people are always saying, how do the two of you, a community organization and a major institution of learning, do all of this amazing research that is literally revolutionizing the way pantries and community markets are distributing food? And I say, because we choose to. We choose to. So one of the things that people are always saying to me as well about the grocery store, I'm like, that's great, let's bring a grocery store. Let's also bring a grocery store that has a community market attached to it so that we can meet the needs of the low-income families that can't afford the grocery store. They can use their SNAP benefits in the grocery store. But we're forgetting that there's a middle group. There's a middle group that they can afford some things in the grocery store, but not everything. And so how can retailers and community organizations partner in the exact same space, again, proximity, and allow that whole continuum of community members access to the food that they need and the right that they have to have food? If we can do it as a small nonprofit organization and a very large institution, it can be done. And when I think about the future of food, that's what it is. It is the decision for big organizations, small organizations, community-led efforts, and large retail partners to choose that it's not always easy and there are challenges, but that we are going to create a solution for this that is about access for everyone to have the right to food.
I think that's an important note to end on too, because we already have the tools to solve this problem. We have more than enough food in the United States to feed everyone plus some. And I know climate change has been talked about, and absolutely, this is a huge part of it, is how it's being produced, how it's being distributed, and then the amount of waste. So if we have the tools already, it is, to me, going to that in the community, talking even by neighborhood about what would work the best here and making it culturally relevant to that community, looking at their distribution models, looking at those locally led solutions. But we have the tools already. So I think for the future of food, it is that accessibility, that proximity, but also us connecting and talking to each other, which is a huge part of what we're doing today, to look at connecting the dots and what would work and thinking outside the box on different kinds of markets, different kinds of distribution, what's already in that community that we can provide healthy access to food, because we have it, we have all the tools.
I was recently at an event where the speaker said that we could feel, and if you've ever, that we know people are listening and are here from all over the world, but Texas Stadium, everybody knows the Dallas Cowboys, the AT&T Stadium out there, they can fill it 8 times with the amount of food that we waste, And that's massive amount of food that is just thrown away every day. And so when we think about how, again, we partner together to meet in the middle. Kroger is one of our great partners. We actually receive reclamated food from them that we're able to redistribute back out in the community. It's all shelf stable, but there's an opportunity for that to be produce as well. So again, we know those large institutions and community organizations can work together. So I want to leave you, and I'll ask Whitney to do the same in our last minute, with what you can do. There are 3 things. Who is your local organization that you need to be spent with, and trying to understand how they are using community-led solutions. You can partner with them.
And really talk to your elected officials, talk to your community leaders. Does that exist in your community? If it doesn't, let's do it.
You get to start it. All right, well, thank you all very much for your time today.
You want some pickle crickets? That sounds yummy, doesn't it? And it tastes like dill pickles. You're all done with your crickets? I think it's really changed the way that I think about how we educate people and provide resources to parents and educators. You know, I want to live in a world where it's really easy for parents to provide their kids with, you know, safe, clean, healthy food that kids want to eat. How's it taste? Like pickles.
There it is. That's a cricket, y'all. Here we go. Yeah, kind of like a corn nut.
Crickets are a really great example. They're really high in protein. They're a complete protein, so they've got a lot of the different amino acids that can't be found in any one plant. They're incredibly efficient. They use a tiny fraction of the water. They use a fraction of the space, and they use a fraction of the feed that it takes to grow and produce that food source. And they produce a fraction of the greenhouse gas emissions. When people have the opportunity to try it in a positive way, not sensationalized, but here's a product, it's made of insects, but it's nutritious and it's sustainable, and would you like to try it? People try it, and as soon as they taste it, they go, yeah, this tastes like XYZ. What is the world going to look like in 20 years, 40 years, when Clara is deciding whether or not she's going to have kids? A big part of that is, tied in with climate change, and a big part of that is our food system and the impact it has on the planet. But I think insects really are an inevitable part of our food system, and I think the sooner Americans and sooner the U.S. food culture is able to really appreciate that, the more
benefit, we will see, and the more benefit we'll be able to help provide to other people all over the world. Even if we just help change a few minds, we can have a big impact.
Grass fertilizer? Would y'all be interested in trying some?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We've got some folks we're talking to, and I'm trying to make it as hands-off as possible, where someone else is getting it, someone else is bagging it, someone else is delivering it. All I have to do is like, here, you want it? You'll take it?
So that was my little girl. That was last year, so it's really fun for me to see that. Especially after hearing amazing conversations like we had with Whitney and Benet, there's, hearing about the ways that people are addressing these issues in their own communities, in other cities, using policy, using corporate partners, using all of these different tools that are at our disposal to address those same core issues. How do we make sure all of our children have the resources they need? How do we make sure all of them can be growing up and getting the food that they need, the energy that they need to succeed in school, to succeed in their passions, in their careers, in their life. And with Little Herds, our goal is to use insects to help them find that, to help them with that curiosity, to help them open up their minds to new things like that. So I'm very excited. We've got a fun little game that we're gonna play with some of our Little Herds and Future Food team to see how much you know or want to know about eating insects. So I'm thrilled to bring up Mackenzie and Iffy.
I like to weave it together. Some people like to call it a producer. I like to call it a dream weaver. That's me.
And I am Kenzie Wade. I am a PhD student at University of California, Santa Barbara, and my research is on edible insects. So often we think of insects as just the food of the future, right? We're here because we're thinking about the food of the future, but I also look at insects as a food of the past and a food of the present as well. And I think insects as just a topic allows us to think about a lot of these big questions that we need to think about when we're thinking about what the future of food is. And I've been working with Little Herds since 2018. I got connected with RNA, and that's how I started here. And I'm really excited to see this event grow. And just real quick, give a round of applause for everyone who's putting on this event today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play a game, okay? We're gonna we're gonna ask Kenzie a bunch of different questions about edible insects. And so we're gonna start, if we go on a scale of 1 to 5 of levels of difficulty, we're gonna kind of give you a number and see if you can come up with a question that might puzzle our expert.
Ooh, try to stump me. You probably will, you probably will.
So take a moment, think about it. What's a question that you have that we can ask our bug spurt here?
Our bug spurt. Who has a question?
I have a question.
What's your question?
Mackenzie.
Yes, Iffy.
Dun dun dun, drama. The question I have is, which bug is the most nutritious?
Ooh, all right. I'm gonna stand up for this. Okay,
tell me about this.
Oh, Carissa, do you know? Give it to us.
Do you want to tell us? Oh, the mic is running over there. Cue the camera.
If I'm correct, it's the cockroach.
Ooh, raise your hand
correct?
if you would eat a cockroach. Yeah, there we go. We have one hand. Shelby, okay, so I am a bug spurt, but we actually have a bug farmer in the house. So walking in right now is Shelby Smith. Shelby runs a cricket farm in the Midwest. So she's going to talk to you about what it's like to actually cricket farm on the next panel. But so we're talking about the nutrition of insects right now. There are 2,000 different types of edible insects. Every single one of those insects has a different nutritional profile. So if we're comparing like chicken and beef, right? They're completely different species. Same with insects. There are 2,000 different types of species of edible insects. So you can't really compare nutritional quality that easily, right? There's 2,000. But if we're thinking of the most nutritious ones, the larger ones, the meatier ones, like cockroaches, those are definitely going to be nutritious. Some have more fat than others. Some have more protein content. So it really depends on what insect you're comparing. All right, let's get another question.
Can someone give us a level 3 question? I saw a hand.
It doesn't have to
matter.
be. Go for it.
don't know if it's level 3, but I just would like to know, protein-wise, which insect?
Yeah, so again, it depends on which one you're looking at, but if we're thinking about protein content of insects, it ranges between 18 to 38 grams of protein, so that's quite a lot, and in some cases, that can be, depending on the insect, that can be double as much as beef. So there are a lot of protein in insects. We know that when we have insects fly in our mouth when we're biking and your mom says like, oh, extra protein, right? Who's heard that? We all hear that when you have insects in your mouth. But the ones that we eat are not the ones that fly in your mouth. They're the ones that chefs prepare, that amazing folks here like Shelby prepare in such a good way that make them something that's not just like, oh, I guess we have to eat insects, but it's actually something that's delicious that we get to try and eat and incorporate into our meals, try different dishes that communities around the world already are cooking with insects.
We have another question.
So I've eaten quite a lot of insects, from scorpions to spiders, silkworms.
Yes.
But what's like your favorite one to cook with, and like what's the recipe that you use to make it?
Ooh, I love this question. So I'm gonna give you 2 answers. So my dream dish, so if I was at a 5-star restaurant and had my dream dish, it would be mopane worms. Has anyone had mopane worms out there?
By show of hands.
Who in here has never heard of ponani worms?
There we go.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so just like the different insects have different nutritional profiles, they also have different flavor profiles. So mopane worms seriously taste like bacon. And
Umami.
I consider myself a vegetarian, or an ento-vegetarian, if you want to include that as well. And I miss bacon. I love the taste of bacon. Don't we all? Mopane worms seriously have that taste. So I would say something with mopane worms cooked into it. But if I'm going to be honest, the dish that I make on the regular, it's going to be something with dried crickets, maybe Shelby's crickets sprinkled on the top. So a nice fall salad with some crickets on the top, or a mac and cheese with crickets on the top. Just a nice quick add to any meal that you're eating. Any other questions out there?
Ooh, I got this. It's okay. I can run in heels.
We have our next speaker.
Woo!
Hi, I was just wondering, when I get cast on Naked and Afraid and I'm out there in the wilds, one, can you eat pretty much any insect raw? And even if I get a chance to cook it over an open fire, how would I identify the ones that are not edible that might be poisonous?
Great question. All right, so we've been transported to the middle of the forest. We are without food. We are hungry. We need some insects to eat. Basically, any insect that you find out there is probably going to be edible. If you're finding grasshoppers and crickets and most caterpillars, those are mostly going to be edible. But of course, there are some that aren't, right? We probably don't want to be eating ticks, even though ticks are technically spiders. We probably don't want to be eating the ones that maybe look like something that your mom would tell you not to touch. But other than that, most insects, yes, are going to be edible, and you can eat them raw. But of course, the best way to make yourself a nice little fire, have yourself a nice little gourmet insect dish while you're stranded out there. But if you want to collect insects from the wild and you're someone who's living in downtown Austin, you can technically do that as well, but most people advise that you harvest the insects, you keep them for about a day, and you let them flush everything that's in their system out of their system so that you're not then digesting pesticides. And to kill them, the most humane way is to put them in the freezer, and they go through this natural hibernation state and then die eventually, and then you can eat them.
One more question.
Are there any very surprising minerals or vitamins that you wouldn't expect? We all keep talking about protein, and you've talked about fat, but what is a surprise thing that's found in a lot of insects that we wouldn't expect?
That's a great question. So one thing that's important to me, we often don't think of insects as animals, but insects are animals, and they have vitamin B12, which is a really important vitamin for all of us. And being vegetarian, I don't get enough vitamin B12. I take supplements. Does anyone else in the room? Yeah, lots of us. Okay, so insects, they are technically an animal meat, an animal product, so you are getting that B12. You're also getting zinc,
You're getting a lot of great things. Also, they're good for your gut microbiome. There's been a lot of research done showing that insects improve your gut microbiome. So lots of great things in insects. That's a great question. All right, I think we are out of time.
Almost.
55.
Yeah.
54.
Who should not eat insects?
Great question. Who should not eat insects? Okay, does anyone in here have a shellfish allergy? We're gonna call you out. Michael.
Thank you for telling us about your shellfish allergy.
All right, so if you have a shellfish allergy, you should not consume insects. Who wants to give me a guess why? Anyone?
Because they look similar.
Exoskeleton.
Good guess,
I heard
Sarah.
it. Yes. So they have an exoskeleton just like shellfish. So you're getting the chitin, which is in their exoskeleton, and people have an allergy to that. So if you are not allergic to shellfish and you're maybe a little on the fence about eating insects, just think of them as land lobster, nice gourmet land crab. That'll help you get beyond it, right?
Yes, I'm hungry for some bugs.
I need the gut biomes.
Outside, we have a Future Food Field Day happening. We have some folks coming by. If you're watching live right now, tune into our Instagram live. We have our social media.
Twitter
Live.
Oh,
And
Insta Live. Sorry, so many things happening backstage and I don't have my headset on.
Check out our Instagram Live and Twitter at the same time. You can see what's happening inside and outside. It's fascinating. All right, we're out of time for now, but we'll be back on the stage later.
Go try a bug. Go eat
Wait,
a bug.
pose. Ready? And strike a pose. One more. Oh! Thank you.
Right. Who feels like they know a little bit more? I love that. Education, inspiration, making you hungry for lunch. Well, I am thrilled to be back up here with one of our nonprofit partners, speaking of how we feed our communities, how we feed ourselves, and what we can do to be better stewards with the food resources we have, especially after Whitney and Bené's conversation. I think it's really pertinent. We've got Lisa with Keep Austin Fed here. This is one of our local partners that we have loved to work with for years. They've been around longer than us and doing amazing work. Lisa, tell us a little bit about what Keep Austin Fed does.
Keep Austin Fed is a food recovery organization, so we rescue surplus food from grocery stores, restaurants, catering companies, our local farms, et cetera. Any food that goes unsold by food permitted businesses, they donate to us, and then we take it to individuals in need throughout the community, mostly through partnerships with other nonprofit organizations that might address some of the root causes of food insecurity, but we also do have some direct-to-community giveaways as well.
Can you give us some perspective when we think about Austin, and especially how Austin has grown in the past, 10, 20 years, and a lot, especially with issues like gentrification and communities being pushed into further and further out. Do you have any numbers, or give us some perspective on the impact that an organization like Keep Austin Fed can have?
Yeah, the latest numbers I've heard, and it's fluctuated throughout the pandemic and back again, but it's about 1 in 6 people in Travis County that experience food insecurity on a regular basis. Meanwhile, our last State of the Food System report reported that about 1.25 million pounds of food gets thrown away every single day. To put that in perspective, last year, Keep Austin Fed, as an entire organization, rescued just over 1 million pounds. Woo! So every day, that much food is going into our landfills or going to waste, while we have people all around us that are hungry. So that's where we try and make the most impact.
Do y'all use volunteers?
We do absolutely use volunteers. Keep Austin Fed is a organization with 4 full-time staff members, and we have about 230 volunteers. At any given time, in any given week, we have about 100 and 20 to 160 volunteers who are actively going to rescue food. We have a couple volunteer opportunities. One is that they go pick up the food from whoever's donating it to us and take it directly to our partner organization to drop it off. So you're looking at less than an hour round trip in your car to go pick up that food, load up your car, drop it off. The other opportunities are at our walk-in coolers. We have a sorting and culling process so that when we do get a lot of produce from some of our grocery stores, obviously they're not just donating it because it's perfectly good produce, they're donating it because it didn't get sold. And it might not have gotten sold because in your bag of clementine oranges, there's one moldy orange. And so our volunteers at the cooler go and pull that one moldy orange out of the bag so that the rest of the bag looks like perfectly good food. And then also our community giveaways where you're actually setting up the tables, putting out the boxes of food, letting the community members come through and take whatever it is that they want.
And if y'all joined us last year, you might have seen one of our partners, Save the Food Austin. This last year, they joined the Keep Austin Fed family, didn't they?
They did, and that was about a year in the making, but it was really awesome, I think, for both organizations because we had very similar missions. Save the Food was doing the same thing. They were recovering food from our small and mid-sized grocery stores, and they were getting it out to the community, either through nonprofit partners or direct to the community. So combining resources, combining volunteers, combining physical resources, combining financial resources, it all just made sense. And so we started the conversation in fall of 2021, and in September of 2022, it finally came to fruition that they joined forces with Keep Austin Fed.
Now, where can people go if they want to learn more, if they want to volunteer, if they want to see the inspiring work y'all do, donate to pay the staff and the coolers and make everything happen? Where do they find more?
Well, there are two places you can find more. One is we have a table right outside that front door, so please stop by and visit. We've got a couple of games to play, and you can win a free mint or magnet. And then two is you can go to keepaustinfed.org, and that has a lot of information about how to volunteer, how to be a part of the program, how to donate, how to contribute, what have you.
Lisa Barden, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, hello. Hi, everyone. South by Southwest. We are so happy to be here. My name is Chloe Sorvino. I'm the staff writer at Forbes who heads up all food and agriculture coverage. I have a book that came out December called Raw Deal, Hidden Corruption, Corporate Greed, and the Fight for the Future of Meat. We're going to do a signing after this panel out there if anyone's interested in talking more. But we have an all-star panel here, and now is really the time to be really digging into these conversations about how do we scale and create a healthier, sustainable, more equitable food system. And that starts with protein. It's the most of what people eat. It's the most expensive, and it gets the most funding. It's the biggest part of our industry. And so there's a lot there, and we are at the point where we don't have enough time or money to waste on the wrong solutions, but we also don't have enough time to start from scratch, and we have to throw everything we've got at this. And so I'd love to just kick it off with these amazing women and hear more about what brought you to this work and what are you trying to do to make that next step for our food system that we need.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I am the CEO and one of the co-founders of a company called Hyphae. We take wasted nutrients from food manufacturing water, so think about a can of chickpeas, that water that's inside, and we turn it into a really low-cost feedstock for fermentation to power, the potential for biomanufacturing to create all sorts of low carbon impact alternative proteins and plastics and materials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I came into this work because I used to run a wastewater treatment facility at ExxonMobil. I'm a chemical engineer by background, spent the first decade of my career in oil and gas, and was able to kind of see like the inefficiencies that come through some of just like the infrastructure and how we make food and how we make other essential goods. And now I'm here trying to take those inefficiencies and using them to make the food system better.
Hello, I am Shelby Smith. Kenzie already kind of gave me a shout out earlier. I am the founder, owner, Cricket Lady. I raise crickets for human consumption and have a company called Jiminy Crickets based out of Ames, Iowa. Believe it or not, did not grow up wanting to be a cricket farmer, which I'm sure is a shocker.
Really?
I know, man. Was not a lifelong dream. So luckily, I was pretty good at basketball because I really didn't want anything to do with Iowa or staying in the state, agriculture, any of the things. I went on full scholarship to St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia to play basketball. I'm only 5'7", I was a point guard. Graduated from there with a finance degree, went overseas, played in Ireland, got my master's in finance from Trinity College in Dublin, continued my playing career, and then started a career as an equity derivatives trader for a Canadian bank while I was there in Ireland. 3.5 years in, figured out finance probably wasn't for me, and quit and moved back to that family farm I said I would never go back to, and started growing corn and soybeans with my dad, but decided that wasn't really what I wanted to do either, so I went and looked for a niche market and landed on crickets. So this was 2018, bought 10,000 crickets 10 days after I got the idea, and here we are 5 years later.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Wolf. I'm the co-founder and CEO of New Way Foods. I was never tall enough to play basketball, so I said, why don't I make plant-based shrimp? So we have been creating and manufacturing plant-based shrimp for going on 2 years now, and it is making its way into restaurants across the country. I myself am also an engineer by background. You've got two Michelles up here, both with engineering degrees from Carnegie Mellon. Same year, so something must have been in the water at that time that got us there. But it was my passion for having impact with my technical background and wanting to do something for our foods and looking at the ocean and saying, hey, wait, no one is paying attention to this thing that provides most of the oxygen for our world. And shrimp being the biggest category and one of the ones that's the poster child for issues that can happen in our seafood supply chains, I said, hey, if we can make a tasty alternative, we can reduce some of those pressures and hopefully have more healthy supply chains across our oceans. So very excited to be with these lovely ladies today.
Okay, so much to dig into, and I'm really excited about this panel because the framing is really around the beyond the hype cycle. I'm sure if you guys are here, you're passionate about this food system, and you've probably seen, the ebbs and the flows of the Beyond Meats and the impossibles, not just layoffs, but crazy valuation upswings, making other startups have to kind of compete and raise at those probably crazy and overzealous multiples. And we're here to talk around how the financial system can underpin success and a more sustainable, equitable food system, but also what that really means. And so my book goes into this a lot, but essentially I think it's important just to have like a little framework here because most people, and most founders, when they take investment, they don't understand that it puts them on a certain trajectory, usually 3 to 5 year cycle, and they have to make a return for that. And that means that, investors, pensions, other folks are always looking to profit off of our food system in some ways. And while obviously you need capital, you need to be able to scale. I think there's a lot of different alternatives in finance, especially when it comes to what we're going to talk about. So I'd love to hear it. Now we're in like almost a recessionary period. I'm hearing a lot about companies that were raising it really high, now having to get stuck into, they're running out of cash, getting stuck into trying to raise more, and now these investors are far more risk averse, already have maybe some bad deals in their funds, and now who do you go to get to that next step? So can you just first off explain to me a little bit about what your financial model is like, how this pressure has been experienced from you, and I know Shelby, you'll have something fun to say otherwise.
Sure, I can begin. Okay, so my business is a capital-intensive business, which is like not the favorite for venture capitalists, but what is absolutely necessary if we're gonna have wide-scale transformation of how we make food. Specifically in the area that we're in fermentation, you need tanks to make food in a scalable way. You need water, like you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about CapEx. And so for us, especially in this market, like one comment on that is like unit economics need to be clear. The risks that come with your company, the tech risks, the market risks need to be limited, and they need to be very understood. And so for us, our company is, that's like our focus. Like our whole focus is to become the unlock for biomanufacturing from a cost perspective. So we bake a lot of like different financial revenue streams into that.
But the model would recently change, right? Because you were trying to kind of do everything, not just be the ingredient, but also have the food product that was selling. Can you explain how that
Oh yeah,
changed?
absolutely. Okay, so we used to, like when we started the company, we were taking these wasted nutrients and using them as a low-cost feedstock for our fermentation, and then we were making mycelium protein powder out of that. And mycelium is the root network of mushrooms that's like super, super healthy and has a lot of different functionalities that are useful. But as we've continued to look into our techno-economic models, we realized that like, hey, in the base case, if we didn't have our enabling technology that makes feed costs really low, it's not like our mycelium protein powder using normal sugar feedstocks, which power fermentation would not be profitable, like would not be able to reach price parity. And it's not just mycelium, which has really great yield. It's literally anybody who's creating a solution with a lower carbon food replacement that is using fermentation, especially capex intensive submerged fermentation, is not going to be able to reach price parity. And so we ended up dropping the complexity of creating a novel ingredient and fully focusing into the enabling technology.
So you're a VC-backed B2B ingredient. Michelle, you want to take it?
Yeah, just to build off of it, I mean, we are also a VC-funded company. And I think what's interesting right now is the market overall is down. And I think with the folks in food, we think that we are in a unique situation and it's just us seeing issues, but this is, the ebbs and flows of the economy. I think for us, it's been really interesting because internally, I can say with confidence, the company has never been better. We have a path to profitability. Sales are up and continuing to go up month over month, but investors who have put in money to the grow at all costs model have pulled back because they're still waiting for some of the larger plays to hit some of those milestones. So that's been something that we've been focused on is like, hey, we have a great business, we're gonna keep growing, you can get on the ride or you cannot. And there's been a lot of talking points within the media too, like, well, plant-based has been a failure, no one is eating this stuff anymore. And that's not true at all. I think as we look at the trends and folks who want to eat better for themselves, for the environment, those trends aren't going away. And so we know that there's still, a market out there. It's just when we look at things like inflation and people not being able to afford the high markup of some of these alt proteins, it's like, we have to go back to the fundamentals of having a strong business. And that's what we've been really focused on, in addition to investors who have supported us in this journey as well.
And I am the odd man out, as I ever am. I have bootstrapped this entire thing from the beginning. I always say a lucrative first career is a good way to start a business. And also getting into crickets in terms of cost of startup versus getting into other livestock. My first 10,000 crickets with overnight shipping cost me $140. So I don't know of any other livestock that you can get in 10,000 head for $140. Now, granted, it takes quite a few more to make, the equivalent market weight, if you will. But yeah, I have bootstrapped this entire thing. Part of the reason that I have never raised funding is, the conversation you started with of that timeline. I have no interest in being put on somebody else's timeline, and especially in what I see as a slow burn industry. I tell people kind of think about edible insects as sushi in the 80s. It would be, trendy. You'd maybe be able to find it in New York at the time, but you certainly wouldn't be in Ames, Iowa at a sushi restaurant, and that's our favorite date night now is sushi in Ames. I can't say the quality's super great, but the fact is that it's there. And so edible insects are a long timeline, and VCs, it's not sexy enough.
So what has it enabled you to do? And also, can you explain how you've gotten loans? We were talking a little earlier too around, obviously, those loans also come with the privilege, right? The USDA, farm bureaus have pushed out Black, Indigenous, BIPOC farmers systemically.
Yeah, so for me, finance background helps. I always tell people that if you're going to get a degree that you're not going to use, finance is sure a useful one. So I had spreadsheets on spreadsheets projecting things as I started, but I, again, did things in a very non-sexy way and in a way that I knew was not going to necessarily be quote-unquote venture scalable from the beginning, and I thought vertical integration was really important. You know, in the meat industry, as you well know, there's a hefty profit to be made at the processing level. Yeah. And so controlling that whole vertical is important to me from managing a whole slew of risks. But so that's how I started. And like I said, I had the cash there. I had the family support, which I know that not everybody has that privilege. I totally understand that. But then moving forward, going back to the unit economics, because I've bootstrapped it, the unit economics had to make sense. And so because it's made sense, that's why I'm in year 5, in the black for multiple years, and now I'm currently sold out through May with my, great problem to have, but also very frustrating problem to have. I hate leaving demand on the table as a business owner. But, so I will be expanding into a larger barn. Now, I did apply for a grant from the Iowa Department of Agriculture. Unfortunately, was not funded with that project, but because my business is in the healthy place that it is, I can walk into a bank and get a credit line for the amount that I need to finish out this barn because of the built-up demand and everything else that goes with it. So again, I know it's not the sexy conversation, but if it works, it works.
The business fundamentals surely are there. Okay, and so let's talk about, these are novel foods that comes with maybe some pushback from some customers. Where do you see the adoption going? We were talking a little bit about adoption earlier. The macro numbers do have like the beyonds and the impossibles of the world going down, but what do you think is the next step to get adoption to where you want to be, and how do we get there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say number one is price. A lot of folks have asked me, well, hey, it's inflation, you know, everybody's raising your prices. Why don't you raise yours? And I said, I'm not going to raise prices. We have to actually work on bringing our prices down if we're going to get mainstream adoption of our products. So that would be number one. I think you also have to think about the consumers you're selling to. We sell into food service because most seafood is eaten in food service, because consumers don't like to cook it, they don't know how to handle it, they're worried about how their house smells, so they're going out to restaurants to eat it. So our customer is really that food service operator and chef. And so we've really had to think about, you know, the last 2 years, what problems are they undergoing? How can our product be a value add? Not just, oh, here's a plant-based option, but how can this help with the labor challenges? And so for us, one of the first things we did was to create a breaded version of the product that could go from freezer to fryer to plate. They didn't have to season it, it was ready to go. And for food service operators facing labor shortages or less skilled labor, this has been a huge win for them as well. So it's really not just about, okay, I'm putting this new novel product onto the market. Of course people are gonna love it. Of course it tastes good. I've listened into panels like this with chefs and people who are owning restaurants, running college and university things, and they say, I get the plant-based thing, but some of these products are too hard to mess with, and like I don't want to touch them if this is going to be like an extra step or I need a special piece of equipment. So I think in terms of adoption, it's really thinking about, okay, how are we solving needs for the consumer beyond just, okay, here's something plant-based, and yeah, it's good for the climate, take this. And that's kind of one of the reasons I love our product, because we've had opportunities to sell into places that don't carry shrimp because we have less of a salmonella risk. You don't have to peel and devein our product. So it's shellfish allergen free, it's kosher, which is almost an oxymoron to say. So we have a lot of opportunity to get into places where even ocean shrimp doesn't have access to.
Take it?
I love to hear Michelle talk about her business, because she was like an OG in the plant-based shrimp space, honestly, like really straight out of college. In 2014, she started building this business, and it's awesome to see her like in the market. But anyway, so like to your point, really agree, like it's about the value proposition and not just leaning on like a good idea, because like when inflation's up and you're trying to make decisions based on, you know, your personal finances, like a good idea only goes so far, but it's like the reality of like how much do you have to spend, what does it do for your health, etc. And I think the same applies to any stakeholder that's a partner in your business. So for us, our partners, there's two different ones. It's the people who generate wasted nutrients, and that's a large corporation that does food processing and you know, like is, you know, has inefficiencies. And for them, like they need to be able to save money. They need to be able to solve water scarcity issues. They need to be able to solve wastewater capacity issues. If we don't solve that, they're not going to partner with us just on a good idea. And on the fermenter side, the one thing that's keeping fermentation from like shooting up, well, there's two things. It's CapEx and the cost of your input, which is up to 70% of the cost of your entire production and ultimately your unit economics. So I think it comes down to like the money, the logistics, and what value you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, so it's really interesting in the edible insect world. From a marketing perspective, it sort of bifurcates into two camps. One camp is that we need to grind it up and we need to put it in things in order to get people to try it. That is not my camp. I am more lean into the cricket, highlight the cricket. That's your differentiator. If I'm thinking about on a grocery store shelf, there's, if you've walked down the nutrition aisle or the nutritional bar category in a grocery store lately, unless you are going there specifically to pick out a bar that is your favorite, the amount of choice that you have is actually insane. So why would I ever want to try and hide the one thing that will make me stick out from the rest of them, which is cricket? Like I almost, how many of you in here have ever walked into a grocery store and seen something with crickets in it? Okay, quite a few, but most of you have not. So do you not think that if you saw crickets on the shelf or if you saw something containing cricket on the shelf, you'd at least stop? I'm not saying you would definitely put it in your cart, but you would at least stop. So for me, leaning into the cricket and not shying away from it, not trying to call it something different, has been really important. Believe it or not, 71% of my sales year over year have been the whole cricket.
Wow. When
I first started, everybody told me you're going to need to grind it up and put it in something to get Americans to eat it. And I'm like, well, I have a lot of sales data that says the other. So I think success for the edible insect space is capturing a portion of the seafood market. So unlike your plant-based shrimp, there is a shellfish risk for crickets. They're arthropods. So if you eat shrimp and lobster and all of that and you're afraid to eat crickets, I'm here to tell you you like your bugs swimming and I just prefer mine crawling, and that's okay, but we can talk about it. So I think if you would capture a portion of the seafood market, I think you'd be doing great. I don't foresee insect protein at current price points, and knowing what it takes to raise them, I don't see that price point necessarily coming down anytime soon. But if you're looking at the higher end complete animal proteins, if you can get relatively competitive in there, I think you're doing well.
Okay, so beyond this hype cycle, beyond the investors looking to profit off the future of food, beyond, just these short sellers and the ebbs and flows of the market, what is the biggest challenge that your business faces in getting to that next level?
I could start, yeah. I think for us, it's like making sure that we come to an acknowledgement that not just, us, but really biomanufacturing, which really has the potential to decarbonize the world. There's CapEx involved with that. And typically, CapEx is something that's really tough for a venture-backed investor, a venture investor to put funds towards. And so I think the biggest thing for us is there needs to be creative financing models for a lot of these solutions to come to market. And I know there's a lot of discussion in the space about okay, traditionally we think of 3 different types of options that could fund these CapEx projects, but we need to get more creative for that to happen.
And there needs to be just a lot more of it too.
A lot more of it, yeah.
I think for me, it's figuring out how to scale up production in an economically sustainable way. So one of the major developments in the last 6 months, and I kind of knew this 5 years ago when I started, I suppose, is that the majority of the other companies that exist in the US, I'm one of the only vertically integrated where I'm producing the crickets that are going into my products. So the other brands are forced to import their crickets from Canada or Southeast Asia. For me, for my keystone ingredient, which I'm building my entire brand on, I thought it was crazy to rely on such sources that maybe do not have the most stable of supply chains, et cetera, et cetera. So for me, figuring out how to scale that up, because what has happened in the last 6 months is some of these companies that have been around for a while, or some of the companies that are coming up, are looking for a US-based supplier of crickets. So my crickets are now white labeled in 4 different brands that exist in the US, and I have 3 waiting in the wings that if I had the crickets, they would 1,000,000% buy them from me tomorrow. But at the same time, having been here for 5 years in this industry, I know that brands come up and then they die, and then they come up and then they die. Because the reality of it is, no matter what you're in the food industry, it's a tough, cutthroat business. Like that's, one of those things people don't talk about. You talk about capital intensive, like it's a difficult industry to be in. So me tagging my growth to 1 or 2 companies and being like, well, I need to expand to be able to supply 1 or 2, but I don't know if I have the back end demand to deal with it should they go down. I was not comfortable with that. But now that we're up to like 6 or 7, it's probably time.
Very nice. I truly admire that you've been able to bootstrap. I wish I knew that was an option going into this originally, but I am so thankful because we wouldn't be here without our investors today, but I was not aware that there were other options. But I think to that point, when you have other money coming in that you have to have a fiduciary responsibility for me, it's been about, as a part of that financial prowess that they bring, is also having someone in the room that's kind of continually saying, hey, you're a food company. And reminding you to, it's going to grow like a food company. You can't do 1.0, 2.0. People hate when you reformulate things like that. It's not like a software product where you can do that. It does take more capital. It's going to take more time. You have to remember that words like bio and lab and all of these other things don't sound appetizing. So I think for me, what's been important in terms of how we grow is just making sure, again, there's always kind of that voice within the room, within the board saying, okay, like, remember you guys are a food company. Let's not lose that perspective as you guys are trying to sell in and grow your business.
So each of your companies and work, leverages with existing infrastructure and can do that more. Can you explain how that works? Each of them are really different.
Yeah, okay, so my company ties into fresh water and wastewater. And both things are 2 major pain points and bottlenecks in the industry, where like a facility might want to expand their production because there's so much demand for the goods that they're bringing to market, and they can't because the wastewater treatment facility is not sized for that expansion. So they're leaving money on the table because there's not enough like public infrastructure for this. And then what we're seeing also is just like water is becoming a crazy problem. Back when I worked at the refinery, water was a huge issue for us where we were like running out of water, and it was bringing into question whether or not our facility could continue to operate even though we made a lot of money.
Wow.
And we're seeing very similar issues in food manufacturing where companies are having to bend over backwards to source water, and it's coming at a cost.
Appreciate that. And before Shelby goes on, can you explain how that can actually plug into different infrastructure, like regionally?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we really like to talk about co-location. We talked about it at the last panel, but there's so much opportunity that we need to be talking about as an industry. Like for example, we're taking sources of nutrients that combined with water would be considered wastewater at a facility, and they go to the wastewater treatment facility, right? And you can't do much more with the capacity there. So we take it and we extract the nutrients from that and actually return 98% of that water to the manufacturer for reuse, which of course saves them a lot of money and headache. But then we can actually co-locate with a fermenter that needs that feedstock, and that fermenter is going to produce wastewater as well. And so by co-locating, we're able to leverage, I'm increasing capacity in the wastewater treatment plant, but that enables another facility to co-locate and take up that capacity, and everybody wins. And we just achieved more food into the food system.
Yeah, imagine it like the node of a regional food system for LA, or startups or producers in LA would be using the LA Municipal Water Waste Network.
Exactly, yep. Mm-hmm.
So for crickets, Iowa was actually really primed to become a leader in the edible insect space, as it is a leader in corn, soybean, a whole bunch of different things. I always say, let's just tack on bugs at the end. So crickets, the way that you raise them, you have to have housing for them. If you don't have housing, they start to eat each other. They are opportunistic omnivores, and that given the opportunity to eat meat, aka their brother or sister, they will gladly do it. So the other way that we mitigate that is that we have to actually put animal protein into their feed. It helps to reduce the cannibalism in addition to the housing. So I know, it's always one of those
wild.
Things
like take it in for a second.
Yes. Crickets eat each other. And if they were big enough, they would eat you too, I think. So there's no market
I believe
for,
it. I
yes,
believe it.
Same. no horse-sized crickets, please. So the other thing is, and that it's really cool, and it was kind of dumb luck. One of the top 10 specialty feed mills in the US that produces one of the best insect diet feeds is 7 miles from my farm. So hyper local in terms of where I can source that feed. It has to be a non-GMO grain blend with animal protein in it as well. But so you either have to use non-GMO or organic because the pesticide residue in conventionally grown grains is too high. May not necessarily cause an issue for you or I, but the immune systems of crickets are much smaller. So we are, low cost of living, all of the things. About the only strike we have going against us in Iowa is we keep the crickets at 87 degrees all year round. And there's 6 inches of snow at home right now.
It's a lot of energy.
So it is a lot of energy. But as we keep building new barns, we're getting more efficient on that front every time. So.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier, but back to the regional co-location, like everyone helping each other out. Yeah. Think about like a corn manufacturer or a soy manufacturer that the waste like solids go to feed crickets, and then a company like mine that takes their wastewater, uses it to power somebody else's fermentation process that's making a precise whey protein, for example. Fermentation in precision fermentation space generates a lot of mycelium biomass or yeast biomass or bacterial biomass that could then in turn feed the crickets. And the crickets can use the residual heat from the manufacturing facility. Wow,
yes,
closed loop.
Yep, as we would figure that whole loop out, I'm happy to adopt it, but I'm not going to be the one to figure it out, is what I just always say.
You've got a business to protect, I get it.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a joint venture emerging right before our eyes right now.
Yes. No, so to talk to it, because yours is a little different, but it still works within traditional ag in some ways.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we use contract manufacturers, and for those of you not familiar, contract manufacturers are folks who say, hey, I built a production facility, we make food products, we have certain equipment, but we don't want to make a brand, we don't want to necessarily be the ones to sell the products that we're making. Some do, but that's, for understanding, they typically don't. So we've had to find partners and find equipment that fits our process, and I think that's been one of the challenges within the plant-based space in general, is that a lot of this equipment isn't designed for the viscosities and the forming that you need to make a plant-based product. So we've had to be a little bit creative with what we work there and invest in more capital than you normally would in a contract manufacturer. But as we think about the co-mans we use, it is trying to optimize, okay, we've got a distribution center in Illinois, how do we make sure that our shrimp co-man, our breading co-man are close enough so that we can reduce some of those carbon miles. And one of the questions that I think a lot of food companies face is, well, should I self-manufacture or should I build my own facility, because it's going to take a lot of capital, it's not sexy, all these other reasons. And the reason you go for co-manufacturing is because you reduce some of that capital spend so you can fuel your sales and marketing. So for our business model, it's we need to sell as much shrimp as possible. So if we can save on some of the CapEx and some of the operational costs, that will help us continue to grow the market and grow the business and work with amazing partners and hopefully be a catalyst for better equipment, better systems for the rest of the plant-based and beyond supply chain.
Michelle, so did that piece of advice partially come from any investors? Because I know also Tyson is an investor, right? And so talk about, working within the system. They have the assets to do that better than almost anyone.
Yeah, well, Tyson is interesting because they make chicken, and I don't know, chicken's kind of a big deal within this country. So that's one of the things about working with a larger company is you aren't, while they want to invest in the future of food and be a part of that and fuel this, they have their core business to take care of. So a lot of times you're not exactly their first priority. And while their venture arm has been so supportive, so helpful, has made introductions, leveraging that Tyson infrastructure has been different because they have to make chicken, they have to make the money and make sure they're running their business effectively every day. So we really rely on them for, again, introductions, partnerships, who do they know, who do they work with, to get some of that stuff done. So it's been an interesting partnership, but I enjoy having them as a part of the team too.
Okay, so let's talk about policy and regulation a bit. big farm bill coming up, lots of different bills all the time in different states, local. I mean, people are really getting energized about how to build a better food system. And so I'd love to hear from you. If there was one policy that could be enacted today, what would you have? Or if you could have one regulation flash, what would actually create drivable, scalable change quite quickly?
Yeah, I think from a biomanufacturing standpoint, as I mentioned, lots of capital that needs to go in to help people scale and really produce it at scale. And I think what we've seen in the energy sector, we should learn from, and we are expecting to come through the U.S. government, like a stimulus package for also biomanufacturing companies that need to scale.
So I think for the edible insect industry, one of the big hurdles right now is they're technically not recognized as grass by the FDA. Yep, so generally recognized as safe, for those of you who don't know what grass means. Edible insects are eaten all over the world by millions of people, lots of different cultures, very common, but again, it doesn't have the generally recognized as safe stamp. Therefore, certain large national retailers will not touch them until then. Quite frankly, for me, my perspective on the overall industry, I think that's fine, because again, this is slow burn. I don't think big grocery is ready for cricket protein yet, quite frankly. So I don't necessarily see that as a terrible, terrible thing, but that would be helpful as a general legitimacy of insect proteins in general.
Yeah, I think on our end, and it's starting to trend in a pretty good direction if we look at plant-based milks, but a lot of the pushback, especially from the seafood industry, who thinks that we're the enemy, which I do not feel as like we are the enemy. We're a yes and to kind of be a part of their organization. We are anticipating probably pushback on naming, like, can you put the word shrimp on a package? Just like milk was like, well, can you put milk on almond milk, or meat on, Beyond Meat or something like that? But, I think everybody in this room, has anybody ever been fooled on the grocery store where they saw plant-based milk and they thought it was milk from a cow? If there's anybody in the room, I would love to understand what caused that, but I think, I believe in the intelligence of the American public to understand that if I put plant-based shrimp, they're going to understand that it is not shrimp. And that's one of the biggest talking points of some of the seafood industry is, hey, this is going to be confusing to consumers, which, again, I wouldn't. And I really respect the history of fishing, whether it's wild caught or farmed. And again, I'm not trying to be an enemy to their business. I really am even looking at other partnerships. We've even partnered with folks who do process actual seafood because, of a variety of reasons as well. So I think less about regulatory change that we need right now and more about thinking about, well, what's the pushback to this industry going to be, and how can we be prepared for it, right, wrong, or indifferent?
So what's been the most surprising aspect of building this business for each of you?
I think the water and wastewater pain points have been the most surprising. Like, I was in my own bubble when I was in oil refining, and then when I was like, oh, everyone feels the same pain. I think for me that was like, now I'm an insider and I can build trust because people know that I know.
I appreciate that.
That women are my target market.
That's a cool one.
When I first started this, I could have guaranteed that my target market was going to be 18 to 35-year-old males who like doing outdoor adventurous things. 18 to 35-year-old males are big old chickens when it comes to eating something like a bug. So I have sampled tens of thousands of crickets to people, and this is the whole cricket. And it is 3 to 1, women to men. Doesn't matter if they are 2 years old all the way up to, my oldest customer was a 101-year-old World War II vet that told me, ma'am, I've eaten a lot worse in the service. And I said, thank you, sir. And, but so it does not matter. Women typically tend to be more open to trying crickets. But if you really think about it, traditionally speaking, we are the gatekeepers of nutrition in the home, and we have been for years. So before we're going to give it to our family, we're more likely to try it first. So that's been probably the most surprising.
I think for me, the positive reception to some of the seafood industry as well. So for example, we found someone who can bread the shrimp, who also happens to bread clam strips. And I tell you, the guy who owns the facility looks like he's someone right off of the Deadliest Catch cast. And he was talking to me one day about, like, one of our first meetings about, they keep having to go further and further offshore to get clams. And he said, quite frankly, if you're not, if you don't believe in climate change, you haven't stepped outside recently. And he told me, hey, look, I truly do not believe that we're going to be able to get clams in about a decade. So that's why we want to start working with companies like you, because we realize we have to diversify now. So I think some of that positive reception and seeing these opportunities for us to work together rather than against each other has been really heartwarming and something that makes me very hopeful for the future.
Michelle, that's really, really powerful. And also, the clams. It makes me sad for the clams. I think about them as one of the more sustainable options that's from the water. Oh.
Absolutely. I mean, oysters, clams, all those bivalves, they actually filter the ocean. So we want more of them.
We want more. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have too much more time, but I want to, all three of you are such huge experts in this food system and how you've been able to build businesses within it. And so I ask this with that in mind. Where do you see the ability to build the most climate resilience into the food system?
I think it's going to have to be a combination of things. And I think about this a lot, especially, we've pivoted away from building an ingredient product. And I think part of that is like we were building an ingredient that was requiring a lot of capital expenses. And especially when a market gets a little bit colder, it's like you either pick your capital or you pick your brand. And I think like for novel ingredients, like people are eating them. You need to build a brand. You need to tell a story that's powerful and that gets people excited to eat. And so I think that's where plant-based options have like the hero potential, right? To like really bring consumers along. And then eventually, like when the technologies in the more CapEx intensive spaces are lower in price, then like they've opened a really awesome door for all types of options to be consumed. But yeah, people branding I think is big. Expensive.
Yeah, food business is expensive business no matter what. And so in that vein, and kind of in the vein of this conversation of having unit economics that work, having a path to profitability, that's actually like realistic and based in reality. I was listening to a podcast relatively recently, and I totally agree with it. Not every idea needs to scale infinitely, and I think that needs to be remembered within the food system, because I think when we start applying everything needs to be scaled infinitely, that's where we run into the problems that we have with no biodiversity, with massive food companies that are in the pockets of politicians for subsidies and all of that. So, yeah.
It was Will Harris, who I'm sure a lot of folks in this audience know, who told me scalability is way less important than replicability, right? And like for you.
Exactly.
And also, yeah. Hits home.
Yeah, there's already a lot of data out here about how if we reduce our meat consumption, we're already having positive impacts on the environment. But I've never felt like, hey, I need to convince everybody to become vegan or vegetarian, because that's going to be an uphill battle that I'm frankly not interested in doing. However, I want to inspire people to say, hey, I can reduce the amount of meat I eat by starting with one meal a week, because I truly believe if we can have folks make a small change in their week, those effects will multiply across a population and have a much bigger impact than trying to get a few people to completely overhaul their diet. So that's how I answered the question too. There's a lot of discourse around, well, is it really up to the consumer? Like, why is it up to the consumer to save our planet and the environment based on their buying choices? And to that I would say, think about a small change you can make. But I think when you talk about climate resilience, it really has to happen up the supply chain. That's where the most food waste happens. That's where, companies like ours can start providing other options. So I think, think about a small change you can make, and then also, maybe start thinking about more systematically what you can do and change to help our environment.
Okay, last one. 1 second, one question, one word answers each. What's one food you want to see on family dinner tables in 2050?
For me, it's a steak that was grown in a bioreactor without killing a single animal.
For me, it's farm fresh sauteed crickets. I couldn't make that one word, I'm sorry. It was very specific.
I want to see more seaweed. Our product is made from a seaweed ingredient. It is so sustainable. It is so cool. I could do a whole other panel on seaweed.
Oh,
so
yes,
I
yes,
hope we
yes.
see more seaweed in all kinds of forms on our dinner tables someday.
Well, thank you to the legendary women on this panel with me. Thank you all for listening. We're going to be hanging out. I'm doing a book signing right after this out in the field, and we are super excited to keep having all these conversations with you. So thank you.
Oh my, what an awesome discussion. All these different things that we can eat, all these different things that we can grow, all these different things that we can use to help our food system, to help our environment, to help our communities. And these are businesses. These are businesses with products that you can taste, you can try, you can purchase and buy. And we wouldn't be here without the support of our sponsors and our partners. So we're going to play a quick video. I'm going to say thank you to some of our partners, and then we've got another amazing conversation coming your way.
I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words. I can taste I can taste.
Give a shout out to some of our partners and sponsors. First off, we want to thank the Kroger Zero Hunger Zero Waste Foundation for supporting us since 2020 when all of this was just an idea. They supported us when we put it together in 2020. They supported us when we had to postpone it in 2020. They supported us when we brought it online in 2021 so that we could all be part of these conversations even when we couldn't be together. They supported us last year when we did it for the first time in this room, and they support us this year. We are thrilled to have them back with us. Thank you to the Kroger Zero Hunger Zero Waste Foundation. Also want to give a shout out to our partners, We Don't Have Time, who is helping us bring it to you, the live stream viewer. They are helping us bring all these conversations, and we're thrilled they're going to be here on Monday for the Climate Hub at South by Southwest. All the conversations about climate technology, climate investing, climate resilience, really making a difference with We Don't Have Time. And then tomorrow, Saturday morning, we're going to have the Cook's Nook putting together an amazing group of discussions for the Conference on Food Resilience, Access, and Equity, talking about food justice, food access, community, and the impact that people have when they work together. So thank you very much to our partners. And then thank you to our sponsors. Our sponsors like Revel Greens, you'll find them outside in the field day. To our partners like US Hunger, one of our nonprofit partners, you'll see them talking tomorrow about the amazing work they're doing with data. We have so many other partners. You can go to our website, you can see our sponsors, our friends, you can find the speakers and learn more about all of them and the amazing things they're doing. So next up, we have an amazing conversation. We're very excited. We're gonna bring up Janice and Q. They're gonna tell you a little bit about what Janice is doing. I met Janice a few years ago when she was doing a different thing, and we immediately clicked. She tried the insects. She was one of those folks who I was like, try my crickets. And since then, she has done something really inspiring. I'm going to leave it to Q and Janice to get into it and tell you a little bit more about what they're doing with Calibrate. Thank you. Oh. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Are y'all having a good time? Like, man, this is a lot, right? Can we give it up? Hey. So, y'all, one of the things that I just want to tell you that's important to all of us who are involved in the future of food at South by Southwest is that we really challenge you to think about what and how you define the future of food. So if you notice, no panel is the same. Everyone is different. So I'm so very happy that we have Janice with us today. Janice has a track record here in the Austin area that just cannot be overemphasized enough. She's had projects such as the Mentor Method. And right now, what we really want to focus in on is that Janice is the first Black woman in Austin to exit. So we're so proud to hear her. So yeah, that is a feat. Woo! So we're so happy to give her this highlight so that she can share with us not only her story, but her project right now is called Calibrate. And there's an awesome reception brunch that's going on Sunday. But again, we wanted to give her space that's dedicated to her, for her to share with y'all how she does what she does and why her data-driven decisions, that's a part of her earmark of how she does her projects, what that means. So Janice, happy to have you.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited.
Yeah, so when we think calibrate, tell people what calibrate means. Like, how did it come into being?
Yes, so Calibrate Wellness is a legal cannabis company. We make vegan, gluten-free, drama-free edibles that are meant to honor the body. So everything is organic, chef-made. My co-founder is Chef Nick Yanis of Juniper and Uncle Nicky's. It's really nice to now move out of making them in my kitchen and now in chef's proper actual kitchen. But the way that Calibrate Wellness came to be was, as you mentioned, in my past life, I had a tech company called The Mentor Method. That's actually how I moved to Austin 5 years ago. Incredible journey. Sold the company last fall. Before that, raised 1.6 million, making me one of the first 100 black women to raise over $1 million in U.S. history. Thank you. And then other incredible opportunities with customers like Amazon, Department of Education, one of Entrepreneur Magazine's 100 Women of Influence last year. And that took a lot of work. And also, now that I have sold the company, I can say a lot of cannabis because it was stressful. You know, it's a lot of work. Building a tech company and just existing as a black woman right now takes a lot of work. And I was looking for something that wasn't going to be habit forming, something that would help take the edge off, but wouldn't knock me out completely. Yeah. And what I realized is that there were so many people that wanted the same thing. They didn't want this like 700 calorie brownie that would make them lie on the couch all day because they have things to do, pitch decks to build.
Right?
I mean, well, it's the stereotype, but also the market. You know, I've never thought to myself, in order to calm down, I want to grind up some horse hooves and gelatin and sugar and cannabis, and that's the tool I'm going to use to unwind. I wanted something that actually aligned to my lifestyle and something that would actually fit into my day-to-day practice as a daily cannabis user, and I couldn't find it. So Chef Nick and I created it.
So what they say, the genius is always creating something that you have a need of. So I love that. That's in this most practical, this most practical way. So one of the things that really resonated that I wanted you to bring out is that grief was a way that you were thinking about Calibrate. And I know that one of the themes this weekend for us is food as medicine.
Right.
And so when we talked to you, that was one of the first things we thought about is how your product is defining food as medicine in a very unique and creative way.
Yeah, thank you. So for context, what he's referring to is I lost my mom to pancreatic cancer towards the end of 2018 when I had just moved here. So with no friends, no family, building a tech startup, it was a lot. You know, I didn't really have the tools that would help me adjust. And when I went to the doctor asking for recommendations on a therapist, they were like, you don't need one, just take Wellbutrin, the antidepressant, instead. And I was like, well, that doesn't feel quite right, but took it for 5 days. I kept feeling jittery and out of my body. And they're like, no problem, just take a Zoloft to go to bed. And they wanted me on this perpetual cycle that my intuition was telling me that that's not what I needed.
Yes.
And that was really alarming.
Love that.
But your question was around how we use food as medicine. I mean, that's how we all started, right? Like when you're an infant, food is so important, your nutrition is so important. It's how we get up every day. It's how we do the things that we do on a daily basis. And when it comes to incorporating cannabis as a part of that, it's just adding it into your daily lifestyle, whatever that looks like for you. If it's a dollop of Calibrate coconut oil in your morning smoothie, which I did today, you know,
That's
it's really
why
helpful.
You look so refreshing and fabulous.
Maybe. I just love our product. But you know, there are so many ways to infuse healthy food with a healthy plant when used safely. It's just a matter of educating people on proper dosages, what to do so that you don't get the spins and all of these other aspects to it.
Sure. So, like, I would probably classify what you're doing as non-traditional.
Yeah.
So what roadblocks can you offer to people in the audience of when you're trying to build something that's maybe not that traditional food item in the ecosystem?
Ask yourself, who cares?
Ooh,
Quite
honey.
honestly.
Oh, wait, yes.
Like, if you have the right
Yes.
team around you, if you feel it, like for me, I can only speak to my own experience with Calibrate Wellness. I feel it in every fiber of my being every single day that we are creating something that is actually helping people. We have customers that are pastors. We have people that have run for office and won and haven't won in this past election. We have people that are, entering into menopause, people that haven't been intimate with their partners in 6 months, but had an edible and finally was able to engage with their partners in that
That's
way.
powerful.
Exactly, and when you see that and you see that it's just something that you love, that you're now able to give to other people in a way that destigmatizes cannabis and makes it art and makes it something that's honored and actually like a practice of radical self-love, I mean, it's really easy to get invested in it.
Love that. So what roadblocks, do you see that you really, or sorry, not roadblocks, advances, do you see in food and wellness that is exciting you right now? Or someone with your background and just experiences?
I'm excited that we have all finally agreed that gimmicks like skinny tea and those get fit quick and, quote unquote health-based products that are really all just sugar and manufactured and not actually good for you are not health category items. It's really refreshing to now have space for real items that are organic, plant-based, anti-inflammatory. And I think the biggest piece of that is that companies are now listening to the consumer and asking, what do you want? What do you do on a daily basis? How do you want to feel when you consume our products, whether it's crickets, whether it's cannabis? It's great to see that we're being mindful of the actual consumer's experience now and being respectful of that.
Can you imagine that?
Novel concept.
So Janice, one thing that I just love is that we're in flow with you, that it's about the education of it, not just shoving it to people and saying, well, we need you to like this just to like it. Right? It really does matter that they're educated about that. So just as we have the last, minute or two here, how can people find you? What is on your radar with Calibrate? And again, we look forward to seeing you on Sunday for the brunch. So what would you like to share with the audience just in this last minute or two?
I would like to share that cannabis is a growing market. 37% of women try it and are still hiding it. And that's because there is that stigma that if you consume cannabis, you're not ambitious, you're not professional, you don't care about your family, you just want to rest on a lily pad and do absolutely nothing, and that's not true. It's really not the case. Steve Jobs, Jay-Z, various other very successful entrepreneurs have cited cannabis as a tool that they've used, and the more that we can open up access to it, that's really important. I would also say, as a black woman with a black woman-owned company in the cannabis space, it is not lost on me that there are hundreds of thousands of people that look like me that are currently incarcerated for minor cannabis infractions.
Amen.
And so as we build our edibles and with everybody that consumes them, I'm very grateful and honored to be standing on the shoulders of those that paved the way, and that this work doesn't end with just future of food. There's more in terms of the vision of Calibrate, being able to play a role in destigmatizing that, being able to play a role in legislation, that's really important. And in terms of getting a hold of us, you can visit our website, www.shopcalibrate.com. You can also find us on Instagram @shopcalibrate, and I look forward to giving you some radical self-love via our incredible edibles.
Ooh, love it. Y'all, we hope you were informed and educated, and this is the future of food, an example of it. Hey.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Revel Greens. Thank you. If you haven't had a chance, check out Revel Greens outside in the Future Food Field Day. They're one of our sponsors. They're one of the groups that are helping us put this on today. This kind of event, if you have never been behind the scenes at this kind of thing, takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of money from the amazing production team at Mode, the equipment, the stage, the sound, the lights, giant screens, the food. All of these things take resources. We encourage you to get involved. We encourage you to support Little Herds. We encourage you to support our nonprofit partners. We encourage you to check out our sponsors and the products that they have, because it's with their support and with your support that we're able to make this kind of event happen. We're able to make this kind of event free and open to the public. We're able to make this event free for our live stream viewers at home. We're able to make this kind of event free for anybody who's not able to watch it today. You can watch it later. It'll be on the Little Herds YouTube. All of these discussions are going to be free and open to the public forever, because we believe that information about food should be available to you, should be available to everyone. So next up, we're going to have a conversation with a few of the folks who are really giving their time and their energy to our local food system and increasing the ability of our local food system, our city and our county, to be able to produce food, to farm food, to process food. We heard about manufacturing and how we need more women in food manufacturing. The people you're going to hear from next are part of the citizens and the business owners and the constituents who are giving their time to creating a new food plan for Austin and Travis County. Thank you very much for being here with us. I'm very pleased to invite Joy Chevalier with the Cook's Nook up on stage, and our two new friends, Yvette and Akua.
Good afternoon. Was that on? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm having to project a lot. I'm Joyce Chevalier, and I am the owner here in Austin, Travis County, Texas, of the Cook's Nook. And we are a food and nutrition services company here in town, focused on providing culturally relevant, delicious, nutritious meals that go into various aspects of healthcare, but also towards food insecurity. So we work with the public sector. I also have the great fortune of also being the current interim chair of the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board, which is one of the commissions here in the city. And so today we are going to have a conversation about that, because no area can develop a food plan without its citizenry being a core part of that, whether that is being led by staff and government and other groups, to individual citizens, to the companies, the businesses, in order to make a food plan actually work for a region. And we've taken on that effort in Austin, Travis County, with great help from our Office of Sustainability. He's going to kill me. I'm going to point out that we actually have the Austin food manager. What is he? Where's Edwin? There he is over in the corner, which is an amazing role. And they work very hard in the Office of Sustainability to actually help us think about what does it mean to have a sustainable region around food and water, also in emergency scenarios. So this is a concerted effort that has gone on for the last several years. Many recommendations came out of the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board, and those go to the City Council for consideration. That's how it works here. Anybody can be a part of the working groups. So if you live here in Austin, Travis County, we'd be happy to see you, and put input into the plan and the other work that's being done. But back to the point. So the recommendation goes to the City Council. City Council and staff considers, staff in this case also being Office of Sustainability, and then eventually a proposal is put in front of the city, and the council considers all of its options. And actually last year, the Austin City Council, also with the Travis County Commissioners, did agree to give $3 million towards the creation and development of a food plan, and several other programs are a part of that. You guys, that's really huge that a city would actually set aside $3 million to do that. And of those dollars, they went to various projects, but explicitly about $550,000 is to develop the food plan. And that includes what we call a CAC, a Community Advisory Committee. So this is a larger committee of citizenry that are used to help develop the core tenets of the food plan. What does that mean for manufacture? How do we encourage the rules and requirements around agriculture? What does that mean for businesses? Emergency scenarios, you name it. The idea is to come up with a comprehensive plan over the next 2 years with the CAC. And then the creation beneath that of what we call issue groups. And so those are broken out into different issue areas. The CAC is thinking about that right now. So I'm really fortunate, and I'll stop talking, and introduce 2 members of the CAC who are with us today, and we're going to have a quick chat about what does that mean for the citizenry to actually affect a food plan. So I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. Yvette?
Hi, everybody. My name is Yvette Lopez. I'm a social work doctoral candidate, and I reside in the Austin Colony area.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Cool Woolbright. I'm a nutritionist for Whole Foods Market, but I spend an equal amount of time out in the community, whether it is when I lived in DC, working for grassroots lobbying agencies, or in Detroit, where I was the president for the Detroit People's Food Co-op, and working very closely with the Detroit Food Policy Council. I mentioned Detroit because there's so much work happening there to really create a sustainable food system. And I'm excited to be back home. I am a Texan, so I'm excited to be back here to bring information and perspective that can lend to the work that we're doing, but more important than that, to really listen to the voices who are already here on the ground doing the work. Those are the voices we need to listen to and elevate. I'm excited to be a part of the CAC.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, many people don't realize that there are in various cities around the U.S. Concerted efforts to create and develop complex, I won't say complicated, they're also complicated, but complex food systems and food system plans. As a matter of fact, part of our work with the Office of Sustainability is that the bodies sort of look at these examples, whether it is a system in Vermont, system in California, Michigan, Detroit, various areas. They are ahead of us in this game about how to create something that actually makes sense. So to that point, I'm coming back to my questions here. What made you guys decide that, what was it about the how did you hear about the fact that a CAC, Community Advisory Committee, was being developed? Where did you guys hear about that? And then what made you decide that this was something you're going to spend time in? How much time a month are you guys spending, or will be spending as part of the CAC?
So I became aware of it through getting involved with the City of Austin, applying for grants through UT Social Resource Center. In Dole Valley, which is identified as a food desert. And that's how I became knowledgeable of the Community Advisory Board, through collaboration and networking. And the reason why I decided to join is because I see this as a purpose and as a calling, and to help others who are not able to have a voice and advocate for them as well.
So I recently moved back to Austin and was making it known that I wanted to be involved in the local food scene, and someone sent me an email about the CAC forum, and I was like, oh, I need to be a part of that. I was immediately very excited because I am passionate about creating food systems and plans that can not only serve people and their day-to-day needs, but that can fill in those gaps in the event of crises or emergencies. And so the idea that we can envision a food plan for the next 100 years that can give people access to fresh, healthy food, and to be responsive to them if they do have an emergency. We see what happens when we had COVID. There was a crippling to our food system. If we have an ice storm, it can be crippling to our food system. So how powerful will it be when we can announce this plan and provide more security to the residents of Austin, Travis County, and other surrounding areas?
One of the things that may not surprise the people in this room is our Food Policy Board, the CAC, or any of these kinds of folks doing systemic work led by women. By and large, they're the ones who volunteer or bring that energy for the persistent group to actually try to solve these issues. Random question, why do you think that is? Why? You guys are talking with the others now in the CAC. You guys have been building the CAC for the last couple of months, and why do you think that is?
For me, it is personal lived experience. So I am a woman. I'm also a single mother of 3 children. And so we lived this experience, as she mentioned, with the storm and with COVID. And we saw what was happening. And so, that helped me to, start making change.
Similar for me, I'm a mom, I'm a single mom, and so being connected to food has always been a part of my experience. Going back to childhood, I grew up on a farm in East Texas, and so just being connected to the farm and seeing the work that happens and knowing that there's so many people involved throughout the entire food process, throughout the entire food system, and women oftentimes are invisible in some of those spaces, but when it comes to getting the work done, and creating this type of visioning, you really do see our impact and our presence. And so I'm really happy to be a part of that.
Yeah, it's part of putting the CAC together was very much an emphasis on lived experience, not just folks who happen to own businesses or folks who are in the business of dealing with food, but it was to create a CAC that was representative of our city and our geography, but also primarily the lived experience of those and how they engaged food, to be able to inform, to make change within, or to make a system. You have to have something to be able to change it, but to actually create for us what is that plan going to look like. Can you guys talk about yet some of the things that you've discussed in the CAC? Or, what are the topics have been? I know you guys are still in early stages.
So one of the things that I have noticed throughout all of the discussions is the emphasis on having diverse representation at the table. And to make sure that we are really highlighting the work that's happening already on the ground. There's people across the different aspects of the food system already doing work. But what an amazing opportunity we have to bring those voices together to make sure their work is elevated and their voices are heard. And so I have been very impressed that throughout all of our conversations, there is an emphasis on making sure that we are listening to the voices of the people who are actually doing the work every day and who are impacted by the decisions that we make with this plan.
Yeah, some of the stuff that we've been brainstorming is reviewing some of the strategic plans that the city of Austin has already conducted, and also getting feedback also from the food industry on, we're working on surveys as well and reviewing those to go ahead and send them out to them and get feedback from them as well.
So that's a great point. So how are businesses showing up in this process? I know we have individuals in this lived experience, but have you guys had thoughts yet about what are the roles of companies in this conversation?
I have not been a part of that level of visioning, so I really can't speak to that. But what I do see is that there is a concerted effort to make sure that voices across the entire plan, from local farmers to businesses, are at the table. And so when we do have our meetings, I'm looking around at all the different people who are involved, you see a very diverse representation. And I'm sure there'll be more efforts as we go forward to call those voices in even more. Whether they're on the CAC or not, we still need to call in more voices so that we can have those ideas and perspectives represented as we create this plan.
We also have a member, her name is Emmy, and she's working with this industry, and so that industry would be the agriculture farmers, the food industry, restaurant owners, and getting feedback from them. I reviewed some of the surveys, and one of the questions is on the COVID pandemic, how it impacted them, and I think that's also very important as well to look into that, so we can fill in the gaps of the services that are needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder, have you guys sort of got to the point of what is your hope at the end of the day? What do you think will come out of this? I mean, yes, there's supposed to be a plan, but what really practically comes out of this work that you guys are going to be doing for the next 2 years? And by the way, how many of you guys are on the CCA? There's 27 technically. It is a very large group of folks, and so that's pretty exciting. But what are you hoping for?
You know, so I'm gonna go a little bit different direction with that. Yes, we want to have a plan that meets the daily needs of people, that can fill in for those emergencies. But I think broader than that, it's an opportunity for a cross-section of Austin food workers, policymakers, business owners to connect with each other. I mean, I see there's so much power, not just in the plan, but in the way that we are getting to know each other and the future collaborations that could really yield, because we are so much stronger together than we are apart. And I'm meeting people that I never would have known if I hadn't been a part of the CAC. I think that's happening for many people on the CAC. And I'm really hopeful to learn how we might continue past the food plan to collaborate, to draw ideas and strength from each other so that we can continue the work, because I do believe there's so much collaboration that can take place. The other thing that I really hope will happen is that we will change how the wider residents of Austin and surrounding counties will think about the food system, and that we can have an impact on making it a more inclusive conversation, not just for us working on the plan, but I hope that we can be a model for inclusivity, and that we can continue past this plan to continue to draw people into the conversation. So I'm really hoping that the impact that we have extends beyond the plan.
Go ahead.
Yes, and so pretty much I agree with Dr. Acuna, and what I would like to say is that the plan would have everything, all the working parts put together, and have abundance food for all for the city of Austin.
One of the, for you guys who are visiting and you guys who live here know this, you know, this has become an urgent issue here for us. We have been very affected in our food system by COVID-19 and by Storm Uri. And for you guys who may have seen the news, even the storm this year, you know, there's a disruption that happens in Austin. Most people don't sort of realize that 99.5% of all the food in Austin, Texas comes in on I-35 on a truck. Austin, Travis County loses, what was it, Edwin, about 16 acres a day, was it, or so, of usable farmland. So, you know, the idea that when something happens, climate, weather, and I'll make the distinction, or whatever that may be, it's going to affect us on our tables. When everything comes in on a truck on a road, and you're not in the business of any sort of self-sustaining structure, self-sustaining agriculture structure, or production structure, which is, you know, the state of things in, you know, one of the most successful cities in the United States right now. The idea that we are just starting on a food plan has become incredibly, incredibly urgent. The numbers, even for food insecurity in Austin, Travis County, run anywhere about 15 to 18%, depending on if you're an adult or child. That's chronic, right? And then, of course, that spikes in emergency scenarios, or, you know, a lingering scenario like COVID-19. It was pretty real here, and most people don't sort of realize that about our arena. So we were really glad as a food policy board member that the city council did take this up finally and create the resolution that's, you know, created the plan for the plan effectively from those guys, which is now being executed upon. Before I get to you guys and see if you have any questions, what is next? Do you guys know what's next for the food plan? You guys are doing surveys right now. You're reviewing the previous recommendations and materials and ideas. Do you guys have a sense of what might be next from the surveys, or what you guys are thinking about?
Well, I can't speak to the surveys, but I think one of the things that's next is for us to really, decide on our leadership structure and to really start finding ways to move the work forward. As you mentioned, it's a large group, right under 30 people. And so it's going to be a challenge, but a good challenge to find out how to have those open conversations, but at the same time really be really focused and linear to move the conversation forward. And that's the part I'm always really excited about, like how do we really bring form and shape to the work that we do, so we leave with a plan that actually does what it needs to do to improve food access to the people who need it the most. And I want to say one little thing about that part. When you live in a city like Austin, there's so much privilege, and you can walk Town Lake, and it's a city of beautiful people, and everyone's happy and just joyful. It's
some odd stuff going on around here, pretty seriously.
But it can make people who don't have access to basic things invisible. And I want us to always remember that there is always this other side in these cities that we need to be really mindful of. I want to tell a brief story.
Sure.
I said that I'm a nutrition educator. I do nutrition programming around the country. And oftentimes when I'm in nutrition conferences or medical conferences, I hear things that are alarming to me. People have said to me that people of color, low-income people, don't want to make bold lifestyle changes. They don't have any goals when it comes to nutrition and medical outcomes. People have said this to me, that they don't eat salad, they don't care about increased access to produce, and they'll defend that and justify that by saying things like, we know this to be true because they're not compliant with their pill regimen, their doctor's appointments, or their annual screening, so therefore we know everything else about them. And so these are the kinds of things we're up against. We want to make sure that we're not making decisions for people, but that we're giving everyone the same access to information, opportunities, resources, and something as basic as food, so that they can make the choices they need to make for themselves and their families. And so I just think that this plan, I keep saying this, but has an ability to go so much further when it comes to the recognition of people and their real struggles and the empowerment that can come out of this in the end.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Acuna. We are planning on putting the empowerment theory framework model into the food plan. And at the moment right now, we're working on the proposal for the co-chair leadership roles. And we're both gonna try and see if we can be in it as well.
Can you describe the roles, the cultural leadership roles?
The co-chair.
The co-chair, yes. So one thing you might notice is, yes, I may sit on the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board as a commissioner, but one of the things that we clearly did was to create a structure on the food plan that was not dependent on the members of the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board. It had to be separate from us and work with them, but not influence them, not determine how that works. Yes, we are all volunteers too, who sit on the Austin Travis County Food Policy Board, and I see our former chairs right here too, Sharon Mays. We have a role to play as those who make recommendations to the City Council, and we've done that. And the City Council, hello, that is Commissioner Bridget Shea coming in here. I'm going to switch seats here and let you go right here, Bridget. You want to go here? I'm good to see you. And so it was very important to distinguish our role and requirements and expectations from the citizens who were determining the food policy, the food plan for the next 2 years, and let them do that and create that structure with guidance, of course, with the consultants and with the Office of Sustainability. You guys don't know, this is actually amazing because this is Bridget Shea. She is the Travis County Commissioner for Precinct 2. Travis County happens to be my precinct, my commissioner. I'm going to bring you into the conversation real quick. So we've been talking about what the CAC does and how, of course, that's separate from us and what their hopes and goals are in the CAC around creating the food plan. But just from your perspective as a commissioner, why did you guys, and of course the City Council, why did you guys decide that make this investment now? What does it mean to say, okay, yes, we need to have a food plan? And of course, that includes water as well, but if you don't mind addressing that just a little bit.
I think probably the pandemic was the big wake-up call for most people, but I've also been working on climate issues in Texas for 35 years, and it's clear, if you're paying any attention, that climate change is going to dramatically alter everything. I mean, we just can't conduct business as usual, and it's going to particularly affect this region of the country, our ability to grow food, frankly, for people to even remain living here. We will see extreme heat, extreme drought, and we'll likely have to, frankly, relocate people from many parts of the U.S. So with that happy little intro, hi everybody.
Thanks, Bridget, for coming, Commissioner Shea.
And I feel like I should have a warning sign every time I get asked about these things. But the other part of it was because there was so much chaos and disruption with the pandemic, I think that made clear to everyone that we can't just rely on far-flung places to grow our food, on just-in-time distribution networks to get our food to the population. And I started to hear more people during the time of the pandemic talking about, gee, how can we grow more food locally so we're not so dependent on
The trucks, I was talking about the trucks that bring in most of, overwhelmingly our food.
supply chains, exactly, that can get disrupted. So that was definitely a part of it. But I think it also grew out of the Sustainable Food Policy Board, which had been in existence previously and had done incredibly important work, and Joy's been a key part of that as well. So it's kind of a continuum, but really the pandemic was a giant wake-up call for a lot of people.
Yeah. Was it, I know that, and I'll let you guys know, our commissioners in the city have been responsive around RFPs, around just generally around food access, different types of food access, but there's still larger issues at play around land use.
Absolutely, but I actually have to brag on Joy here because she was my teacher in so many ways. When the pandemic started, Joy called me and said, because she works in the food world, and she said, there are so many people with large refrigerators and freezers full of food, and they can't sell it now because we shut down all the restaurants. I mean, we shut down South by Southwest. It was an incredibly painful, difficult decision for our community and for the leaders who had to make that decision, because we did it about a week before the start of South by. It was just traumatic on so many levels. But Joy, being in the food world, said, all this food is going to go to waste. What can we do about it? And so she began putting together the systems to cook the food and distribute it to people who were suddenly food insecure. Wow. I don't know what it was like in your communities, but we had massive lines of cars of people lined up for food banks to get groceries, and they were in tears in some cases. They were ashamed. They had never been in this situation before, and suddenly they had to go get food donated to them because they lost their job.
Yeah, they were all
couldn't pay
new.
their
That was just the new
bills.
population. We had numbers that spiked to about 23, 24% of the population. Here suddenly became food insecure during that time frame.
But Joy put together this whole system so that as much as possible, the food wouldn't rot in people's restaurants' refrigerators. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and I think part of one of the reasons I think that all of you guys, commissioners and city council, responded was that it became clear that there was a relationship between government and our nonprofits and their safety nets. It was that was not clear, and those lines of responsibility, and how do things get funded? How do we have a constant mechanism, not just an emergency mechanism, but a constant mechanism that is speaking and working together to deal with food, regularly. And I think that is what the food plan is hoping to do. How do we have each of these verticals? How do we address land use? So we create more farmers. How do we then take that stuff and put it into companies or into some sort of production, right? Then how do we deal also with access, right? So that everybody has a part to play in this conversation. We have to. The businesses have to come to the table as much as the individuals come to the table, make demands, because part of it was the fact that community members' voices had to be heard in this. They wanted food to reach them in a certain way, or they wanted certain kinds of food, and they have the right to ask for that. So all of that had to be included. So very quickly, what is the commissioner's hope around why you've gone into this? We now have a plan. It's going to be a 2-year plan. We've got the CAC that's being developed. What is the commissioner's hope around this? When they think about county commissioners, of course, at county level.
Yeah. I can't speak for my colleagues. There are a total of 5 of us. I don't know what the counties are like where y'all are from, but in Texas, they're so weird. The saying is, if you know, there's 254 counties in Texas. And the saying is, if you know one county, you know one county.
You know one
They're
county.
all different. The only uniform thing is that every one of them has a county judge who's not a judge, so that's really confusing too. I think it's a leftover from pioneer days when they needed somebody in really remote areas who could figure out what to do with criminals or whatever.
It's true.
So they're not judges, but they're called judge, and then there's 4 commissioners, and I'm one of 4 commissioners. So I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues, except that I think we're all pretty much on the same wavelength with regard to having a real commitment to basically humane programs. And we haven't had a whole lot of discussion as a body about what we want the CAC to do, but I can tell you what I want and what conversations I've been having with folks. We, counties in Texas have kind of narrow jurisdictions, but we've been very creative about, sort of elbowing out the edges and trying to do more than the typical county. I think because we have a very progressive community. I think we have a very creative community, super responsive community that's very engaged with local government by and large. And so there's a lot of interest in trying to preserve land, both for environmental reasons and then also for community need reasons. And that's particularly true in the western or the eastern part of the county, because there's a lot of what's known as black land prairie, which is rich agricultural soils. The western part of the county, we've got a...
Not so much with the fault line.
Yeah, exactly. The fault line really differentiates. It created the Colorado River. You've got the uplift to the west and the plains to the east. But so we have been purchasing land. We as the county have been purchasing lands along the 2 major eastern creeks to the east of this area, Gilliland and Wilbarger. And our goal is to create public trails, public access, and a riparian corridor that will preserve and maintain the creek areas. And in the process of buying that land, there's additional farmland attached to the access to the creeks. You can't just buy the creek frontage, you got to buy the land that comes with it. And in many cases, it's some acreage of farmland. And so I've been encouraging our staff for us to look for ways to make that land more available for agricultural uses. In some cases, there were pre-existing contracts that came with the land, but they're mostly for growing hay, for animal feed, or for grazing cattle. There's only one case I know of, and you probably know it too, with the multicultural immigrant council.
MRC's land. Yeah.
They work with the immigrant community, and they have now partnered with John Beal, who we did a conservation easement with. The way the county, and I think other local governments do this too, can acquire land is generally one of 2 ways. You either buy it outright, or you purchase a conservation easement, which is essentially purchasing the right to develop that land. So it remains permanently undeveloped, other than for agricultural uses, but the land can remain with the family. Because there's a lot of generations of farmers in Texas that want to hang on to their land, have a harder and harder time to do it because of property taxes, but a conservation easement can allow them to keep the land. So John, we purchased a conservation easement from John Beal, and he partnered with the
MRC.
the
This is the Multicultural Resource Refugee Coalition.
That's it. And they work with refugee groups, and in particular those that come from agricultural societies. They've partnered with John so that those groups can farm on his land, and then harvest the crops and sell them.
And go to market.
And they're partnered, and they sell their product at a farmer's market under the name New Leaf Agriculture. And I know about this because my husband is a beekeeper, and he has hives on the land, and the bees help pollinate the crops that they grow.
But I think the hope
But
is
I want
that,
to do more of that. I think the county could do more of
well, I'm
that.
going to say, I think part of that is in the plan, right? You have to set aside and talk about different kinds of land uses, best uses of land uses, acquisition of that land use, and then the programs to actually have people and have access to that land, purchase that land, or use that land, so we can actually increase the agriculture that's actually grown here in Austin Travis County.
And we're
That's
a step
the hope.
ahead on that because we've already purchased the land or have easements on it.
Yeah.
So I'd love to encourage more groups to do that.
Yeah. We've got a few minutes left. I want to see if any of you guys out here have any questions just about how folks are approaching it, or what does it mean to sort of put together a food plan? Do you have them in your communities where you come from? Any quick questions for these guys? Go ahead.
Can you speak up? Or is there a microphone?
I live here locally, and I want to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's asking about how to get involved in some fashion, that he's actually local and live here, and how to do that. So there'll be a couple of ways to do that. Oh,
Sorry, another question.
sure. Oh, that's interesting. Have you guys talked about that at the county?
Shopping malls, there's dead industrial spaces all over town. I think they keep garbage cans in the old Home Depot.
Yeah, the old home.
Oh,
old
you
Home
mean like
Depot.
at 183 and St. John?
No, it's the recycling. It's the carts. They don't
Yeah.
store them full of garbage in there. It's the empty. It's the
Just
empty
the
carts
carts.
before they distribute them to people.
I don't know if you guys have talked about that and about repurposing spaces, building spaces.
You know, again, because the county has such a skinny kind of authority, and we have really tiny budgets compared to the city. We haven't had the luxury to do that. Although I will say the buildings that we do have for county services in the downtown area, we have been very aggressive about using something that the city does offer, which is treated wastewater to be used in place of treated drinking water for non-potable uses. And most people don't know this, but the largest use of water in a big building like this is for, any ideas?
Toilets?
Everybody says toilets. Any other suggestions? Air conditioning. Most people don't know that, but 90% of the water use in a big building is for air conditioning. Especially in hot climates, they use evaporative cooling. There's big cooling towers, and they evaporate off water to generate the energy for the air conditioning. So we've swapped out the water supply for our air conditioning systems on our 4 main buildings downtown, and we're trying to get the city to run the purple pipe to the brand new courthouse we've built at 17th and Guadalupe. But we're offsetting about 40 million gallons of drinking water a year permanently. And because this region is going to become extremely drought prone, we need to do everything we can to conserve water. And instead, for the most part, we're just using it like drunken sailors. I'm not kidding. We waste water on such an epic scale, it's obscene.
Have you guys met Bridget Shea? Thanks. So I'm going to ask your first part of your question about how to be involved in the food plan or the policy board. So the food policy board are appointed commissioners by seats, by chairs from city and county. But we have ongoing working groups, and the working groups are where often some of the recommendations come out of. And then we as citizens lead that with other citizens. So one of the working groups is on just food access. And you're free to do that. We meet once a month, typically on a Monday. Is it third Monday? Second Monday of the month. Yes, second Monday of the month at 6 p.m. And then you can find out about the working groups, and then the working groups have their own cadence. And anybody in Austin Travis County is free to participate. For the food plan very specifically, the CAC has been selected and congregated, but they're going to start to develop their issue areas. And so the issue areas will be the topical issue areas, and you can get involved with that as well. Just ping me. I'm happy to connect you with either level, whatever you like, whatever you're interested in doing. Just catch me after this. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think you're the one
Yeah,
that was
I
saying
mentioned that.
there-
Yeah,
yes.
other cities, but I'm going to make somebody talk real quick because he's going to ignore this. You want to talk about this a little bit, Evan, just for a minute, just for half a second? Just an example of one city, one place.
Give that man a mic.
Oh, you're talking about Detroit
yes.
specifically.
So I kind of queued it up. So I lived in Detroit for 10 years, and what I noticed was that in that city, so many of the businesses had left Detroit. The automobile industry had left. There was no regional or national grocery store for 15 years. And so the residents kind of took matters into their own hands. And there, at that time when I moved in 2012, were over 2,000 urban farms or small community gardens. And Detroit actually won a lot of awards for its urban agriculture efforts. The Detroit D-Town Farm is a farm of the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network, and they are producing food and distributing out to residents through farmers markets and other efforts. And through the D-Town Farm and the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network, they developed the Detroit Food Policy Council, and that group then expanded a lot of the ability to collaborate across different organizations. And the most recent thing I was really proud of is the formation of the Detroit People's Food Cooperative. This is a resident-owned grocery store. They'll be selling natural and organic produce at a reduced cost in one of Detroit's most impoverished neighborhoods. So Detroit's actually won awards for their food efforts and their urban agriculture. And so those are some of the ideas that I want to bring to the food plan in Austin. But there's other cities that are models, many cities that are model cities for this type of work. And I think part of what we have to do as we move into the food plan process is to really look at some of those great examples, see what fits for Austin and what doesn't. Listen to things like the commissioner brought in around climate change and all these, and water usage. There's so many ideas that can end up in the issue groups that we can start to consider and find out, from, residents what they really want to see us move forward on.
Yeah. One of the programs I think about is the Good Food program that it's being used in Michigan, and it's focused on food access and financing. And how does that work? How do you have various RFPs? How do companies and business even get to respond to those RFPs that are put out by agencies? What are the RFPs focused on? Because the RFP has to have a focus area, and so it comes out of other work eventually. Is it the RFPs and the other things that go out? But then how do you finance that, and who's involved in financing some of this work? So there's all kinds of different models. One we looked at also in Vermont and New England, which is across state. That focuses on agriculture, also in financing, manufacturing, and others. So there are a lot of different models that go about this in a variety of different ways.
And I would like to mention something kind of on a micro level that's not on that grand scale. One thing that I saw in Detroit that I would love to do here in Austin is the Great Grocer program. When you think about food access and food deserts, sometimes we focus on those regional and national grocery chains to provide food. Even though we didn't have those large grocery stores in Detroit, there were 67 independent grocers, but people didn't really know who they were or where to access them. They were tucked back into a neighborhood. And a lot of them were not really doing good business practices. They were rude to the community. They were culturally insensitive. They were selling rotten food, outdated meat. And so Detroit Economic Growth Corporation implemented a program with the Detroit Food Policy Council to start to grade grocery stores and to publicize those grades. And so it motivated the grocers to start doing a better job because they wanted their score to be high in the newspaper. And then after that, to give them more of an incentive, there was some funding put in place to help them to beautify their store inside and out, to change their merchandise and to get better product in. And we did some training around customer service and cultural sensitivity so they would be better partners in the communities that they serve.
Yeah. Yeah, the level of ideas that are going to come out of the CAC and then also in the issue groups themselves, I think will be pretty dramatic and be real asks. I mean, a lot of us are really looking forward to it, really looking forward to it. So I have been instructed that you can find out about the food plan at austintexas.gov/food. So please do have a look at that. And we are out of time. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you guys.
I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words. I can taste your I can taste your words. I can taste your
All right, I am so thrilled. What an amazing conversation. I feel like I know so much more about our local food system. I feel like I know so much more about the ways that constituents and citizens can impact the food system, working with policymakers, working with the city, working with the county, and really making sure that the people, the amazing people at the city and the county who are doing this work, hear from the community members, the people that are impacted, the people that are the ones who are going to feel the effects of that food plan. So that was an amazing discussion. I'm glad that y'all were able to join us for that. Next up, we're very excited. We're gonna bring it back from last year. We've got Chandra Washington doing pitch practice. This is gonna be a series of entrepreneurs getting up here, pitching their ideas, getting some amazing feedback from investors who know what they're going through. They know what it's like to have to pitch to an investor to raise funds for their business. And I am thrilled because this is our third year partnering with Chandra. We did it in 2021 online, we did it last year here, and this year we're so excited because we've got just a whole group of amazing investors and a whole group of amazing entrepreneurs. So without further ado, we're gonna have 6 chairs. And as you hear these entrepreneurs, I want you to be thinking about if you've got a business, if you've got a nonprofit, if you've got an idea, a project, I want you to be thinking and listening because the tips, the gems that these feedback judges are going to share, that's the kind of information that you can take and use for your pitch, for your idea, for your business, and take that with you. And you can share it with other people too. All right. Once again, thank you so much, Chandra Washington, for joining us 3rd year in a row for pitch practice.
Hello, guys. So like RNA said, we've been doing this for 3 years. I started pitch practice on Clubhouse. Okay, back in 2020 from a suggestion of a friend of mine, and it has turned into live events and founders getting millions of dollars just from coming on stage. Like RNA said, there's so many things that can come from this pitch practice. And so I know you're probably used to seeing actual competition, like a pitch competition, but I really wanted it to be a no stress situation for founders, for them to be able to just practice. Literally, pitch practice is what it is. And so I have 6 judges with me today. I'm gonna bring them on stage, then I'll tell you guys how I'm gonna run this, and then we'll get started with the pitches. Okay, so could my judges come up on stage, please? Kendra, let's see, who do we have? I have so many people. Christine, Kelly, Elisa, Shayna. Y'all were just chatting, and I'm like, guys. All right, so just sit anywhere. Okay, so we're gonna do quick intros. Oh, that's my seat, girl.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
So we're going to do quick intros. Again, my name is Chandra Washington. I'm a fractional CFO. I work with startups as their finance department before they need an in-house finance department. I've heard hundreds of pitches. I've helped founders raise millions and millions of dollars. And so I started this, like I said, just to be able to allow founders to be able to practice their pitches. And so I have an illustrious team up with me today. So Christine, I want you to go first. Or actually, let's just go down the line. My list, whatever. Okay, 30 seconds to introduce yourself, and then we'll start to bring the folks up.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Shayna Harris from Supply Change Capital. I'm a managing partner and co-founder, and we invest in food technologies, focusing on the future of food with a lens for climate and culture. We do early stage investments, and we saw about 1,000 companies last year and made 8 investments. So we've seen lots of pitches, and excited to hear y'all today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kendra Bracken-Ferguson. I am the founder and CEO of Brain Trust Founder Studio. We are the largest membership-based platform for Black founders of beauty and wellness companies. And we also have our subsequent Brain Trust Fund that further invests in Black founders across beauty and wellness and food for healing. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elisa Sepulveda. I am a partner at Angel Ventures. We invest in Latino founders across the US and across sectors, so software, and we do CPG as well, so it's wonderful to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Kelly Bryan, based in Washington, D.C. I am the regional director for Village Capital. We support early stage social innovation, mostly with access to both capital and social capital to help them scale. So happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine May, and I'm the principal of the Kozabi Group. But probably what's more interesting is that I'm most recently the CEO of Gathered Foods, which was 100% plant-based seafood. So I very well know the pressure and the challenges of trying to go and pitch. I'm also on the board of SKU, which is a CPG accelerator here in Austin. So again, also deeply immersed, and so excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, so first thing I want to say is, can we just do a quick round of applause because there's all women on stage? Okay, all women investors on stage, and we really focused this year on making sure that we brought founders and judges that identified as women, LGBTQIA, and those that were from underrepresented groups. So make sure that you guys are taking that into consideration. We are here to support everyone and make sure that everybody gets funded. Okay, we have our first founder, Jill Johnson. Are you ready, my friend?
Jill, yes. Hello.
Okay, so Jill, hold on, because I did not tell you how this works. We have 3 minutes each. What? You didn't know?
No, go ahead.
Okay. You looking at me, I'm looking at you. Okay.
All right.
So each founder has 3 minutes to pitch their business.
Okay.
There's a timer right here. Okay. And after you don't listen, if you don't have all 3 minutes, that's cool.
right.
We'll work it out. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, up to 3 minutes to pitch your business.
All right.
After which we will all go and give you feedback.
Okay.
After that, you'll have maybe 30 seconds to a minute to be able to respond to anything, ask questions. So don't say anything while we're giving our feedback. Hold it, and then we'll be able to interact after that.
Okay, perfect.
Judges, we're judging the pitch. We're not judging the business. We want to make sure that we can give them actionable feedback. A lot of times when you do pitch practice or even pitch competitions, you want to ask about the business, you want to ask questions about their metrics, but we're not doing that here. We're really here to focus on the pitch, and so I want to make sure I just remind the judges. And as I go down the line, listen, they know I keep a tight room. I keep a tight stage. So I'll let you know if we're getting out of hand. And the other thing I'll say to my judges is try and pick one thing to focus on. You'll probably have 3 or 4 in your brain. Somebody might take one of your pieces of feedback, but try and just focus on one thing. Jill, are your friends here? Who did you just wave to?
I know a lot of people.
Hi, friend. Okay, Jill, your time is now. You can start.
Hi, how are you? My name is Jill Johnson. I moved here from California, and currently I'm in the Texas Hill Country. So what my business is Swig Consulting. We are a boutique style consulting firm that consults in the space of wine, spirits, and specialty food. So our most recent concept that we're focusing on is called Swig Cheese House. We are a retail glass truck concept, and we partner with wineries, distilleries, and breweries in the Texas Hill Country. Why the Texas Hill Country? Because, if you all didn't know, the Texas Hill Country is the second most visited wine country in the U.S., which means, moving from California, I want to replicate what the leaders do, correct? Texas has the platform, Texas has the wine. The wine has gotten better over the past, we moved here in 2014. So I've seen a niche to open an artisan shop during COVID. So if any of you all have been up and down 290, if you go west of 290, that is the Hill Country, i.e. the wine country. So there was not a cheese shop, not an artisan shop on that whole 290 trail, and neither was there food. During COVID, I became the charcuterie shop. Everybody came to me, they bought cheese by the pound, they ordered charcuterie boards, and so from there, my business boomed. We were bringing in a revenue about $10,000 a month. It was my first time having a team, having employees, just pushing out charcuterie boards and cheese during COVID. Okay, so with that said, we became really successful, approached the bank about a more practical concept, which was the food truck, right? So I took a food truck, made it into a glass retail truck, and became that grab-and-go concept for all of the wineries and some of the distilleries in the Texas Hill Country. Now you're thinking, why won't the wineries have their own food, right? So in Gillespie County, just like Travis and Hayes County, it's a little bit challenging for a winery to have food as well, unless they get those permits, unless they get that compliance. And we came in, had all of that, was able to have the truck on their premises and have their customers shop from us, which made them stay around longer and increase wine sales. So this is our concept. This is what we're focusing on, really also highlighting Texas wine. Texas wine has grown over the years. Having an artisan food truck, we get to actually complement the wine with high-end cheese, with local dairy, farm to table, all of that. 10% of our business is Texas, so we do sell Texas products, and then the rest is international. So with all that said, we are planning to scale. How are we scaling? Currently, we're doing educational classes.
Jill.
Almost.
Done.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just say this because, and I'm not going to give feedback because I just have so many people and they're amazing, so I'll let them give the feedback, but I want to say one thing. Always have an ask. I know you ran out of time, but girl, what can we do for you? How can we help you? So I'm going to give you, normally I would not do this, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to give us your ask.
Okay.
What is it?
$100,000 to scale on our food trucks and our educational program.
Got it. Okay, judges. Yes, okay, all right, cute, I love it. Okay, judges, who's first?
I can start.
Go ahead.
I think you have a really great concept. It was really interesting to hear the tidbit about Texas being the second most visited after California. So I got an idea of how big the opportunity was. What I wanted you to do is start with your story. Tell me the story about being in your kitchen cutting up cheese during the pandemic and selling it to people and finding that demand into where you are now.
Okay.
I really wanted to hear that story just to open it up to get me really excited about what you're doing.
Okay, That was.
Thank you.
Can I go after you?
Oh my gosh.
I kind of had the same feedback because I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a market niche, and you seized the opportunity so well, especially during COVID, and your ability to say like, what's the opportunity, what's the white space, and I was trying to figure out the connectivity of why you, and I was like, oh, she moved, what's the backstory, but I loved seizing the market, expanding, and it was very succinct about the how and the why and the product.
Yes, thank you. Any
Oh,
questions?
yeah, I mean, just quickly, you explained there's a gap in the market very clearly. I would say you can condense that a bit more. Focus on your team, focus on why you, and then focus on what's next. Where are you going from here? And that'll kind of get you all the critical pieces that you need in the pitch.
Perfect. Okay.
I love your energy. I think that you've got great energy. You definitely have focus, and you did find that opportunity. What I'd love to be able to see is start off really strong. Say your name, say the name of your company really clearly, and then give me one sentence that really kind of defines very sharply what it is that you do, and then you can go into your story, because I picked up some really key words like Texas, artisan, some of these other things that came much later. So I try to cram it together, maybe in like a really strong sentence right after the name of your company, and then I'm there, and then to the point of then tell me your story, because it's really very compelling.
Yeah, and then I know you got to get to $100,000, and what's it going to get you and why? So it would be really helpful to understand what that $100,000 enables.
So I want.
Hold on now.
Jill.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
All right.
But I just want to make sure. So now that we've all gone through our feedback, I want you to be able to either respond to anything that you've heard, which you started to already.
Okay.
But if you also have questions, then you can do that now. So now you can whatever it is, what you're gonna do with that $100,000. Now's the time.
Okay, so with $100,000, we are going to tighten up our retail truck experience. And also, we have an app. It's a consumer experiential app for customers that come to the wine country, and they want to know what to eat while they're going to these different wineries. So that's a key component of our data analytics, as well as keeping our customer base.
Why did you bury the lead? Why did you bury the lead?
Why didn't we hear about this during the pitch?
The app is even more interesting to me. Honestly, the app is more interesting to me because as an investor, I love those margins.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I don't think there's a lot of people putting stuff together in terms of resources while people are out in Texas Hill Country. And if you're capturing that information on an app, man, you should have talked about that.
She said data. I was like, wait, data and customers, and it's all on the app, and they're like,
Yes, but it's a whole culture.
Thank you, Jill. And are you getting emotional?
No.
Oh, I thought you were getting emotional. I was like, are you okay?
Good feedback. This
Yes.
is an honor. You know?
So I want to say, so that exchange right there is exactly why we did pitch practice, is because you just never know what investors want to hear. And so I want to first say thank you for coming on stage and putting yourself out there. And I'll also say that the fact that you came on stage and people are watching that exchange happen, you've helped so many people that you probably don't even realize. So you've helped yourself, but you've also helped a ton of founders who are in your same situation, who are just now learning how to pitch their business and have all types of parts of their business, and they don't know how to talk about them. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming on stage.
Great job. Bye. Yes, ciao.
Okay. Jaya, girl, are you ready? Jaya, oh my God, I'm sorry, Jaya. I'm sorry. Okay, Jaya, do I need to explain how this goes?
I think
3 minutes. You can start now.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaya Srivastava. I'm the co-founder and one of the co-founders, along with two others in the room, and president of the board of the Nourish Foundation, which is a volunteer-run nonprofit based in Austin, Texas. The mission of the Nourish Foundation is to provide accessible skill development, workforce opportunities, and social support to disadvantaged young adults in the Austin or Central Texas area. The Nourish Foundation was founded in 2018 by an all-female board and is currently run by an all-female team of professionals ranging from backgrounds from culinary arts, biotech, marketing, entertainment, and finance industries. In The spring of 2020, the Nourish Foundation sought to launch our flagship training program, which was the culinary education program. And unfortunately, due to the onset of COVID and the pandemic, we had to table the launch of that program. But we pivoted, and I'll tell you more about that program in a moment. We pivoted with the needs of the local workforce to answer the crisis of healthcare workers. And so we partnered with Central Texas Allied Health to support students going through their program to train as medical technologists and provide them social support so that they could focus on their programs. We did this by providing support for housing, nourishing meals, and reliable transportation so that these young adults could really enter the workforce with confidence. Today, I'm happy to announce that we are hoping to launch the culinary education program very soon by the Nourish Foundation, in which we will provide disadvantaged young adults tuition-free training in the culinary arts. They will achieve certification from US and globally recognized certified federations for the culinary arts. And this program will be led by a female chef, Chef Nicole Viagas, and she will serve as the culinary program director, overseeing the first cohort of 10 students. We are seeking $15,000 to launch this first cohort of students, and this will provide not only the tuition, but the materials needed for the students, as well as any social support that they need so they can focus 100% on their training and enter the workforce with confidence. The other aspect of this is that we encourage not only students to achieve their best, but also for employers to pay living wages. This is becoming increasingly important not only across the nation, but in Austin, as you know, with the increasing costs of living. And so we hope that employers will take these students and invest in them as much as the Nourish Foundation invests in them initially. We don't want our investment to stop there. We invite these students to come back.
JR.
Yes.
It's time.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much for pitching today. Let's give her a hand. Thank you. Let's give her a hand. I was going to say let's give her a high five, but we're not doing that. Okay. Judges, thoughts. What do you have for JR?
I have some thoughts. When you think about either program you described, is there a person that pops to mind who really represents that program for you?
Yes.
So I would start with the story of that person and talk about the impact the program's had on them, and then give the rest. Because I think there's such a personal angle to this in terms of who you're impacting that would really, I think, draw us in quickly.
I think immediately after you tell that story, give us some data. Like, give us some numbers on how many of these individuals exist in the US, and it'll give us an idea of the scale of how big you can grow this.
I would have said the same thing Shayna said, start with a really personal story, because this is a really personal issue that you're trying to solve for, and I think that that really resonates, especially as a nonprofit for somebody who would give to a program like that.
And this is great. It was really fantastic. I was like, where's my checkbook? I wanted to know a bit more, because when you said 15K, I think from an investor perspective, I immediately was like, how many students can you reach, especially when you said tuition and social support? And so I wanted to understand that a little bit better, because I was expecting a larger number for the impact of the work you're trying to do. And I think that goes into the numbers and the data, because then it felt like we could do so much more if that number was a little bit greater, but I couldn't quantify it against the students.
I think that you had some tremendous focus, and you definitely come across as being very credible, very on top of what you're trying to do. And what I would love to be able to see is to channel some emotion behind the story that you tell, because nonprofits really have to appeal. You got to really kind of pull at the heartstrings, right? So people take out their checkbooks, because you're not necessarily saying that, I'm going to return this profit, all this money. You're going to be making a difference and an impact. So the tenor, the tone, and just the direction of your voice needs to be targeted at drawing emotion. So, but you've got all of the components.
Agreed. Definitely have all the components. What are your thoughts for anything that you've heard on stage?
3 minutes is hard to
3
get
minutes is
all
hard.
that in.
3 minutes is hard.
But I mean, just one anecdote, I think something that really impacted us, what was it, 6 months ago or something, we were at a meeting. One of the students we supported, unbeknownst to us, she needed rent to stay in her program. And, you know, we're all full-time professionals as well, and so I finally got to writing the check, and she successfully finished her program. And months after, we ran into the program directors, and the day I wrote the check, she was getting evicted. But because we wrote that check, she was able to stay in her house and stay in the program. Otherwise, she was going to be another number contributing to the attrition of that program. So definitely.
That's the emotion.
That's it.
So what you just came
Yes.
out, that's the emotion. Exactly, because it's so genuine, it's so authentic.
Okay. We're impromptu here at pitch practice, always.
All of us bring everybody in. So actually the question that I had is because I think continuously as founders, we're all constantly learning, right? And as Jaya was relaying that story, we learned so much about the demographics that we're helping, right? And so a lot of these students that we're helping, to your point on the 15K, it's the pilot program, so that's why it's a smaller amount at this stage. We learned that because some of them are getting that housing assistance, they may be Section 8, et cetera, they actually cannot receive large amounts of help because then it takes them off the program. And so we're like, okay, we need to work that into the story somehow, but also it's not every case, right? But just to add a little color to the house.
So wait, so is your question how to work it in? Okay, so judges, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think it's part of the story and just the additional information about the program, because you did say like the tuition and social support, and I think that it's overcoming the challenges and the barriers to giving to this community. We had to figure out a creative way to make sure we could support them without being in conflict with how much you can give them Section 8. So there are some parameters into our, like around our ask. Just a slight context about it.
And I would say that right after the ask.
Yes.
Okay. Because, you know, I recognize that 15,000 doesn't seem like a lot to you, but it really makes a big difference because.
Exactly.
Yeah. Does that clear it up? All right. Thank you so much, Jaya, for coming on stage. Who do we have next? Okay. I'm late. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Tiffany. I don't know how to say your last name. Enemo. Yes. Okay, y'all, we have Tiffany Enemo. Can I, what's that? All right. Okay, Tiffany, are you ready?
Yes.
3 minutes. After 3 minutes, we'll give you feedback. You'll be able to respond to that feedback. You can start now.
Sounds good. Hi, my name is Tiffany Nemo, and I'm the owner of Curios Sweets. We are a wholesale, private label, vegan desserts concept brand, currently specializing in vegan cookies. And so the reason that I did start Curios Sweets is because I noticed that there is kind of a lack of creativity and options in the vegan dessert world, especially when it comes to desserts that are a bit more structurally complex, such as cookies. And another thing I noticed is that with businesses, there are a lot of barriers when they're trying to introduce new desserts to their menus and to their product offerings, especially vegan desserts. And this can come from issues like capacity. So some of them don't have the ability, space, or time to produce high-quality vegan desserts. Cross-contamination can come into play as something that's hard to avoid if they have other non-vegan food items that they're creating. And then the last thing is it is kind of difficult to create these very high-quality vegan desserts that taste like what we're used to. And so about a year ago, I started to develop a library of high-quality vegan dessert recipes featuring my vegan egg replacement. So the vegan egg that we use is something that I came up with through a combination of natural ingredients and techniques that kind of mimics the traditional egg all the way down to its protein and fat ratios, and it provides the same type of thing that you would get from the egg in the baked good, and it provides structure in our cookies. So we do use our vegan egg in all of our cookies, and me and my team bake all of the cookies in bulk at our commercial bakery in Houston. We primarily market to coffee shops, cafes, food trucks, and vegan restaurants, but we are really able to supply any business or food establishment in need, and we also do catering. I did start Curios Sweets as a wholesale concept because I do believe that vegans everywhere should have access to desserts that fit their dietary restrictions, but that are still high quality. And I also think non-vegans should have access to options that are maybe a little bit more ethically conscious and sustainable, that still have that taste that they're used to. And so my goal and going forward really is just to continue positively changing the narrative regarding veganism and vegan desserts, and to continue to help businesses expand and diversify their product offerings. We do have samples throughout the event and tomorrow outdoor if anyone's interested in tasting the cookies. And I don't really have a financial ask, but my ask is just for overall support and hopefully connections to a greater network of food business professionals and business owners. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany. Concise, right? That was concise. Okay. Judges, what are your thoughts for Tiffany?
Okay, so amazing. I love your energy. I think the first thing is when you talk about the product, which is the vegan egg replacement, what is in the market or what was in the market and why does it not work or why was it not good enough and why did you create the solution you did? I think kind of like would bring it home for me.
I was really curious when you started talking about the egg replacement, like why is she doing just baked goods? Can she start to sell this replacement maybe to other companies that are making vegan food? So I was curious, like, if this was not a pitch, I would try and dig into like what other opportunities exist because the baked goods market is really big, but the market for things made with eggs is like huge. And that's an even bigger opportunity for you to grow and scale your business.
I'll say this. Also, when you were speaking about the egg and the portions of fat to protein, I audibly heard one of the judges go, Yeah. So, and the reason why I want to bring that up is because you want to know those parts of your pitch that are going to get the hits, right? And also, you want to be able to pause there, right? Pause for emphasis. Let them take it in, right? Like wow them and know the parts of your pitch that are wowing them. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
No, and I just had so the vegan replacement and the vegan cookies, what is your MVP? Is it the cookie or is it the vegan egg replacement?
Hold on.
Oh,
yeah. No, it's okay. But that is just something to note. Okay.
So that was that was part of my, I was trying to make sure that I was tracking with the MVP because we started with the vegan cookies and then we talked about the egg replacement and then we went back to the cookies as samples. So I think just kind of clarifying what the MVP is alongside of what makes it so unique, which I'm assuming is the vegan egg replacement. And then even if you don't have a financial ask, I think any ask is important. So you don't have to put the disclaimer that it's not financial. I would just be like, my ask is support and networking and connections and introductions.
I love the way you be able to articulate through energy, and I actually had the same question because I actually was thinking that you were talking about vegan cookies and that you were justifying your point of differentiation with this amazing vegan egg substitute. That was really kind of your point of distinctiveness. But it's really the cookies that are your product, was kind of what I was tracking to. But then my question is, even if you didn't have a financial ask, it was really more around where are you distributed? Are you selling this somewhere? Are you D2C or are you selling it in small natural grocers or maybe it's introductions to some, I don't know, Whole Foods or Sprouts or, what is your ambition there? So you may not be ready necessarily to ask for money to go do it, but maybe asking for advice on should I stay D2C, should I stay, or try to go retail.
I just want to say that it's really interesting that that's what they took away, that your MVP was the cookie, because I took away your MVP was the egg replacement. So it's, it obviously didn't come clear, so I think that's really good feedback.
My thought was, is there any protection around this egg? So I was also thinking with the eggs, but this egg replacement. So any IP, is it trade secret? Because that's interesting and starts to become valuable in the market. And then I would also say pacing. So you got through it all, but when you slow down, I think you're into this like emphasize, it is much about the points that are resonating with the audience, so you'll get that over time. But I think if you slow down, you emphasize a little bit, and there's less words, you appear really confident, and you can nail that, because I know you're going fast to get it all in, so just say the next time, cut some of the words out and go a little bit slower.
I'm buying this. I did some vegan today. I'm vegan now.
Where are the cookies?
We had some, they're all gone.
Oh,
that's a good sign.
Arnett,
that is a good sign.
Put my foot down. This is crazy. The only reason why I say this, and this is like a little bit of a joke, but last year we had someone, they brought us popcorn. I mean, we were eating popcorn on stage. So, but you'll be here tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll make sure we get cookies tomorrow. You have an opportunity to respond to anything that you've heard on stage.
I had something to say. Oh, addressing your question, we are a completely B2B business, except for our catering, but that's a smaller percentage. So we do wholesale private label, and so we supply businesses like coffee shops, food trucks, vegan restaurants, cafes, the cookies, for them to resell as their own in their stores. Yeah, and so the vegan egg replacement is supposed to be more of a differentiator as opposed to being our main focus. We do have plans for maybe going into CPG in the future, so that could be an interesting aspect to look at with the vegan egg for bakeries and different businesses. But we don't have an IP or anything regarding the vegan egg. I might have to look into that, but that's kind of what we do.
Call all
yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Okay, before we go to the next person, and we're also right on time. I love this for us, and I love this for you. I love this for everybody that's in the audience. Okay, 1 second. I just want to say one thing before we bring on the next judge, or next person that's pitching. I just want to make sure, are we all finding this beneficial for the founders that are in the audience? Perfect. I just want to make sure that we are giving you what you want, right? Okay, so our next founder is Carissa Campiato. Did I say it right?
You did. Hello, everyone.
Okay, so 3 minutes. Then we'll give you feedback. Then you'll be able to respond to that feedback. Your time starts now.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time, first and foremost, to the judges and to the audience. My name is Carissa Campiato, and I am a co-founder at Trendy, with an I.com. I started my upcycling and food rescue journey when I was 25 years old, operating my cold pressed juice and smoothie bar. And every day I would be ordering produce, hitting my head against a wall, saying, oh my God, this is getting way too expensive. And so I had, I call her the fairy godmother of food, my mentor at the time, Christine Cavalier. And she said to me, Carissa, you should start juicing misfits. And we did, a lot of them, 40,000 kilos in 1 year, to be exact. We reduced our product costs by 40%, and we were able to pass a savings on to the consumer. In my eyes, this was a win-win situation. Now, enough about me. Let's talk about Trendy. Trendy is designed to do two things. Stop food waste at the farm level in agriculture superclusters, and feed people. What a simple concept. To date, we have raised $14 million in the last 22 months. We have created 2 new technologies with IP, and we are currently in the process of commercializing our products to the world. We focus mostly on manufacturers who produce for CPG, relief products for those who need nutrition most, and also in our vending kiosks that dispense automated smoothies, fresh to order. How, you're wondering, do we do this? Well, I'm going to share. So Trendy takes and assesses global agriculture superclusters where there's over 3 billion pounds of otherwise wasted fruits and veggies, and we place these macro processors in these superclusters. And inside of our processors, they take a full orange, and when it comes out, the orange has been separated of its skin, its seeds, its pulp, and its biomass. And then we identify commercialization opportunities for a multitude of industries. Right now, our focus is mostly on culinary, so repurposing that pulp. But you know, we got really high margins. I would be happy to talk to you more about that. And we are expanding globally over the next 2 years. That's Trendy. Join us. Come help save the world with us and feed people who need it most, as well as the everyday person.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. And under time. Very interesting. I'm excited to hear what everybody has to say. Who wants, Shayna?
I'll go for it, yeah, because this is exactly the type of pitch we hear. And I love how you brought the story to life, how you explained it in the beginning, and how you were so kind of boots on the ground making the product and saw what the problem was. So very captivating. I want to know what it is you're selling now. There are these machines at these mega centers of produce. Is that the business model on the IP? Is it the end-to-end kiosks where you're selling to consumers? Like, what is the actual business now? Like, I feel like I knew what it was at the beginning, but I don't know what it is now. And then, are you raising money? Are you capitalized? Like, what's your ask? So those would be 2 things.
So the very last thing you said was we're going to change the world. And so there's an impact element of what you're doing, but I didn't hear it anywhere else in your pitch. So I would love to hear at some point, even if it's very brief, the impact potential, whether that's environmental or social, and it sounds like maybe there's both.
So same thing, I think that your message of food sustainability and being able to address these super important social, economic issues right on task. The question is that, what is it that you're going to be using as the vehicle to solve the task? It's very clear in terms of you painted the picture. So it's just, if I'm going to be investing, specifically when I'm going to be investing in it, I know this is not the pitch practice part. I mean, it's the practice part, but it's the question of, so what am I going to be tracking in terms of KPIs later, right? To be able to know whether or not, if I give you money, what is my rate of return going to be?
Yeah, so
Not yet.
Sorry.
One second.
What was missing for me was the perspective of these big farms that you're helping. Like, what is the problem you're solving for them, and why is it important to them? Is it that they need to start doing reporting on their supply chain, and they need to meet some sort of regulations? Like, what is driving this change for these customers right now?
Yes, and I agree with everyone here. Great job. And I just had a question because you mentioned the 14 million that you had raised, and so I was just trying to connect to what's the ask now, and then what's the product if you had raised that, and is that an evolutionary product? Is it to go back in? And then what do you need now because you've already raised, and because it sounds like you've been able to pivot the business. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll do a quick and try and answer everyone's questions here. Let's talk a little bit about the facility itself. So the facility will produce anywhere from, or will process anywhere from 10 to 100,000 kilos of food per day. So we are working on the masses, and we are working with secured sources. The great thing about our product, especially in the culinary application, is when it comes out of our processing facilities, it comes out 1/10 its original size and weight with all its nutrients still intact in that food. So we are able to redistribute that food to any end of the world if that's our choice. When we think of our ask and where Trendy is going, well, right now we have about 6 global projects at the size in which I just mentioned. We are currently tying up a couple of those projects, and we will be starting deployment over the next year. So mid Q2, we'll be opening our Series A, and it could be anywhere from $10 to $30 million, depending on what happens in the next month.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We're at 4 o'clock.
What?
We're at 4 o'clock. It's okay, just keep going.
You still have time.
I love it.
We've got 22
Okay,
minutes.
I didn't know if I was, okay, that's fine. Let's do this. All right, Vanessa Small. All right, can we get a hand for Vanessa Small? Okay, Vanessa, 3 minutes. Okay, you can start.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dr. Vanessa Small, and I am the founder and CEO of Alchemy Bio, where we make cultured products delicious by design. I am a trained biochemist, and I've spent the majority of my career making enzymes and proteins for the healthcare and diagnostics industry, and I want to sort of translate that to tackle a new problem, which is sustainable food production. I would say that right now the industry is focused on making products that don't necessarily resonate with customers, and we have one chance to really get it right. If you taste something and it's off, you lose that customer indefinitely. So at Alchemy Bio, we're focused on creating benchmarking standards and proteins that companies can use to make sure that they're hitting their target, and that will allow for their customers to have products that they actually enjoy. This is focused on creating the right flavor profile, so creating analytical standards. It's a very technical solution, analytical standards that that companies will use to create their cultivated products that are aligned to the traditional agricultural product, if that makes sense. What I am focused on is to build out my technical team, as well as the patent portfolio, and grow my lab space in San Diego. That's my focus right now for my raise. I'm raising an $800K pre-seed raise to build out my first portfolio of standards, and as well as optimizers to fill in the compositional gaps that are uncovered when you do that initial analysis.
That's it?
That's it.
You have so much time, but
You have a lot of time.
yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We'll
Yes.
fill it in. Yes, not a high. I keep saying high five. A round of applause.
Yes.
All right, guys. So who has? You want to go first?
So clearly, a very, very technical proposition, and definitely manned by someone who knows the business. Where I would love to be able to understand is, you state your name, your company, and then give me that soundbite of what it is that you're selling, because you're asking for $800,000, which is a lot of money to expand a lab to do what? So you talked about an analytical portfolio that you wanted to establish, but as a customer, what does that mean? Am I going to get 5 kits of swatches of something, or am I going to get a dropper kind of collection, so what is that standard that you're talking about manifested in a physical kind of deliverable? That's what I was looking for.
Fair enough.
Nice. Hi. I love your expertise. It's amazing. Like, you establish credibility within 1 second. Like, as soon as you said doctor, I'm like, okay, she knows exactly what she's doing.
I should have called you a doctor. They didn't put that on my notes.
I'm like, okay. I know nothing about this area. So think about that, when you're giving the pitch, dumb it down. I don't know, what I was more curious about was the customers who buy this. So you're obviously selling this to people who produce food, maybe Beyond Meat or some insert brand here. What customer development have you done with them? What are they looking for, and how are you filling that demand in the market, with what you're doing specifically, was what I was really interested in. One thing that I like to tell founders is, do you have kids? Do you have access to someone? Don't steal someone's child, but do you have access to a child? A niece or nephew or a cousin or something like that? Practice your pitch on a 7-year-old. Because if they understand it, I guarantee I will understand it. And oftentimes the 7-year-olds are more poignant in feedback than we can be. So, excellent job.
I think that is a great point, because my 8-year-old gives me feedback all the time. And I want to give you my card because we invested in exactly what you're doing. And I actually thought it was interesting because I look at a lot of technical pitches, and we've done a couple of biotech investments, and I thought, oh, our founders could use this. So I think it's really interesting to hear the perspective from somebody with fresh eyes being like, give me the tangible who you're serving. I wanted to know, what's the $800,000 going to do? You talked about the team, but kind of being more specific about what would the milestones be to reach your seed round, so kind of getting that tighter too. But really appreciate hearing that perspective.
That's exactly, you two are like my kindred sisters here. That was a mix of my feedback as well. It was so great how you came out from a credibility perspective. I instantly was like, oh yes, she's got it, as you were explaining it. But then it's not my lane as much, and so I was trying to get into the heart of the product and the consumer, and then also trying to figure out the $800,000. You talked about the lab space, you talked about that, but what's the outcome, and then also what does that lead to? Because I was like, what's the runway there?
Fair enough.
1 second. Do you have a question? We have a question from the audience.
Oh, come on up.
Ooh, come on up.
Again, impromptu. Is this for Vanessa?
It is.
Do you
I don't
know
mean
her?
to interrupt. I know I don't.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Yeah. I just heard that somebody invented an egg. Am I wrong? Essentially, you created a protein that tastes like the egg.
Wow. Okay.
And that's exactly what you do. So I think symposiums like this, when you come up a little bit later, and in my experience, especially when you are able to read the room and see what's going on, taking advantage of what happened in the room, exactly what you do is what they all need money for.
Yes.
And you see somebody else doing something that is trying to get finance and help her community also for that sort of perspective. You have the analytical point of view. She created something that tastes exactly what you described, to the T.
Yeah.
So in that case, you don't have to ask for the number that you look for. They have a bigger budget. I know your budget's bigger than $150,000. Okay, you can smile if you want, I know. And you could go and tell them, not only am I doing the aspects of those particular analytics, but what they're looking for. Your real ask is, I'm gonna make your investors money. And I'm gonna do it this way. And look how creative we are by what's going on in the panel.
I love it.
You have an egg. Celebrate.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. RNA.
That was awesome.
We have so many people. Okay. What are your thoughts?
We have one more. The only thing I was going to say,
Oh,
yes
sorry.
to everything, yes to that. I love kind of bringing it full circle and pointing back to somebody else's example. Love that. I was just going to say, I loved the moment when you said you have one time to get it right.
Yeah.
And immediately I was like, this is a problem we have to solve for.
Yeah.
You know?
That was good. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for all the feedback. Amazing. The point I wanted to make around the tangible product, it is an actual analytical standard that gets run in an instrument, and I can try to do a better job of like getting the technical side out of it and just kind of explaining the product. Yeah.
I love that. Thank you so much. for
Appreciate
coming.
it. Great job.
Thank you. And thank you to our audience members for joining in. Sightseer Coffee. You ready? Do we need
Hi.
two mics or we're good?
If we
Okay.
could borrow,
Yeah,
we could borrow one of yours, it would make it our lives easier.
Hello.
And we learned from your popcorn last year. Although we
I
only
love
have
the
4, I
gift.
didn't know how many. So you guys can like
we'll
share. We can share.
Thunderdome it later today.
Look at this. Wow. This is amazing. All right, so you guys, you've been here, you've been sitting there the whole time, so you know how this
Yeah.
works.
Let's
3
hope.
minutes. Okay,
We'll
so
try.
you guys can start now.
All right, hi. We are, I'm Sarah, this is Kimberly. We are Sightseer Coffee Roasters. You've been drinking our coffee, hopefully back there. We are a women-owned, queer-owned coffee roasting company here in Austin. Thank you. We got started because A, we love coffee. We've collectively been in coffee for over 12 years, so it's just our passion. And we saw a really big problem in the supply chain that we wanted to fix, which is namely the utter lack of gender equity. When we would go to coffee farms, you go and you look in the fields and there's just a million women picking the harvests and doing all the manual labor, and you go talk to the managers and the owners and it's all dudes, it's all men. And we did not like that and we wanted to change it. I mean, first of all, the problem is when that's the situation, you're not getting as much money invested into communities. The UN has done really good research about when women have more decision-making power, there's more investment in sustainability initiatives, in environmental initiatives, and you get better outcomes for communities, and that's something we wanted to be a part of.
To address that problem, we started Sightseer Coffee Roasters. So Sightseer sources exclusively from women farmers and producers at origin, and not only do we source exclusively from women, but we also pay a fair price for their product. On average, we pay double the certified fair trade market price. We do that so that we can help ensure that our farming partners gain access to healthcare and education and to build a sustainable future in coffee.
The specialty coffee market right now is booming. Millennials and Gen Z love their coffee. They also are more invested in buying specialty or gourmet coffee. There's research from the National Coffee Association around that. And they really want to align with companies that have values like them. So they're very sustainability minded, very value driven. So we really think that Sightseer is perfectly poised to meet that market where they are. First of all, we can hit them with the impact of like, our bags are super cute and our coffee tastes really good. And then we are aligning with them on those values so we're able to maintain their market share.
So Sightseer has been operating for a little over a year, and we've grown about 27% in our total sales compared to the first quarter of 2022 and now. We've done that mostly through grassroots and word-of-mouth efforts. And we did that for a reason. We really wanted to get our coffee products right and farming partners right so that we could scale well.
So on to our ask.
Yes, I was just going to say.
What we are looking for is access. We want Sightseer in more homes, more cafes, more grocery stores. So if you are someone who has knowledge of or access to distribution channels, we want to talk to you. On top of that, we're looking for about 80K so that we could hire a sales and marketing person and also increase our capacity for bringing in green coffee. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you guys so much for coming. Okay, judges, thoughts?
I am a millennial, and I love what you're doing. I mean, like, I do try and shop my values, and it's very, very important to me to support women in all aspects of the supply chain, so fuck yeah. What I was looking for was, this is a really crowded market, so how are you going to compete? Like, your branding is really cute, but like, what's the story? You told us a great story. I want to hear how you're going to illustrate that for the customer so you can find like a million more me's who are going to go out and buy your product.
Yes. I want to know, I love that you're identifying women in the communities. We see this on crops all around the world, right? So creating economic opportunities. You're paying double the fair trade price. What happens in your operations to make that possible? Like, where are you gaining operational efficiencies, or is that getting passed to the customer? How does that cost structure work is something I'd want to understand.
Yes, so shelf space would be really challenging because there's a lot of competitors, and I imagine you all have done well, but I would love to have heard a little bit more about where your product is right now, how you're accessing the customer, maybe any data insights on how it's selling, to kind of like prove to me that it's working and we need to do more.
That was a great point because I had the question because I love this, by the way. It smells amazing. We were going crazy about it. And I also loved how you brought in stats with other verified sources to kind of back the claims and show the data. But whenever you were asking about the ask for the 80K, the connections, I liked how you said distribution, but I felt like I was missing the expansion of distribution and what that was going to look like. And so I wanted a little bit more. That was a great call out. I wanted a little bit more there. And then I also liked when we talked about the equity of women, but just also kind of understanding what that looks like kind of operationally for you guys, especially with the cost structure. Great job.
Can you say, I'm sorry, can you say more about that? Like operationally? Okay.
So I just wanted to add on, you did an amazing job. You have such an incredible proposition that, no question, you're making social impact. And so I really applaud and admire the commitment that you have because it's not economically a cheap kind of venture that you're trying to do. So you've got both trying to get out product, but also trying to make a long-standing generational impact. So good on you on that. Where I would love to be able to see is, you know, as you bring in the story, Sightseer definitely must have some kind of meaning to you. And I think that that can help really crystallize how you're going to be different because you can use that as a jumping off point to say, we have Sightseer because it means XYZ, ABC, and our products are so much better because they're differentiated by ABC. And then finally, you know, when you want your ask, just maybe prioritize. You know, I want to be more homes, more cafes, more retail stores, but what's the first one that you want to be in? Great job.
So now you can respond, you can ask your question that you had.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could say more about the like, knowing about the like gender equity impact operationally, like what are you looking for?
Yeah, so I loved how you guys, I believe it was, you had the increase of 27%. And so I was trying to figure out, did that come because you changed operations? Was there some type of a hiring that you do? I know that you said you were working with like the all-women growers. Like, I was just trying to get a little bit deeper into what made that up because the impact piece is so great, but usually it's more expensive to have more impact because you have to do much more sourcing. Your operation has to change. You have to identify the right people, but that's not what I'm listening to Chandra. Chandra's like that.
No, I was actually, so thank you for that. And I also want you to expand on your point because I think that kind of dovetails. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it does, yeah, definitely dovetails. So you're paying twice the price. What happens to the whole stack of costs? Right, just really understanding, like, because by saying that, again, with the social impact being so great, some distributors or buyers could be like, well, how are they going to compete? Because it's a thin margin business.
Any other questions that you guys had for the team? No.
I mean, I can speak to the...
Please.
Okay. I think that what a lot of people don't realize is how expensive coffee is, and that we should all be paying more for it. And I think that's a point that we're making with our brand, and we're telling people why. And that's a really powerful impact. And when we're able to talk to a customer, when we're selling at a farmer's market, they hear the story and they buy the bag immediately. Or they're drawn to us by the design, and then they buy the bag whenever we tell them what the story is behind it and why our coffee is more expensive. And like the growth comes from that increase in sales because we're able to get in front of people. Like we got into a farmer's market that were there every Saturday. Not us personally anymore because we were able to hire somebody part-time, thankfully. But like that kind of thing, when we're able to get our story across, our sales go up pretty quickly.
And you're local to Austin?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not that much more expensive.
Have you met the guys from Wonder Kicks, the cookie company? I know, I love them so much. Let's talk afterwards. I'll get you guys an introduction. They started their company from a farmer's market. Their brand is incredible, and they're at like over 5 million in sales. Like,
that sounds lovely.
In a couple of years.
Yeah,
So,
we like that.
like, I think you'll learn a lot from them in terms of the branding side to be able to tell that story. And RNA, who's right over here, can probably connect you with Wonder Kicks guys. They're awesome. Hans and Luis.
Okay, Sightseer, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Such a great job. Do I have just 1 second, or are we done? Okay. So I just wanted to, say thank you to all of the founders that came. Can we give them a round of applause? And then I also want to thank everybody on stage today for coming and giving your feedback and giving your energy. You have helped so many people that were in this room, that were watching on the live stream. You have no idea the effects of having a pitch practice will do. And before we leave, I just want everybody to go, like, what is your top piece of feedback when you are hearing pitches? Like, what is the one thing that you always say to founders when they pitch you? And we'll go down the line.
What it is that you do in one sentence. Don't have me guess what you do or what you're selling.
That is, people don't realize how hard that to do that is. It's really hard. Go ahead, Kendra.
Succinct, clarity, and directness in terms of that, but just really clear, very succinct, to the point.
I see a lot of founders either overstating or understating their market size. So make sure you build a bottoms-up model. Talk to me about the market size, because then, I mean, I'm an investor. I start foaming at the mouth. I get excited. So, like, tell me how big your market is.
Definitely your personal experience with the problem you're trying to solve, like really, really bringing that through, even if it's briefly, but making sure that you make it personal.
Mine is keep it simple. I mean, because I hear so many pitches all the time. So keep it really simple so I can remember you, and then make sure that you are telling me what your point of differentiation is. So how are you being distinct versus anybody else that I'm listening to?
And mine is always have an ask. I don't think you realize how many people come to us and they pitch their business, and then, well, why are you here? Do you need customers? Do you need advisors? Do you need money? Mostly it's money, but if you don't tell me you need money, then I don't know how I can help you. So make sure that you have an ask, and that it's very clear to what that ask will be used for. I think we're done. Thank you all for sitting through this hour. Are we doing a picture? Yeah. All right. Are they on stage, or how are we doing? Okay, perfect. That was fun.
As we are getting the picture taken, we are very excited. One of our partners, Bandwagon, is going to be providing a prize to all of our entrepreneurs today. They didn't even know it was going to happen. All of our pitching entrepreneurs will be getting $500 as a thank you for coming up on stage and sharing their stories. You're going to replace Nora May with me on stage.
I am?
Yeah, we're gonna, it's going to be fun.
Okay, 1 second. I'm supposed to go somewhere about you?
Oh, you are? It'll be like 20 minutes. It'll be... You got to have the live plants. I know you got to have the live plants. Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much for staying and hearing our pitching entrepreneurs, our investors giving feedback. We're very excited to have y'all here with us. We're very excited that you're watching from home. And we have one more great discussion to follow that one up. We're going to bring up a few investors who have invested in companies just like these. They're going to give a few insights about the future. What does it have in store for us? What does it look like 5 years from now? What does it look like 10 years from now? What are the things that they're seeing as they're talking to companies, as they're working with the companies that they have invested in already? There's so much knowledge and information that can be helpful for your startup, that can be helpful for your passion project. And this is the space. This is where we can bring these people together. We can bring all these amazing women together who are doing amazing things and let them come up here, give them the space to share their stories, to share their goals, to share their dreams, their feedback, their advice. And having you here with us is what makes it really special. Having you here watching with us makes it really special. We are a nonprofit. Little Herds is the organizing nonprofit with our partners. We don't have time in the Cook's Nook. We put together the future of food so that y'all can enjoy this, can come sit with us at this table. We can all pass around this nourishment, the information that we're sharing, so that we can all learn and grow and be better stewards to each other, better stewards to our planet, better stewards to our communities, to the future generations. This is what it's all about. And so if you haven't had a chance, when you step out of here, we've still got a lot of great stuff going on outside, but stick around for one more minute because we're gonna have a few more folks come up and join us. And unfortunately, we've got a couple of speakers who weren't able to make it today because of flight delays, travel issues. So unfortunately, our friends Andrea and Nora May won't be joining us. We have Shayna Harris from the last group who's, oh, never mind. It's just me and Brittany and Britta, and it's gonna be an amazing conversation. Woo! All right. So, please, help me give a warm welcome for our two finalist speakers. We're gonna have a great little conversation to wrap it up, and then we're gonna let you get on to dinner. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and the group that you're representing, and give us one example of a company to start off in the food space.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I was able to still be here, so we're going to have an amazing talk. So I'm Brittany Davis. I'm a general partner at a venture fund called Backstage Capital. Yes. Thank you. We have some fans in the audience. I appreciate that. So we're in a venture fund that focuses on investing in early stage companies led by women, people of color, and LGBTQ-led founders. So we actually invest as generalists. So think about anything in the venture tech ecosystem that you could invest in, whether it's consumer, health, AI, and also food. So I'm glad that you guys invited us as Backstage to join this conversation. We find that a lot of food tech startups are led by women and people of color, LGBT founders, and they, unfortunately, in the ecosystem are getting less funding than their more mainstream kind of counterparts. So we really believe that the future is an inclusive ecosystem when it comes to food. But yeah, one example just to start off so you understand some of the companies we invest in. There's a company called Partake Foods. And this company started by a Black woman, which I'm excited about. So she started a food company based on a problem that she had with her family. So she has a daughter that had serious food allergies. And this was probably like 5-8 years ago. It's been some time now. So she had a background, amazing background, corporate, worked at Coca-Cola, all these like food CPG companies, and was shocked that most brands were still not coming out with food products that tasted good and that were readily available at most places that you could shop, and that were free of the top 8 allergens, which is what she was concerned about with her daughter. So, we invested in their pre-seed round at least probably 5 or so years ago. They've now raised Series B financing last year. So, seen that growth and also really tapping into, a serious market need where people do need special products for the allergy-conscious consumer. And at the beginning, she faced issues raising funding, again, being more underrepresented within the startup ecosystem. So we really look for these founders that have this personal, ideally personal and professional or like experience background that we feel like is kind of a winning combination. She had the like passion plus really strong CPG, and we just saw that early and thought that the market was big enough to invest.
Well, and I can personally attest that we have taken Partake Foods to the park and the playground because it's all, especially with kids, you always want to make sure that the snacks that you're sharing are snacks that are safe. And it's been really cool to see the product growing over the years, getting into local markets here even. Like we can go to our HEB now and pick them up. And we were really fortunate to have Monique as one of our speakers in 2021. Very cool. And Britta, you know Monique too.
Yeah, so through not Vita Vera Ventures, but through a different fund portfolio, which Shayna, who was on the last panel, I'm a partner with her there, we invested in the Series B for Partake, so we came in after you. But thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Britta. I'm a general partner at Vita Vera Ventures, and we are a specialist fund. We're focused on food tech. So what we're looking at is different technologies that are supporting the food ecosystem, increasing resilience, sustainability, and efficiency across the food system. So we don't focus on the ag side. We look at post-farm gate, kind of supply chain and beyond. I personally look at software within the food system. So I'm looking at different technologies and softwares that are supporting the supply chain, CPG companies, retail, grocery retail, as well as restaurants. So I have a broad, mostly B2B lens, and so when I think of consumers, I'm thinking about how do technologies support brands to better connect with consumers. So one example of a company that highlights kind of our values, and I've made investments through it actually personally and then through different funds that I've been at, is a company called Afresh. Which it works with the buyers at grocery retailers, and it helps them better forecast their fresh departments, so fruits, vegetables, and they've just recently increased their scope to deli, meats, and cheeses. And so they're helping these buyers at grocery retailers understand demand, better forecast their purchasing. Historically and shockingly, most purchasers at grocery stores are still using pen and paper, even in the multi-billion-dollar grocers. And so, for us, we're looking at solving that business problem. So how can software solve be a need to have on the business side? And so on that front, Afresh helps them reduce waste, reduce loss, food waste, and reduce loss on the financial side. Obviously, the upside is reduce food waste across the board, but there's also an increase in sales because they realized that a lot of retailers, once they implemented the technology, that they were underbuying in certain categories because they didn't want the leftover food and the shrink on the back end. And so they were actually able to increase sales, and then ultimately for the consumer, that means fresher produce because the products are purchased at the right time, and they'll have a longer shelf life at home. So that's we're looking for kind of win-win-win driven by technology.
I love that.
Yeah.
One of the things that I know Andrea with Snack Shot, who should have been moderating this, often talks about is the next generation of consumers, the millennial, the Gen Z consumers, and how important it is for them when they're thinking about the companies that they're purchasing from or thinking about the food system that they're buying from, thinking about things like climate resilience, thinking about things like ethical supply chains. So let's start first with the technology. Because I know both of y'all can share some really great examples of technology that allows these food companies to be more climate conscious or more climate resilient, be able to better track their carbon impact. So Britta, tell me about some technologies.
Yeah, I mean, so that category broadly, I think it still is in its very early days. So, we saw kind of a rush of technologies that were helping on the sustainability, kind of track and trace and understanding the provenance of different ingredients as well as whole products, fruits and vegetables. Ultimately, the margins aren't there, I don't think yet, to support those end-to-end supply chain visibility systems in food. It exists, people are doing it. There is a need for it. But it has not reached critical mass in terms of a lot of the retailers and brands making it a need to have versus a nice to have. I think similar to my example with Afresh, a lot of the track and trace companies that we've been following over the years have had to amend their business models to solve real pain points that are happening along the supply chain. And then on top of that, the cherry on top is the sustainability and the track and trace visibility. So really understanding, the conditions of the products along their journey, where they came from, is it actually what they say it is? But there have to be other business levers that are utilized along the way in terms of having a successful business model. So I think that's still a category that's being developed. There's a lot of people that are going after that. And I think we have a long way to go in terms of it permeating the industry.
I love that, Brittany.
I love that too, because I think we've been seeing a lot in this space, but the food, so just trying to, understand the food landscape and the food value chain as an outsider, right? Like I'm a generalist investor and I'm trying to dig in, especially when we see a really compelling founder talking about, building in visibility and like data and analytics across, a food chain or a value chain within a particular industry within food. That's really compelling from a business model and like a use case standpoint, but it is very hard. So food is notoriously, when you think of food and ag, so this is taking it all the way back to growers, producers, anywhere in the middle, distribution, and end consumer, there's so many places where everyone's not talking, and the data is hard to get, and it's hard to make value out of that. With that said, we have invested in a couple of companies that are scratching the surface at this and doing quite a bit of great work. If anyone was here earlier, we had a founder, her name is Rihanna. She started a company called Food. We have, fans in the audience. Thank you. Her company's called Food Trace. And again, she's been working on this for probably 8 years or so, since I started in venture. She was one of the earliest founders that I connected with and really wanted to support. And again, it's finding these early data points within the food kind of ecosystem and seeing where are things coming from, where are things being dropped within the supply chain, and how can leveraging this data as a company on any point within the value chain actually improve the business. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I don't know if anyone here in the audience is thinking about more of the broader kind of food opportunities when you think about supply chain, but like we're interested. It's just, it is a longer term kind of mission and problem to solve, but there are founders doing it.
I think people who are not focused on the food system are shocked at the siloed data. I mean, it's like in this day and age, you'd think, oh, can't you just API that or connect into that? But you just, there are post-farm gate, then you have kind of all the processing, primary processing, secondary processing. Then you have the different distributions and logistics and, where the warehousing is and where is it ultimately going to. And all of those, most of those little ecosystems are not connected, and maybe some of them are connected, but then they're not connected to the next one, and so it's really difficult still, but that's what we're working on. That's what we're focusing on, people who are looking at breaking those barriers and just adding basic levels of digitalization along the supply chain, so that way we can then leverage it for better insights and better margins for people who are working in the food system.
Yeah, and can I actually touch on something that you had brought up, the Gen Z consumer, and it's something we think about quite a bit. Not because, so I'm an elder millennial, so I'm not of the Gen Zs, but I think they're driving a lot of the change that we're seeing within the kind of innovation in that next wave of food. So for us, because we invest in founders that have been underrepresented within venture, not getting funding, et cetera, that's kind of the sad story, but the opportunities and the innovation is there. Like that's where we're seeing most of the drivers of what we find interesting within new products within the food space. Just thinking about like demographics, just starting from the top, Gen Z is already, I think about half is majority minority. So think about that when you just think about just broad demographics. If about half of the population is of minority groups, they're gonna demand different types of products. So we're seeing that as well, like different, even like taste profiles and different ingredients to highlight and just different things that we're not I guess in the prior generations didn't have access to. And I think they're demanding that in addition to some of the sustainability things. I think we can't kind of understate how much the diversity has really impacted what we're seeing in the new wave of food products.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and we're seeing this in both things like flavor profiles, the different cuisines that you can now find in the snack aisles or in the frozen food aisles. So I think it's really fascinating to see the kinds of products that are gaining traction, and especially the use of things like social media and social platforms, direct to consumer. There's so many different channels for entrepreneurs to now get to a consumer and really start growing that community without going through the traditional retail route that has always been the case. So one of the other technologies that I think has been really interesting is AI, and especially like just recently ChatGPT has been a really big thing. So what do y'all see that as something that is a really big potential and we're just scratching the surface, or is it like all sizzle and no steak?
Okay, so this is exciting for me. Yeah. So I think it's big. Like, we should all realize that this is a very big kind of watershed moment within the technology in general. But I don't know what the implications are when I think about particularly like the average food consumer or just like the average population. I don't know, but I do think so many ideas that people had thinking back like 10 years ago. You thought about like AI or big data and all those use cases that like have not materialized. I think we're going to see an acceleration of those come to the market, where people, were having these ideas when it was talked about. Like, AI is not new in terms of a conversation, but I think the utility of it is now becoming like actually useful, and now people are getting a bit of exposure to it with things like ChatGPT and other use cases. So I'm excited. I think it's big. But if you're a founder out here, I don't think that you should just like add on AI. I think that's something that we're unfortunately seeing. I've been pitched like, is that really, how would you use AI like that? It feels like some people are riding this wave a little bit. I'm all for creative uses of technology, but sometimes it's a stretch. So I don't think founders should feel the need to like shove that into their business model if it's not authentically there. So
we saw that with blockchain.
Put that out there. Yeah, like does AI really need to be in I'm seeing all kinds of stuff. So just keep it real. AI is a thing, but it doesn't have to be a thing for everybody, right? So
fully agree, and I couldn't have said it better. I mean, I agree. This is a tremendous moment. I think we've all have been following the industry just in the last few months, had this kind of, at least I did, I had this kind of euphoria of understanding, like thinking, oh my God, my kids are not going to understand what's like to Google something like in the traditional, like they're not going to actually understand that I'm really good at creatively putting words together to get the result I want. Like that's a skill that's not going to be needed.
Oh yeah, I can Google
future.
things really well. I can search really well.
Exactly. And I'm like, trying to explain to my children, like, no, that is a skill. No, they're not going to care. Yeah. So that was kind of euphoric, and then obviously we saw some of the weird, kind of personality things coming out from, ChatGPT. So that was kind of that's the other side of the coin. But really, I mean, I think especially as it comes to brands and consumers, I've been focused on the food tech sector for over a decade. And so when I first started looking at food tech, there was a lot of that, we're going to, personalize this. We have not succeeded on the personalization almost on any front except for ads. And then
and even then,
I mean, it's still but I actually think that ChatGPT opens those floodgates and does allow, like, if you can have your grocer train, ChatGPT, whatever their, generative AI program is on your, purchases, it actually will understand. Like, there's actually ways to understand what your specific food tastes are, and so then the implications of that are, really interesting, personalized. Even product descriptions, like not even just on the ad side, but like, okay, like, for me, if I see the word matcha or rose flavored or something, I'm like, ooh, like it might not even be like a strong part of the flavor profile, but it's there. But if it, again, it's still a little bit far off, but it actually feels tangible now versus, the many companies I've seen over the last decade that have been trying to do this personalized recommendations on any front. I actually think this allows us to get a lot closer.
Yeah.
Well, so since you mentioned matcha, my next question and last question will be, what is one food or ingredient or flavor that you're seeing or see as something that is on the horizon? We've had some great conversations today about seaweed and about all sorts of different foods and ingredients. And this can be something that you're personally excited about or something that you see potential for entrepreneurs to be embracing.
Wow. That is a good question. Do you have one?
Well,
I can think.
I have a not direct answer to that. I have to say, I always think I have a pulse on it, and I'm always wrong. So I'm not I'm not the traditional consumer. So like I've been like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I'm like, drinking vinegar, it's gonna be the next thing, you know? It's not. I mean,
There's a
it's
niche,
like,
there's a
it's
market
getting
for
there,
that.
it's getting there. But like, I'm like 5 years too early on, or 10 years sometimes. So what's interesting or titillating to me is not interesting to the average consumer. So I just flew in from Expo West, so I had many hours of walking and looking through all of the new products. And I was trying to, you know, kind of in my own mind think, like, how can I summarize what I saw beyond, you know, lots of plant-based chicken nuggets. There were lots of those. Sour cream, cream cheese, lots of plant-based cream. So plant-based obviously is still, I think, a huge trend. I just slightly answering one of your questions before, you know, whether consumers are making purchases for environmental or sustainability reasons, I still think, you know, flavor's king. So I think, you know, we're having evolution where we have clean label, good for the planet, good for you products that also taste good, that you actually crave. You know, I think we're straddling that now. We're not there. We're much farther than we were a couple of years ago. But I think that's, again, similar to my example for a fresh, I think the sustainability and of a product has to be the cherry on top. Like, ooh, I love this product. And I want this in my house, I want to feed this to my kids, I want to eat it myself, and I feel good about the product versus just buying a product because you know that it was sustainably raised and the people who grew it were taken care of. Like, that's important, but you also, you know, you're not going to have a long sales cycle if people don't want to buy it again for the flavor reasons. So.
Yeah,
it's an indirect answer. Sorry.
I think that picks up one of the things. You mentioned kids, and then I was like, oh, that's the one. So I became a new mom like 2 years ago, so I'm not new anymore. I've been doing this for some time. But breast milk, like that is one of the most interesting kind of new categories of innovation that we're seeing that I think needs it. Like last year, we went through that breast milk shortage or formula shortage. And if you look at the current landscape, there's really only a couple of major players, and they're using pretty not great ingredients. I mean, like overall, it's enough to meet, you know, health and whatever standards. But thinking about just like optimizing that and other kind of new innovative. Yeah, if we can create like beyond meats and whatnot, I feel like that's a more interesting place to go. And we've seen a couple of companies. Bobby is one, a formula brand. Yeah, there's BioMilk. So we're looking at that quite heavily. So yeah.
We made an investment in a company called Harmony. Did you look at Harmony?
We did. So
yeah.
we were late to that. So
yeah.
you should have.
It's an interesting. And the reason it's not a shameless plug. I think it's interesting because so what they're doing is there are many different categories of this, you know, formula breast milk. There's some that are cell based, so they're actually creating the cultures to recreate components of breast milk, and then there's other like Bobby that are still cow milk based but better, cleaner ingredients. And Harmony's interesting because they're using precision fermentation to recreate certain components of the breast milk, and it is not based in cow milk at all, so it's totally allergen free. And so, you know, I think on the allergen free side of formula, which I unfortunately had with one of my children, you really don't have any options. You just have this like white looking, you know, powder stuff that smells even grosser and tastes even grosser than normal powdered formula that we were stuck with because we didn't know what we were dealing with on the allergy side. So I think that's an interesting component as well as, you know, nutrition, but, and the reason why we've invested in Harmony I think a lot of it was because of that anti-allergen component, because if you're going to have, most people are not going, if they're going through, you're not going to try a new product for baby formula. You're like, okay.
It's very
like
high
even,
stakes. It feels
yeah,
very
yeah.
high
So you're like, okay, Bobby, I know that it's basically, it's time tested and stuff. But when you're stuck in a moment where you have to use a different formula that's not cow-based, and then you have an opportunity for something that doesn't feel like this weird chemical sludge, I think that they have an opportunity to run. They're still, we're still, in terms of FDA approval and everything, we're still years out. But I agree. I think it's a compelling category.
Well, that's all of our time. This is a great way to leave off the conversation because we'll be picking it up and talking about nutrition in kids tomorrow. Brittany and Britta, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Let me get a picture. Yes, let me get a picture real quick.
That was awesome. That was fun. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Fantastic. A nice way to sneak it in on
All right. It is the end of Friday. It is the end of the day. My partner in crime, my co-organizer, my better half, Q. One mic. You can always dance. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Give us something that you really took away today, Q.
Okay, so I can't answer that directly because I'll get emotional.
Okay.
But this is such a labor of love, and one of the things that I just love that our whole team is very clear on in solidarity is that we're the conveners. Our job is not to direct. Our job is not to tell people what to say. We see this as a full story that everybody gets a seat at the table. And so when I think of that, like convening, this is what, it makes all the weeks and hours so worth it. And so just hearing today, this was just day one, y'all. We got another day coming tomorrow.
That's right. Early tomorrow, we're going to be here at 8 a.m. Watching at home. You can pick it right back up at 8 a.m. Central tomorrow. We've got a full day of programming. We're going to have some amazing speakers.
Yes.
We're going to have some amazing chefs.
Yes.
And we're going to have some culinary students paired with professionals,
yes,
cooking with new ingredients, and then feeding those dishes to some celebrity chefs to get some feedback. So just like today with pitch practice,
Yep.
it's all about mentorship. It's about pulling people up with you, holding the door open behind you, and helping
Yes.
people get access to what they need to be successful. We're going to have that for the chefs tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think today was such a pivotal moment because we really wanted to highlight women in food. And if you've been with us for more than one thought leadership panel, you understand that women are a part of this whole ecosystem, and we think their voices needed to be heard. And it's such a great precursor to then tomorrow in the platform and all that we have shared, because it takes everyone. And so, again, I just thank you so much for joining us today, y'all.
Well, and like we heard earlier, if you go to a lot of food events, there's a lot of people who look like me. And this today, the stage that we put together today, is the proof that it doesn't need to and it should not be like that, because that's not going to get us there. It's only when we have every voice, every seat at the table, all these different views, that's when we can make magic happen.
Absolutely. And so we hope you guys were not only inspired, obviously, but we hope that some of the things you heard challenges you to go to wherever you're sitting and watching and hearing this programming. We hope that it activates you in a way, because some of the people that you saw on stage today, 2 years ago, they were activated by something that they heard. And so that really does matter. It's the ripple effect of it that we care the most about, and why, again, we work so hard as a team to just make this all magic happen with partners and sponsors and all that good stuff.
All right, so before we end, what's one thing you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Oh, God, that's
All right,
so
I'll
not
go
fair.
first. I'll go first.
Okay.
I'm excited about Arlen Hamilton. Brittany with Backstage Capital was just up here. Tomorrow we've got Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital. She's going to be bringing some really incredible conversation. We cannot wait for y'all to see it. It's going to be a really great conversation. It's tomorrow. It's our closer. It's going to be the big home run to close the day tomorrow. So if you're watching, stick around to the end, and you will get something really, truly incredible.
Okay, so I got my one thing. Okay, so what I'm the most excited about tomorrow is that unlike other food gatherings, they tend to just have this part. But what we love is that what you'll get to experience if you're watching online is that the culinary showcase, we really believe in the impact of food being something that you can touch, taste, and feel. Because based on our own data analytics, we found out that food is very emotional for a lot of people. And so whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, we really want you to connect to what drives you with making innovation, being the next startup, coming to participate in pitch practice with us next year, whatever activates you to make food a source for you to be a part of this collaborative, very much partnerships that we have. We'd love to have you in 2024.
All right. We will see you all here tomorrow. Thank you so much from the Future Food team.
Woo! We did it! Day one. Booyah!